Hasanabi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy Key. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Here's some badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta. You can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the string. You can ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth. We bear witness. The rebel, the buildings, the mothers, and the children, and all the men that you murdered. And then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. White supremacy is finally off blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the eyes and up, claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out verified, and in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended. The colonizer lied. And students and feds posted on the law. Occupying the quad is really against the law. The reason they call in the police and the squad where the genocide land and your definition of swaying every college in Gaza and every mosque, wishing everyone in the waff and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, pilot. We can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided. You can't twist the truth. The people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up. And the students finally did. Let's put it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this awesome our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and nibbies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is 66 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. And I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. It is Thursday, January 16th, 2025. And one of the reasons why I always in the mornings give you the weather report, well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend that I used to always give the weather report daily, David Lynch has passed away. That's right. You might also recognize him from some other things. But also, part of the reason why I do I give you the weather report in the mornings is what I mean. Anyway. Folks, David Lynch has unfortunately David Lynch, the famous auteur, director, the 4-time Oscar-nominated filmmaker behind Blue Velvet, Mulholland Drive, Eraserhead, Wild at Heart, Elephant Man, and others, who also created one of my favorite TV shows, famous Showtime television drama Twin Peaks, has died at the age of 78. His family posted the news on social media. He was an eccentric man. He also made the Dune, and made a very weird version of Dune. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later, though, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. In the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all the parasocialists out there who want to know what is going on. Do you have a cold? Is a great question. My sinuses are exploding. They're doing both implosions and explosions at the same time. But yes, vaccine got another one of their prime rib. Yeah. Was he vaccinated? So, folks. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night because I was feeling pretty tired after 6 hours, which was a lot shorter than my normal broadcast, unfortunately. But there was a reason for it, like I said, because I was really tired. And I didn't really do much. I just wanted to rest a little bit, which is precisely what I did. I've been watching a new anime. What's it called? It's the person that's like powerless. Is it Mashal? Magic and Muscles. Yeah, Mashal. I've been watching that. It's fine. It's not like crazy or not, but it's a magical universe where this person has no power. And part of the reason why I wanted to watch it initially was because this opening theme. But what's really interesting is the opening theme is not this in the season. Anyway, I've been watching it, but ironically enough, part of the reason why I watched it initially was because, wait, who just gave me that link of me being on Tencent Media? You got to resend that link to me. Because you can relate to an autistic gym bro, maybe. Anyway, problem with this is that like I click on this Tencent news and I can't scroll down to see what the comments look like, or maybe I can, but here it is. I'm on Chinese news chat. I finally made it. My dream. I'm on Tencent Chinese news. What are the comments saying? If the fire is large and burns for a long time, it becomes more intense. Then will the slower the better? The more sentence will be reduced. Will the sentence be reduced in acquittal? Why don't American people spontaneously participate in firefighting? When when Chongqing forest fire broke out last year, many people spontaneously participated in the firefighting. Those who couldn't save the fire voluntarily participated in logistical support, delivering water and other items to the firefighters. What's funny is that what's interesting about Chongqing is that when that wildfire happened, I think like the military immediately went there to work, and they didn't work to like kill looters or whatever, but instead they worked to also actively offer logistical support and combat the wildfires. $24 is enough to buy 2 meals in the United States, so don't compare the exchange rate of US dollars to RMB. After all, the United States earns money and spends it. If I can reduce my sentence, the amount of money is not a problem. Brother, this is imprisonment. Negotiating treatment. Is this forced labor? Forced labor. They're laughing. The Chinese are laughing at. The Chinese audience is laughing at how little we pay our prisoners under coercive labor conditions. That's crazy. You're also getting more traction on Bilibili.
We're putting the work in to not only better ourselves, but...
Oh my God. Well, there's only 8 comments on Bilibili. That's not traction. That's barely traction. Someone just said, my boy Hasan. Anyway. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Personal news-wise, went to bed. As always, woke up early, did some shoots because we're, there's the media's here still. Kaya got groomed. I don't know if you can tell, but she's very floofy right now. She just got groomed. So, there's that. And aside from that, nothing much. Not much else, you know? That's it. My life is very boring other than all that stuff. Zyn is officially FDA authorized, by the way. The Zwin Towers will remain strong. but not that it matters, because honestly, even if they didn't remain strong as an active resistance, I would have absolutely kept the Zin going as a Zinfidel. And yeah, Nintendo delivered Switch 2, which is a major deal, I think, but not really. Here, I'm gonna play the Nintendo Switch 2 announcement while I go pee real quick, but I have a lot of thoughts on it. Okay, here. Wow. That looks like an entirely new, an entirely different console. That's crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's kind of shocking. And also, I mean, I guess it's not like that weird that Nintendo is still serving slop sausage. But like, I would have expected them to at least, like, I don't know, really push the envelope a little bit. It's just bigger. That's as far as I understand. We'll see. I mean, it depends on the tech specs. It depends on it depends entirely on the tech specs, okay? But the reality of the matter is, as Steam Deck exists in the mobile gaming arena, you got like Asus ROG or whatever that thing is called. I didn't actually end up using it, but like, I'm a massive Steam Deck evangelist, as you guys know. It's very difficult for me to look at this and go, wow, I'm the ROG ally. Yeah. It's very difficult for me to look at this and go, I'm very excited about this new Switch. Bro, I can't use the chunky ass systems. I'm gonna be honest. It ain't portable at all. There are new hardware features yet to be revealed reportedly. We'll see. I'm also kind of bitter because, like, I said this was going to happen last year, and they literally waited 16 days for the revelation. If this was 17 days earlier, I would have actually gotten another one of my predictions right, which is very annoying. Okay? Like, I said this was going to happen, and it did, just 17 days after I the last moment for this to happen, basically. Anyway, we'll see. I mean, look, I'm Steam Deck really cooked me in terms of my love and my admiration for Switch. When I was always like a big Sony loyalist, as you guys know, Sony PlayStation fanboy, as you guys know. But I always wanted a portable. I wanted something portable. Like, I was a big PSP fan early on. I maintained the position that PSP was too technologically advanced for the time frame, and it And with a couple tweaks, it could have been the greatest thing of all time. It was, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough like data storage readily available at the time. I had a lot of these, you know, I've always wanted a mobile platform because I wanted to play video games while I'm pooping. And Switch, for the time being, especially because of the games, when I dove into it, shouts out to the Hasanabi head who literally forcibly got me into playing Switch games by sending me an Animal Crossing Switch with a bunch of games. I mean, I've had a lot of great times on it. I've had a lot of great times on that platform. Zelda, like for the first time ever, I played a Zelda game. It was incredible. Yeah, it was Ultra PG. So, you know, despite all the wonderful times I had with that thing, I'm telling you right now, man, the Steam Deck is just so goated. It's very difficult for me to go back from that, you know? Larger library of content, better specs. It's just too clunky and too chunky, but that's fine, you know? It's just, it is what it is. The beauty of David Lynch. Sure, we'll do it. We'll look at that later. Did you ever own a Game Boy? Yeah, I did. You just can't beat Steam's library. Yeah, Nintendo has really good IP that's Nintendo exclusive, unfortunately. No, I know. I am familiar. I know. It's the games that carry the platform. Make no mistake. So check your Steam replay stats to squash the fake gamer allegations. Can you tell us who the guest is today? Wait, I never said that there was going to be a guest today, did I? I didn't secure a guest today. I mean, I guess it could be Austin. I mean, Austin is going to probably be my guest today. It's in my title. Anyway, titles I guess at the end. Yeah, that's from yesterday. All right. Peace, man. Of course. Okay. All right, perfect. No problem. Of course. Chatter watching from his Game Boy. Yeah, maybe. All right, so we're of course going to be talking about Asmongold and Elon Musk saga and so much more in a brief moment. I obviously the State Department briefing had Sam Husseini get kicked out of it, physically violently apprehended. Ethel Kane on Fox News, a tribute to David Lynch, CNN using my coverage, CNN using my Bernie Sanders interview on their regular broadcast. There's a lot that has happened. There's a lot that's taken place in the world, and you know, we'll cover it all. But before we do, let me blast off real quick. Ray roasted your gaming skills. Oh, here we go. What is this?
What do you mean? This is like watching Hasan game. That is so insulting.
The scroll.
Nah, hold on. I'm yelling at chat. That is crazy. That is actually crazy.
Okay, hold on
I
now.
play video games all the time. He does not. Okay.
That's crazy. Why is she getting that mad? You know, I'm a pretty decent gamer. I think. What's happening right now? I mean, I'm a decent gamer. I don't know why she's getting this upset.
All right. I am more into.
Would she get this upset if someone compared her gaming to Todek, who is like, I would say around the same level as a gamer to myself? You know? Like me and Todek are probably like right there next to one another in terms of like gaming prowess, I would say. You know, would she get this mad about like if someone was like, wow, you're gaming just like Timmy? Because like Timmy's always talking about how I taught him how to flick. You know, it's not a big deal. Like, just weird. It's weird that she was this offended, I think. It's very odd that she was this offended.
Listen, I am just not dialed in as much as I could be. Okay, now, they said this is like watching Hasan game. And I feel like that's what I'm saying.
What?
That's crazy.
Well, okay,
Listen, have they seen us?
Now she's getting up. Now Myung is also joining on the. This is brutal. This is brutal. This is unacceptable. It's brutal. I think it's messed up that this is the reaction. Okay, I think it's messed up that this is the reaction. I think they should be going, wow, what a wonderful thing to say about a person who is so good at gaming. It's like, you're kind of a semi-pro. Hasan is kind of a semi-pro. Like, they're saying that you're comparative to him is not a bad. Okay.
Someone play this?
No, I don't even think he has Minecraft installed, actually.
Yeah, how dare they?
How would he know, or what would they know what it's like for him to play this? Actually, I'm so gamer. You know what? I'm done messing up. Let's go.
That's crazy. I think that's crazy that she got this mad. I don't understand it. All right. Anyway, okay. Netanyahu tries to spoil the ceasefire. Hold on. Netanyahu tries to spoil the ceasefire in the last moment. State Department violently removes journalist. Ignoring Ray. Wait, what's happening? What did she say? I swear he ignores my messages about scary games every day. No, I'm not. I'm not ignoring it. I see it. I hear it. And I'm down. I'm down to do it. Are you gonna cover Tyler 1 beating Soda Poppin in the best of out of 5 duel to become the true war chief of OnlyFangs? Maybe. Honestly, maybe. Okay. Drama time. Asmon versus Elon over fake gamer allegations. Watching the Union doc later. Get in now. The pirate, dude, I think the Elon Musk Asmongold drama is infinitely more in line with the things that I normally cover than the pirate software allegations or the pirate software drama. I will admit, like, I haven't really paid attention to it. I talked about this yesterday or like the day prior. I just don't really know what's going on. But I also personally don't think it's like all that relevant. I think it's probably going to go away eventually. Because it's just so entirely invested in World of Warcraft. Like the concept of roaching as a mage, like that, you have the goals of like defending your front line and then like running away from that responsibility is just such a, like, if you try to describe that again to a bus driver, like they would probably go, what are you talking about? But if you try to describe the the concept of like the wealthiest man on the planet hiring someone to play video games for him and then being outed as like playing fake video games, and because he's so petty that he just straight up is he's so petty that he just like straight up is actively going to war with a bunch of like sweaty ass gamers. Like that in and of itself, I think is like more in line with the things that I talk about. So see, you're totally a video game understander. Yeah, I think like as far as I understand, like the pirate software stuff, like if he had just simply stood aside and was like, I fucked up, you know, and took ownership over it, like it never would have exploded to the degree that it did. Because it's at the end of the day, it's a video game. You know what I mean? It's like my father died because a mage left him. It's relatable. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand. Like, okay, yeah, he messed up. Like, why are people losing their minds over it? What the hell's going on? Like, People will die on the ego hill for the dumbest shit. Yeah, but the pylons and like the way that people reacted to it, it seems is also kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Literally just most pointless drama. He killed 2 other players permanently in a game for his actions. No, I know. You're not considering how funny it is. No, it's really funny though. He got 2 other high levels perma-kill. No, I know. I understand that. I understand it. I think the way that people are reacting to it is still funny though, because it's like, yeah, it's a lot of man hours, right, that you put into this game, but at the end of the day, it's literally a video game, and it's also not a video game that I'm super familiar with, so I can't even give you like my expert analysis on like what a mage is supposed to do. Was he actually truly out of mana? Did he have like a way to? Did he actually have a way to, in the fastest way possible, get back mana and then try to save those 2 high-level players? Like all of this stuff to me is so, I don't know. Watch Soda's YouTube vid on it. Like people took this opportunity to shit on Thor for everything now. Like people have been holding it on for a long time. Yeah, people died and you're making jokes. This is so stupid. He didn't get anyone killed. They pulled and made mistakes. They said to run, so he ran. That is stupid. It's the story. I think it's the best. I think even if you're not immediately responsible for it, from what I understand, in terms of like how these sorts of dynamics play out, okay? Even if you're not immediately and directly responsible for the death of 2 other players, it's better to always take ownership over it. It's almost always better to say, I'm really sorry. I'm truly sorry. I should have done better. It is entirely in my hands. Even if it's not entirely in your hands. I think that's probably the best thing to do. It's probably the best possible way to get around it, right? Because if you don't do that, people are just going to, get more mad at you. And then they're going to do the thing that people do to me all the time, which is, comb through every little aspect of your stream in an effort to continue the drama train as hard as possible, where, they'll just like keep piling on over and over again and turn you into a lolcow. Especially WoW players, I think, and WoW enjoyers in general are some of the sweatiest guys out there. So they have a proclivity towards that sort of behavior anyway. So I think the best possible thing he should have done, the best possible thing he should have done in this regard was just to be like, I'm so sorry. I really messed up, and I will do everything in my power to offer restitution to the people that died, right? Because I saw Soda. I saw Soda Agay's take on it. Like I saw a piece of it where he was eating a slice of pizza, and he basically said exactly what I was thinking as well, which is that like, and I don't know anything. I don't know anything about World of Warcraft, right? Where Soda Agay basically said, I'm worse than Tyler 1. Tyler 1 owns me. I'm Tyler 1's bitch. And then in between saying stuff like that, because it's true, I mean, those are factually accurate statements. In between saying factually accurate statements such as that one, he basically said like, yeah, he roached. Okay, a term for those of you who don't know, and I didn't know this either, when you run away instead of doing the right thing in a raid, that he did the wrong thing, and his reaction wasn't great, but then people went nutty mode over it, which then ultimately led to Pirate Software getting banned, kicked out of the guild. And that's it. All bets are off as soon as you choose to play hardcore mode in WoW. It's just stupid because the game isn't designed to be played in that way in the first place. I used to respect you until you started discussing WoW. I think this is the maximum amount of WoW discussion I'm going to give you. Especially because it's like pretty funny to look at like how much involvement there is. This video has 453,000 views. This has been like keeping people up at night. Okay, this is keeping people up at night. People are so upset. People are losing their minds. Every large content creator is given a take on it. And for me, it's like looking at this from the outside, especially as so many significant things around the world are happening right now in real time. I just can't help but laugh at what keeps people's attention in this day and age. You know, it's amazing. This is why people laugh at us. Wait, what? Laugh at us? It's so funny to think that these guys who have been staying up at night every single day, day in, day out, because of like hardcore WoW raids, would turn around and be like, you guys care about Israel, you freaking losers. But yeah, bro, we got nothing else. Everything is falling apart. I kind of get it, because I think of how annoying it is when randos online are like, you need to hold yourself accountable. I get why he was not dealing with this. Yeah, no, I know. But there's a difference. Like, if you've truly done something that people that are in your orbit also believe you've done wrong, right? I think the best possible thing to do in that situation is not to double down and to be like, I'm wrong here. It's the worst thing to do. I know that. You know what I mean? It's the worst. It's the worst thing to do, especially when like people use this as an avenue to attack you for irrelevant things. Like, people will develop resentment towards you, especially if you're a popular content creator. If you're like a somewhat well-known content creator, people will just like develop resentment towards you regardless, because they just see your face too much. That's just how the internet is. It's very weird, right? And in that process, a lot of people will just pile on. A lot of people will just like pile on and use this as an opportunity to reinforce their resentment, right? Hasan, are you serious? You never do that? Lol, you're always doubling down. Yeah, famously, the one thing that everybody bullies me over is when I predicted falsely that Russia would never invade Ukraine. And famously, I also did not apologize for that and kept doubling down, if you recall. Oh, wait, that's not the case. I literally did do that, and people still yell at me over it regardless. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, my point is like, you should do the right thing. And you know, do it for your own sake, not for the sake of like getting people out of your hair, but do it for the sake of like, you know, it is as if they blame Palestinians for Hamas. It's dumb to take the blame just so Israel doesn't hate you. Please tell me you're not comparing WoW drama to Israel Palestine. I'm going to shut off the stream for the rest of the day. I think 42 minutes into the broadcast, I'm done. I'm done. This is going to be one of the shortest. This is going to be one of the shortest returns. Okay. Someone unironically compared like a person playing WoW to a genocide that's going on. That's insane. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Elon Musk crashing out because he's a child as well, obviously, because that's really funny. Now you have to play WoW. I will not be doing that. Tyler One has your exact take on Pirate. That's my goat.
For not saying sorry, but are we serious with some of the shit I've
That's
been
my
saying?
goat. That's my goat.
Saying?
If Tyler One said it, then I 100% agree with it. And seconded, I don't know anything. Only Tyler One knows things. If Tyler One came out and started doing political commentary, I would have to literally quit. So please, Tyler One, stay in the lanes that you have actually occupied, whether it be chess with your incredibly high elo out of nowhere, or with the fact that you have actually completely dominated the field of WoW. Tyler One, I pray to your altar every night. Okay, please stay in the lanes that you have occupied. Please never get into political commentary. I do not want to lose my job. Okay, I don't want to lose my job. He's literally done everything. Okay, he's just slowly but surely going through every single meta and just becoming the top guy in every single meta just for fun. Okay, for no other reason but because he can do it. And I don't like that if he were, I do like that. As long as he just doesn't get into political commentary. Tyler One, please don't do that, okay? Tyler One is way too cool to care about politics ever. I agree. He's 6'5". He outlifts me. He is my GOAT. I have said this before. Still haven't beaten height. No, he's 6'5". He's 6'5". I'm 6'4". He's 6'5".
This guy's an idiot for not saying sorry. But are we serious with some of the shit I've been saying? I've been seeing? Are we serious? He threatened to report Twitch streamers? Bro, okay, but low key, again, I dare not say my take, but bro, what are we doing? You guys say he's feeding it. He's a streamer. Have you seen his chat? Bro, his chat's been like it's a meme, yes, but it's been a bit disgusting. I'm just like,
he's the GOAT at reforming in his toxic ways as well. What can't this man do? What can't this man do? He is fathered a child. He's the GOAT at being a father. Okay. Hasan is turbo short. Goddamn 6'4". Sheesh. Learn to grow, big dog. I know. I'm a grower, not a shower.
obviously he's going to lash out. People not know what egos are. Like, what are we doing? Like, dude, apparently he's getting swatted. He's getting spam death threats in game, out of game. People are bringing up his past. Apparently he was a Fury. They found his, like, alt identity. Like, what do we do? Like, what do we, guys, is this not too much?
I mean, he's right.
Like, when is enough?
He's right. People are so mentally ill online. Also, he said Fury instead of furry. He was a Fury. I didn't know that, but that kind of makes sense. But listen. Wait, did he mean furry or did he mean like Fury? Like an actual, is Fury a thing? I don't understand that. But a Fury warrior? One thing that I will say is that it is kind of sad that the moment that you put a lot of Twitch streamers in one space where they are supposed to collaborate with one another, egos always get in the way, parasocial relationships always develop, and the fan base always is like, okay, well, it's time to dox and kill this person. Can we please dox this person and SWAT them so the SWAT team that, you know, knocks on their door ends up assassinating them? And it's like, how do we get there every time? Like Grand Theft Auto No Pixel Roleplay or WoW raids or whatever. It's not even like specific to WoW. Almost always, like every single collaborative effort in this field turns into this madness. The pylon tracks with how much more internet has crossed into reality over the past couple of decades, while immaterial issues have more frequently had material consequences. With leaner opportunities IRL, creating greater attachment to immaterial stuff like loot boxes, gacha, boosts your special customized little guy. I agree. Like, it is, I cannot be here today because I will disagree. What is this? Pyre's beyond ego. Okay, but when everyone is right about Pyre, remember this moment. There's more to this. Okay, listen. I love MHUD and I respect him. There's way more to this. Then some wow shit. People should pay attention. Pyre's an actual narcissist and cannot admit he's wrong ever. There's a real reason why he has so many people waiting for this to happen. I cannot be here because I will disagree. MHUD is also a wow freak. So he probably knows a lot more than I do. But my point is, I don't really know Pirate that well. I don't know anything about him. But it tracks from my own personal experience of being a Twitch streamer myself and the way that people think about me. I'm sure that they have the same exact resentment towards me that they do about him. And I think some of it is valid for myself and for him as well. And I still have the controversial opinion that no one deserves to have people pile on this much to the degree where it like enters the real world space. You know what I mean? Hasan, respectfully, I don't care about some BS glorified internet college drama. What the hell did Pirate even do? All I'm saying is, like, keeping it to just being like, yeah, I'm not too fond of this guy because of the way he carries himself, is valid, or I'm not too fond of this guy and I think he made the wrong decision in this raid is one thing. But I do think that, like, a lot of stuff online, and it's not even just because of him. It's not even just against like Pirate Software, but just like virtually every person online that becomes the number one villain of the day. Ultimately, the way to deal with that situation in the eyes of many is basically to take matters into their own hands and to dox that person and try to get them killed, which I think is so crazy. Is almost always to just like get to a degree where it almost always gets to a degree where people are just like, it's time to, you know, harass this person in the real world. But regardless, I think also he's getting it from all angles. People are mad that he collaborated with Asmongold or something. So there's like, he's getting it from every angle. On the one hand, people are yelling at him in his own community because he has like a relatively progressive community, where I think like they're mad because he collabed with Asmongold or something. I don't know. And also on the other hand, he's getting obviously like every WoW guy and everyone that kind of hated him from the jump, but never really said anything, I guess. Like it was dormant. The hatred that people have for him was dormant, but they've seen this as an opportunity to be like, this guy sucks. So it's hard for me not to see it to a certain degree, his position, even though I do understand that like, his dealing with the matter, the way he dealt with the matter wasn't the best, which is I think why a lot of people just like doubled as he doubled and quadrupled down. A lot of people basically fucking were like, oh, I hate him. Asmon defended him. He didn't collab with Asmon. Asmon was shitting on a game he loves due to misinfo, so we went on Asmon's stream and corrected said misinfo. They're more mad that when people said to him, hey, Asmon sucks, why'd you have a combo with him like this? He told them it's apolitical, stop crying. I mean, people yell at me when I talk to Asmongold and I debate him, so I get it. Again. But, you know. What did Nick say? What did my other goat, Nick, say?
You know what? I always thought if I actually got into some sort of drama, like some real drama, because I never really get in any, that I would just like double down and then triple down. But now I see what that gets you. I'm going to apologize instantly, even if I don't even believe it.
He said the same thing. Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
I mean, apologizing also doesn't get you anywhere, though, because if people hate you, they'll still like hit you. You know what I mean? If people hate you, they don't care. It's a weird predicament. It's just like doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The best thing you can do is never be in the crosshairs of like the monitors. You know what I mean? Should someone apologize when you don't think you deserve the hate, like the Gucci shirt or house with you? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, even if I was like, hey guys, I'm so sorry that I purchased a house for myself and my family. Like, do you think that would have stopped people? No. So it doesn't matter because it wasn't about like purchasing a house or purchasing an expensive Gucci shirt. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing. Even if you're just being like, I'm so sorry for buying a house, like it doesn't matter because, well, first of all, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Whereas like, it seems like a lot of people that are infinitely more knowledgeable of the situation in terms of like WoW and how to deal with raids also were in line. Like they also were saying like, yeah, he did the wrong thing, right? Whereas it would be very funny if people were just like, hey, purchasing of a house is inherently inherently immoral. Your house didn't permakill 2 other players though. I like that this person literally is more invested in this than anything else. Why is messing up in a video game considered drama now? It's not even necessarily messing up in a video game. I think the reaction or the double down, triple down, quadruple down in the process is what like created this perfect shitstorm. You know what I mean?
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna apologize. You know, I'm not even. I'm gonna pre-apologize. I'm gonna make a video. Just like today, guys. I'm sorry for what I did, and like just launch it instantaneously, bro. Just get it out there, man. It's gonna be so fast, man. It's gonna be like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah. If you draw the ire of some of the sweatiest, like most extremely online people, you're kind of cooked no matter what. Like they'll find something inevitably, especially given the format of Twitch streaming. They'll inevitably find something to yell at you over. You know? They will inevitably find something to yell at you over. It doesn't matter. Especially if you have a long sequence of being online and like you've piled up a lot of both goodwill from people and also negative attention from people who just see you a lot and just hate you, you know, because they've seen you a lot. It's a unique predicament because on the one hand, there's like validity for people to exhibit resentment, given, you know, what the reaction looks like. Pirate mentioned you. He was subbed that he subbed, but you don't run ads. He was frustrated with that. Yeah, okay, dude. Good one, though. At the top of the hour, I used to run ads, but I no longer do that. But you can still subscribe in order to support the show, the stream. For $6 or for free, you will have the opportunity to be able to send me links that there's no guarantee that I will click on, but you have the opportunity to be able to do so by subscribing. You can also use the wonderful emotes all around the platform wide. That's right. Twitch Primes are still free, however. Here is the lack of ad break now. There is no ad break, though. Don't worry. Hero of Zoe, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Rabnito, thank you for the 5 gifted. There's some ceasefire updates we're going to get to in a second, but we're not going to do that yet. Before we get to the ceasefire updates, that's the one drama that we covered. The other drama that I must cover before we get into the ceasefire updates. Imagine hating some random ass person online, lol, lol, lol. Anyway. What? Are you going to talk about someone who is loved? LeBron bringing that girl to tears with his presence alone? He doesn't talk about politics on stream, and if people try, he tells them to go watch you. Yeah, I think Pirate has like decent politics. He doesn't strike me as someone who has like bad politics at all. And I think it's like it's purely vibes based. Like but I don't know enough. You know what I mean? But I would suspect that a lot of it is like vibes based. I see too much of the way that, like, I think it's probably the confident ways in which he carries himself when he's doing commentary in short formats that sometimes you land on a thing that you know better than he does, and then that like causes you to hate him, kind of. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? He's kind of a lib. He just has a progressive-ish vibe. Anyway, where were we? Oh, okay. By the way, shouts out to this chatter who made wonderful Kaya stickers, Birdie. KB25 Birdie. Is that the right one? This is incredible. These are amazing. Amazing. He did admit he did something wrong. He just didn't apologize for getting brigaded by the WoW community. Anyway, oh, it was KB Birdie. Yeah, I liked it when she first posted it. Incredible, incredible work. Talk about David Lynch, RIP. We will. I will get to that in a second. But before I do that, we have to talk about Asmongold. Okay? We have to talk about Asmongold. As you guys know, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. Okay? Yes, we do. We do. This is a good one. I promise. It's a real let them fight style situation. Okay? It's a real let them fight situation. That's the reason why it's a fantastic story. I love it. Okay? I'm going to explain something to you. Okay?
Elon Musk is a...
Okay. Oh my God. Penguinzo came out with an 11-minute video, which has 500,000 views in an hour. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. You will never stop me. You will never stop me from covering this story because it's everything. It's everything to me. Okay. It's everything to me. It's got the wealthiest person, the most powerful person on the planet right now, behaving like a thin-skinned man baby over the dumbest thing possible, and all of the sweatiest gamers that are normally supposed to be Elon Musk fanboys and loyalists losing their minds, finally waking up to the reality that maybe Elon Musk is a fraudulent charlatan. I'm sorry. This story is everything to me. Okay? A real let them fight situation. On the one hand, Asmongold, okay? A person who never leaves his home until it's to get a Whataburger, okay? Is also somewhat of an Elon Musk fanboy, if you will, okay? Being pressured by other gamers in the community to finally come out and make a understandable, pointed criticism towards Elon Musk for cheating in Path of Exile 2. Very clearly cheating in Path of Exile 2. You got Quinn and Crip, two content creators who are now officially my goats for what they have done. Okay? I will openly cast aside all of the resentment and previous things that Quinn has said about me. Okay? And I will openly state that Quinn, you're good in my book. You're my goat. Okay? You are good in my book. The investigative reporting that these people did in terms of identifying and exposing Elon Musk for so clearly boosting an account by hiring potentially a pro in somewhere in an Asian server, okay? It was fantastic. The story begins with Elon Musk. Okay? The story begins with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the wealthiest person on the planet. He owns numerous companies. Many of them are backed by government subsidies, despite the fact that he routinely will cry about government subsidies, or not government subsidies necessarily, but taxes, because he is a selfish little billionaire. Elon Musk is one of the most thin-skinned, narcissistic people on the planet. He desperately wants the attention and admiration of gamers, okay? Why would you want that? Who knows, okay? I don't understand it, but he wants it desperately. Now, in an effort to garner this kind of attention, he has oftentimes called himself the meme king, with the worst, most deep-fried 9gag memes you've ever seen, the most 56-year-old man memes you've ever seen online. But aside from that, he has also regularly, with regular frequency, tried to showcase himself as a legendary gamer, try to showcase himself as a legendary gamer to garner this kind of admiration from the sweatiest gamers. Okay? And in that process, he's actually gotten a decent amount of motion. People thought that he was very good at gaming when he played Diablo. Luckily for him, not a lot of people play Diablo, I guess, in comparison to Path of Exile, or in comparison to how much people are invested in Path of Exile. When he played Diablo 4, or in air quotes, played Diablo 4, Elon Musk most likely boosted his account. Okay, I enjoyed Diablo 4, by the way. People are saying Diablo 4 bad. I don't care. I enjoyed it, but that's probably further evidence that it wasn't very good. Now, having said that, he presented himself as one of the best Diablo 4 players on the planet. Okay, except when he actually streamed it, he wasn't that good. But people didn't really care necessarily. People didn't know enough about it. However, Elon Musk, with his endless hubris, actually did something even worse than that. Elon Musk played Path of Exile 2 when it came out. Okay? For those of you who don't know, Path of Exile 2 is also another top-down, like, strategic RPG style game, but also like a MMORPG kind of. What would Diablo 2 and like Path of Exile be considered? Isometric ARPG, right? ARPG is the genre. Okay. It's very sweaty. It's an action RPG that is top down. It's very, very, very sweaty. It's very difficult. If you look at that skill tree on it, you're like, it immediately makes your heart explode. For me, it gave me an aneurysm. I looked at the skill tree one time and I was like, there's no way I can actually touch this. Isometric loot ARPG. Isometric loot action RPG. It's actually crazy. It's not a skill tree. It's a skill forest. It's a skill universe, right? It's a skill galaxy. Anyway, having said that, it's a very sweaty game. It's a very sweaty game. And a lot of people play it. And the game has been out for not that long, right? But in the process, Elon Musk, in his endless hubris, decided to boost his account to such a high rank that it was physically impossible for him to genuinely get to that degree of success as the number 7th highest ranking player in the world. I suspect, given the numerous tools that Path of Exile actually offers in terms of tracking individual players, okay, this meant that they could figure out exactly when he was logging on, where he was logging on from, the account at least, and what kind of trades this account was making, right? And Crip and Quinn actually dove deep and figured out, as far as I understand, that this was completely boosted. And I suspect, with the limited amount of information or with the limited amount of knowledge that I have over the situation, I suspect that not only did Elon Musk hire someone to do this, I think he hired multiple people to do this. Multiple very highly skilled players. Because the level, like to get to number 7 on the planet, you don't just need constant grinders, you need 24/7 grinding. And also on top of that, you need to most likely do real money trades, which is also another big no-no, another instance of cheating, in order to be able to get the best possible items. Because as far as I understand, Path of Exile 2, especially in hardcore, there's a lot of trading happening because there's RNG involved in the game. You can't it's not a guarantee that you're going to have the best possible items drop every single time you do these raids or whatever, right? So he most likely did every wrong thing you can possibly do in this game that a lot of people take super seriously. And in that process, people understandably started making fun of him. And many of these people who previously were predisposed with Elon Musk being a gamer or being a meme lord or being awesome, finally had the wool pulled over from their eyes and recognized that perhaps Elon Musk is not the legend he claims to be. Okay? Initially, it started, like I said, with Quinn and Crip's investigative reporting, and shout out to both of them. We watched their analysis on the broadcast. Now, how does Asmongold get into this equation? Well, let me tell you. Asmongold is an Elon defender. Asmongold also is followed by Elon Musk. Elon Musk has apparently talked about watching Asmongold videos and whatnot in the past. So for that reason, a lot of people were kind of confused as to why Asmongold, who spends 8.5 hours anytime there is like a non-fuckable main character in a video game that's not even out yet, people were shocked that no, he wasn't watching Quinn's video. As a matter of fact, Quinn's 11-minute video or his 28-minute video investigating Elon Musk's misdeeds in Path of Exile 2 was perfectly in line with the type of content that Asmongold normally reacts to. So people were wondering why Asmongold was not reacting to Quinn's video. Why, oh why, was he not actually taking out the dagger and stabbing Elon with it, not literally, but figuratively, right? Quinn thinks you hate him. No, I actually don't hate Quinn at all. I have made fun of him quite a bit. And I don't think our worldviews align in any way, shape, or form. But, I always give respect where respect is due. Okay? I think he is a fascinating individual, though. So, he's a funny, strange Kiwi. Yeah. In any case, I digress. Let's get back to the situation at hand. So, people were shocked that Asmongold was not reacting to Quinn's video. And people started speculating as to why Asmongold wasn't reacting to Quinn's video or talking about the latest and greatest, the largest, most significant news story of all, that Elon Musk was a fraudulent charlatan who was actually lying to boost his gamer credibility. All right? So people started speculating that Asmongold was doing that deliberately, was refusing to shit on Elon Musk because Elon Musk was maybe an Asmongold fan, and Asmongold was an Elon Musk fanboy in return. So then all of that pressure inevitably amounted to Asmongold actually taking a stance. In a famous tweet, he turned around and said, if Elon Musk can prove that he actually played Path of Exile himself, I will start live streaming on X. This caused a lot of chaos and controversy. He also started making, he took out a couple subtle jabs, maybe not so subtle jabs, at Elon Musk. And all hell broke loose. Ladies and gentlemen, all hell broke loose in the aftermath of that. Because Elon Musk, being the petty tyrant, the thin-skinned man-child that he is, decided to soft block Asmongold, which is the process where you try to subtly, well, you can't do anything subtly as if you're Elon Musk on the platform. And under normal circumstances, it's something that you do subtly where you just block and then unblock someone so they don't follow you any longer. Elon Musk also took away, as far as I understand, Asmongold's verified account.
I would assume that since I am not following him either right now, I would assume that he soft blocked me, which means that he probably blocked me and then unblocked me, which made it to where I don't follow him, and he also doesn't follow me. Now, I will have to tell you that the last time that happened to me was with an angry ex-girlfriend. Why do you unfollow?
Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Now, not only that, but also Elon, in the funniest way possible, okay, took matters further. But before I continue, I want Charlie, Moist Critical, Penguinzo, Penguin Zero to explain the story, to summarize it for all of you while I go piss.
The worm I like to shoot spitballs and throw tomatoes at from time to time, because he is a jaw-droppingly embarrassing specimen of pure cringe that it is impossible to fight the urge to clown on him. Yet, whenever I do, and whenever anyone mentions Elon in a less than flattering way, you will have the most unlovable Cro-Magnon swarm you, dogpiling like it's World War Z zombies, to try and defend Elon from whatever the slight criticism or jokes were about him. These gonad gobblers will always blow my mind because I don't understand this brain-off worship of Elon Musk. Everything they hype him up to be, he is the opposite. He is not cool. He generates AI images of himself where he's not like this meatball-shaped man. He is not for free speech like they like to hype him up as. He's not a champion of free speech by any means. In fact, I personally think he is someone that is firmly against it in almost every single instance. Like, he personally banned the word cis. He actively bans things that hurt his feelings, and today I think is a great example of that, and hopefully will be a mask-off moment for a lot of people, and open their eyes to the fact that this is not a guy who's for free speech and is not for you. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but do we even need to talk about the H-1B take? Like, come on. He's not looking to hire you. He doesn't want to know you. He doesn't want to employ you. He wants the cheapest labor, and he wants everyone to be constantly fondling his sack and being really, really nice to him because he's our special boy. It's so embarrassing. So, what I want to talk about today is what I think should be a very clear example of how Elon uses his power and where he actually stands on free speech. He is having a textbook.
I love this, dude. It's so funny. All these guys, under any other circumstance, every single person that is involved in the story, every single person that's doing commentary on the story is, in my opinion, so like they're supposed to all be Elon Musk fanboys. If Elon was actually successful in his like endless amount of marketing, all of these guys should be like, oh yeah, he's big into free speech. He's like a big free speech guy. I actually really love him. But now, one by one, every single one of the people in his target audience are recognizing how much of a fraudulent little charlatan he is. Now, Charlie, I don't think has ever been like a super big Elon fanboy, but I think Charlie is still in that target market, right? Like, he's the target demographic. I don't think Charlie was ever like a massive Elon fanboy. Make no mistake. But he is directly the target demographic. Understand what I'm saying? Elon Musk wants someone like Charlie to love him, to admire him, okay? Maybe even more so than the likes of Quinn. Do you not understand what I'm saying? And the fact that like Charlie already wasn't like a big fan of Elon Musk, and his audience is not a big fan of Elon Musk because of his attitude, because of his opinion. And now the fact that he's like losing the Quinn and the gamers, you know, the Quinns of the world, the Crips of the world, the Asmon of the world, like that is glorious to me because he desperately wants it. He wants these guys to love him, to admire him. One thing you missed, Asmon finally relented the pressure and watched the Quinn video 3 days ago. This was the trigger. Yes.
Why?
Yes, this is what caused Elon Musk to lose his mind because he finally watched the video, the Quinn 69 video, and his editor wrote, Elon Musk is not getting away with this. Crip is definitely not an Elon fan. Yes, sorry. Crip is definitely not. I'm not putting Crip and Quinn in the same category here. I'm just simply stating that like across the board, these are the guys that Elon wants the attention from. These are the guys that Elon desperately wants admiration from, right? I'm not saying that their politics are the same, just like Charlie's politics are not the same. But like broadly speaking, these guys all are in this gamer space and Elon desperately wants their admiration. Does that make sense? But basically, I think the funniest part about this, and when I covered this first, and I think it's on my YouTube if you want to go watch it, but when I covered the story first a couple days ago, I correctly said, like, yeah, Crip probably was never an Elon fan. However, like, Quinn is exactly the type of dude who's supposed to be an Elon fan, right? And and this was the straw that broke the camel's back for him, right? Elon Musk exposes a fake gamer. Oh, here it is. Yeah. This was the straw that broke the camel's back for the likes of Quinn. And now Asmon is in the fray as well. Okay? Asmon is also in the fray. So due to an outsized, a steady amount of pressure, he finally watches Quinn's video, right? And he gives his commentary on it. And Elon Musk loses his mind. Last night, everything, all of the puzzle pieces fell right. All the puzzle pieces basically fell in order. Okay.
I don't even understand.
We set the stage for this delicious, fantastic delicacy of drama. Oh, delectable. Oh, fantastic. Kino, cinema. Okay? So this is the moment where Elon Musk unfollows Asmongold after Asmongold's videos come out and Elon Musk sees it and he gets very mad.
Stand it. Elon unfollowed Asmon. Was he not happy about the, probably not happy about the PoE video?
Yeah, not even gaming. Elon Musk is not getting away with this.
There's no way he played that account.
Just running past Kazov.
No loot filter.
Please not pressing his mana flask.
He's individually dragging the maps into the inventory.
Level 48.
It's not really about one of these things happening. It's about everything happening. There has to be hundreds of hours to being level 97. If Elon Musk can prove that he played this account to 97, I will stream on X starting the day that he proves it for an entire year straight, every single stream that I do. It was so obvious. You cannot get mad at me for bringing this up. If somebody does something that I like, I'm going to say, I like the fact that you did that. But if they do something that I don't like, I have to say that it's bad. Because if you don't do that, that's not really telling the truth, is it? What is this? He responded about it? I love my Chinese alter ego. Okay, here we go.
So one of the questions was, am I going to comment on the Chinese driver of my Path of Exile account? Yes. His name is Elon Ma, and he's amazing. I rely on him for everything.
God, he's such a lame ass dude. Oh, yeah, Elon Ma. Yeah, he's the one who's running the account. Yeah.
Well, there it is. The mystery has been solved. There we go. The ghost scammer.
Ian Miles Chong. Damn, you going hard. So many deaths along the way. It's so, like, these guys are such pathetic fucking cringe lords, man. So bad. Like, the dick riders. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. The dick riders know full well that the only thing Elon wants is unlimited rides on the penis, okay? That's it. He will always go back to the offering. He will always turn around and defend and hype up his greatest riders of the penis, the cock carousel dick riders. And of course, Ian Miles Wrong is one of the greatest examples of this. Tim Pool's another one. There's a bunch of these guys out there. Many of them are just like right-wing weirdos, right? Oh, Quinn called Ian Miles Wrong out? Oh, hell yeah.
This guy is like one of those dudes, like in leather, tied up, you know, like he's like a gimp. Right, he's like he's a personification of like a gimp on Twitter, and all he does is eat Elon's ass. And Elon replies to him and agrees with him all the time. Yes! And it's like, bro, this is not a human being.
Okay, I need to tell you guys something very funny. I've had real journalists, not tech journalists, like tech journalists are real journalists too, but like straight up political journalists reach out to me because they're like, hey, do you know this Quinn guy? I'm not even kidding. I've had people reach out to me so I can put them in contact with Quinn. Now, if Quinn wants to, he followed me recently, and I followed him back just now. I DM'd him. I was like, if you want, I can put you in contact with some of these people if you want to go and talk about this in mainstream news. But it is so funny to me that this investigative reporting from Quinn is causing so many fissures. Ryan Grimm reached out directly to me. It was like, hey man, so are you friends with this Quinn guy? He's in your space. I would love to have him on the broadcast. Like, can you imagine? It's incredible, dude. It is incredible. It's so funny. It is so funny. Holy moly.
This is not a human being. This is like an ass-eating gimp suit wearing fucking bozo clown. He will literally say anything if whatever he thinks Elon will like is what he will type. That is it. Like, it's not even a person. He is a machine learning algorithm of how to, like, eat Elon Musk's ass the best. And you agree with this guy and reply, like, really?
He's right. And he should say it. I'm so glad that other people are starting to recognize inevitably in a long enough timeline, there was going to be something, okay? Something that causes people to see the truth, okay? Inevitably, there was going to be something that causes people to recognize that Elon Musk is a charlatan, a con man, thin-skinned, narcissistic man-child. And one by one, the remaining possible Elon Musk fanboys are falling. And I love that it was Path of Exile 2 that caused this collapse to take place.
Crash out over gaming. Earlier this week, Quinn made a beautiful video that's breaking down the fact that Elon Musk is not the one who piloted his Path of Exile 2 account to the top of the leaderboard. It's not a conspiracy, it's not grasping at straws. When you finish that video, and I highly recommend you watch the whole video, it will be very clear, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Elon Musk was not the one who actually got the account to where it was. He instead gets permission from the boosters to play on it and flex it for his Twitter streams. He didn't know the very basic fundamentals of the game. However, I will say that his catastrophe of a stream, while trying to show how great he is at gaming, was enough to make me get back into grinding Path of Exile 2, because I've been slow rolling it for a while. I was still on cruel difficulty, but then watch.
Yeah. Everyone keeps saying that every time Elon touches a topic they're knowledgeable about was the moment they realize how utterly stupid he is. Yeah. And it causes people to go, wait a minute, if he's lying in this way, because like, look, not everyone is going to be a super genius on every issue. For example, okay, I have my intellectual weaknesses and everybody knows it, right? Like when it comes to foreign policy, I think that's like my bread and butter. When it comes to like domestic issues in terms of labor-related domestic issues, in terms of healthcare-related domestic issues, in terms of like, rehabilitation, women's rights is probably not my forte, right? I have weaknesses there. It's like I have ball knowledge and I have enough knowledge over certain issues, but it's clear that like it's not my forte. I would say macroecon is another one of those things, right? It's not my forte. It's not like something that I am the most knowledgeable on. I can dish out commentary in real time out of nowhere in a way that where I can pull crazy amounts of detail for many of the things that I talk about. But there are certain areas where like it's not, certain areas where it's like apparent that it's not my strongest area, right? Now, the difference is, okay, when it's an area that I'm like unfamiliar with, I try not to present myself as like the foremost authority on the issue. And I will voluntarily reveal that this is not my strong suit. Having said that, right? Having said that, that's still within the realm of like what I do, right? That's still in the realm of what I do. Elon Musk, on the other hand, is very obviously trying to enter areas that he has either no knowledge on or very little knowledge on, but also simultaneously presenting himself as like someone who is top 7 on the planet, right? Like Path of Exile. Like, you have no business trying to present yourself in this way. If you literally tried to present yourself as like in the top 100 of Path of Exile, people wouldn't even pay that much attention. If you presented yourself as like top 1,000 at Path of Exile 2, people probably wouldn't be this invested. But he demonstrates so much hubris as a multi-billionaire where he has to literally be in the top 10, which immediately makes people go, okay, that's impossible. That's impossible. The amount of man hours that you put in, the amount of investment that you put into this game is impossible for you to do, is impossible for you to get to this point. Like, it's just physically impossible. You know what I mean? And that, I think, is the reason why a lot of people will encounter Elon in this area that they're like at least somewhat knowledgeable on and go, oh my God, he is not only like it's not that he's cheating, okay? It's that he's cheating in such a stupid and visible way. And it also demonstrates his insecurity and the fact that he's like basically doubling down and tripling down and attacking people who are correctly calling him out, that causes people to go, oh my God, what else has he done this on? That's it. That's why it's such a wake-up moment, like a wake-up call for, I guess, the last remaining group of people that are supposed to be Elon Musk fanboys. I think coming after Asmongold like this is unironically one of the worst things he could have done, because that is like a bastion of pro-Elon sentiment. Like, that's one of the last like massive communities that probably has like any sort of positive opinions on Elon Musk. He already lost the white nationalists and the mega racists with the H-1B stuff, because he was like, I want to replace all of you. In their minds, they think Elon wants to replace all the tech workers with Indian tech workers. So they're already like very upset at him, right? He was already getting cooked on that front. They were like, oh man, we really loved you when you let us be like as racist as we want to be. But now it's like, now it's kind of messed up because we realized that you put profits over, we thought you were a real one. We thought you were a real racist. And it seems like you put profits over racism, and that's kind of messed up. And now he's losing the gamers. He's still got his crypto bros though. Yeah, he'll never lose those guys. But those guys are permanent bag holders, so you know, it's virtually impossible for them to lose the crypto bros, because they're used to getting cooked. Like their whole world is just like constantly believing in false prophets and you know, losing the bag, having getting rug pulled over and over again, and then thinking this time it'll be different, when there is no evidence that it will be different. It'll be the exact same. It's been the exact same every single time so far. So those guys are kind of stupid, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like, you know, it's like selling timeshare to a Mormon, you know?
Watching Elon the bumbling buffoon try and play Path of Exile was like actual rage bait to get me to go back in and grind hard. So now I'm up to tier 3 waystones in the end game. It's so fucking fun. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, Elon Musk knew nothing about the game. It was very clear. And the big thing about it wasn't even that he had someone boosting his account for him. It's that he was just in this complete denial and trying to convince people that he is the best gamer alive. Like, this game's a little too easy. I'm on max difficulty, you know, swagged out mode, and I'm just kind of breezing through it because I'm just that good at games, that kind of thing. It's his reluctance to just be honest about, like, hey guys, I like this game. I don't have time to grind it, so I paid these people to grind it for me so that way I can get to the end game and, you know, play the content I want. It wouldn't have blown up to this degree. I still think that would have been a little silly and people would have still absolutely made fun of him for it, but to a lesser degree. It just, what's the point? Why are you paying someone to boost your account? If you like the game, why not just play it on your own time, even if it's not that fast and even if you're not top of the charts? But for Elon, the reason is because he wants everyone to view him as God's gift to humanity. So, like, I'm one of the best gamers. Check the stats. And he didn't achieve it. It wasn't him. And when Quinn made this video, it very much hurt Elon because the game...
It's not even like, why cheat? I understand why he cheated, okay? I get that because it's like marketing for him. He thinks it's like boosting his gamer cred. Why cheat to this degree is the real question. Like, you could have cheated smarter, dumbass. You didn't have to be number 7 on the planet. I'm telling you right now, if Elon Musk hired someone, a team of like very good Path of Exile players in China, okay, to farm his account, to constantly boost his account, to engage in like real currency trading in the game, right? Real money trading in the game. All of that is, to a certain degree, if done correctly, would not have caused people to get this mad. Because if you were in the top 500, that's still an incredibly impressive feat, right? But his hubris caused him to go harder and harder and harder and put himself at top 7. Like, that's crazy. I mean, it's just so obvious that it's not. It would have been obvious that it's not you, even if you were in the top 100, okay? But when you're in the top 10, more people end up paying attention to it. Like, the dumbest person you know in high school knows not to cheat to get 100% on an exam. If you're going to cheat, you have to get like a B+ at best. You're not supposed to get 100% on the exam, man. That is going to cause your teacher to go, wait a minute, you're one of the best in the class. Like, come on. It literally shows how stupid he is. That to me is a perfect demonstration. It's like you're not supposed to cheat and get 100%. You're going to get unnecessary attention. It's something that you learn in like 3rd grade, man.
Gamers that he's trying to appeal to were privy to the fact that he's not the gaming god he claims to be. And that damaged him. So I knew he was going to have a comical response, but I didn't expect it would be this absurd. To set the stage for what happens next, Asmon and many others covered Quinn's video, as well as other people's content talking about how it was impossible that Elon was the one that actually played on that account because he is just dog shit and knows nothing about the game. Asmon covered this, he talked about it, reacted to the video, and today, Elon went on Twitter and had this to say. Asmon behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man.
Dude, and then he leaked private DMs. You're the wealthiest person on the planet, and you're beefing with a guy who had a dead rat as an alarm clock in his house that he rarely leaves. And you're beefing with him and you're leaking his private DMs. What is wrong with you? Asmon Gold was caught with a live roach literally crawling on him, and you're beefing with him as the wealthiest, most powerful person on the planet you're about to be in the incoming administration. You have every agency in the federal government that is prosecuting virtually every single company that you own. And now you are going to be in charge of all of those regulatory agencies. And you are spending your time arguing with Asmon Gold. I cannot explain to you how much I love this story because of how stupid it is, because how perfectly this demonstrates once again that meritocracy is a lie. Everything Elon Musk does is so narcissistic, so insecure, so ego-driven, and so utterly idiotic that it perfectly exemplifies the lie that is that he worked hard and he worked smart to achieve the level of wealth and power he achieved. This is a 53-year-old man with not one, not two, not four, not 10, 12 children. One of his children he actually has disowned. And this man is spending daytime on beefing with Asmongold. Okay? That to me is insane. It is a perfect demonstration that like CEOs don't do much. Okay? That's the broader takeaway that I want all of you to get from this story is that if you believe the lie that if someone is super wealthy, they really deserved it. Okay? Even though ironically you're watching someone like myself who very clearly lucked into all of this success and all of this, financial success specifically. Duh. But aside from myself, like if you look at someone like Elon Musk and you believe the lie that these billionaires have worked hard and worked smart to get to the point that they got to, and they're still working hard and they're still working smart at the same time, while they're specifically doing this petty, nonsensical bullshit, okay? This should be a wake-up call for you. That's it. That's it. It's a wake-up call. Please. Well, I mean, in my case, I do actually quite literally put in the hours. It's visible. It's what I do. My job requires me to be on camera, so you see it. But with Elon, because he's behind a veneer of hard work that he can work in the shadows or whatever. People still speculate that he's working really hard behind the scenes, but like he works extra hard, in my opinion, to basically prove that he's not working hard. Okay? Yeah, the wealthiest CEO on earth, ironically enough, this is a good point, Gremlo. The wealthiest CEO on earth would beef with Asmongold because he's got the time, but a top 5 Path of Exile 2 hardcore player wouldn't have the time to beef with Asmongold. That is the reality. If Elon Musk actually was a top 7 Path of Exile 2 player, he literally would not have enough time to send tweets to Asmongold or send any tweets at all because he'd be grinding at least 18 hours a day, at least. It is a feat that is virtually impossible for one singular person, especially considering RNG and how important trade is in order for you to get the best possible items and in order for you to be at the tippy top. Okay? Like it's no matter how hard you work in Path of Exile, there's still the element of RNG that you cannot overcome. So clearly, he's not working hard on anything. He's just working hard on this type of shit.
He then leaked his DMs with Asmon where he said, this is Asmon, I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it. And then Elon replies, sure. Who are these mysterious editors?
That's crazy to me. He's like tracking Asmongold's editors because he's mad. He's mad at the way his editors, like most likely from context clues, like I think he was upset at the way, or like Asmongold kind of probably said like, oh, my editors title my videos like I didn't do it myself or something, right? And Elon, being the 53-year-old man that he is, thought that his editors, okay, being the 53-year-old man that he is, in this former conversation from November 29, 2024, thinks that his editors are like a news editor. He doesn't understand anything. Think about that. He literally heard Asmon go be like, oh, these are my editors, right? They run the YouTube account. Like this is, so any content I post is edited or uploaded by them and they just get a cut of the ad revenue. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. Elon Musk thought that meant Asmongold works for his editors and not vice versa because he is 53 years old and thinks that it works in the same way that it does in newspapers. Because he posted this private correspondence with Asmongold with the tweet that accompanied it stating, oh, Asmongold is owned by these people.
He actually sounds like that news anchor. Who is this 4chan? Like, how can someone be this fucking out of touch and stupid? I will never cease to be shocked by the absolute idiot potion this guy seems to be boofing on.
Do you understand how stupid this is? Asmon's DMs to his editors after his convo with Elon.
I said Elon hit me up and was asking if I'd want to post clips and videos on Twitter. Do y'all think it's a good idea? It would probably make separate account for it for monetization. He says that's cool, lol. I know he asked XQC before too, but I hadn't seen any similar content creators get crazy.
He asked XQC? Yo, Elon Musk is so invested in Twitch. Oh my God. Oh, Jeff Bezos, save me. Jeff Bezos, please protect me. Jeff Bezos, you are my God King. Please don't turn Twitch into the failure that has become Washington Post with your decision making. Okay, please. I am so scared. Has he DM'd you? No. No, I know Elon knows who I am. I've talked about this before. I had Grimes on the stream, chat. Yes, he is not a fan. I know all of that. I will not reveal my sources, but yes, of course, I know for a fact that, especially since the Grimes stream, he is very aware of who I am and does not like me at all. Having said that, however, we're just gonna act like that's not the case, because I don't like when people that are that powerful and people that are that wealthy are aware of my existence. So I try not to think about it. I really hope that Jeff Bezos, for example, has no fucking clue who I am. I don't think he does, but I'm glad that he doesn't know, and we should keep it that way. Okay? But Elon, I do know. I know for a fact. But hey, listen, I post on Twitter a lot, okay? So please. Anyway, plus I'm right wing now. Exactly. I'm right wing. I love Trump. Please don't come after me. Anyway,
Some more content creators get crazy numbers doing that. People are free to repost as much as they want. I feel the opportunity is there. We would have already started spamming clips and videos. On TikTok, there are already some repost clips that get a lot of views. Maybe you can tell people to do it in the next stream, and then we can see how it goes. Exactly. So this is the conversation we had. Yeah, this is there it is. Seems like you need their approval, no? Well, I would need their approval in a way.
That's so funny that people are trying to debate Asmongold and being like, seems like you are owned by your editors. Like, even in his own community, there's still people who are so invested in like defending Elon Musk that they're like, no, dude, that's not how this works. Like, it is because he needs their approval. He needs their approval because like he has a more ethical way of running his business than you would suspect from someone like Asmongold. That's it. Okay. You literally do the same thing like Asmon. The editors clip part of your VOD and put the title and thumbnail and yeah, exactly. Exactly. Of course. Most people in our field have a much more ethical way of doing business. Yeah, this is the only time that Elon Musk is like, what? Step Brothers is the perfect meme for Jeff Bezos and me. Wait, no, this is not it. There was another instance where Elon actually did like reply to someone making fun of me or something, but that's it. What is this? They use Hasan as an example in new community notes guidelines. I'm a fact checker for Meta. They have a fact checking community notes now. In the official guidelines, they used Hasan as an example. Note, the claim that the Trump rally shooter has been identified as Hank Piker is false. According to fact checking website Check Your Fact, which found the image circulating online misidentifies the actual suspect. Explanation from Meta. This note is helpful because it cites high quality sources, provides helpful additional context, and uses neutral and easy to understand language. That's hilarious. With me wearing the I lubricate my AR-15 with liberal cum shirt too. Oh yeah, this was the one time that he made fun of me. Landed in Mexico and immediately got detained for customs for having too many pieces of electronic equipment for which they made up a number and forced me to pay taxes on. Yeah. But anyway, getting back to it, we're gonna talk about this back and forth. I just wanted to cover like the broader strokes of the story.
Daily, like, how? What do you mean? Who are these mysterious editors? Do you not know what editors are? Holy shit!
No, Charlie. He's 53 years old, so he thinks editors have editorial control over content creators because he doesn't understand that they are video editors. He thinks that they are editors in the same vein as editors at the New York Times, because in traditional press, in mainstream media, editors have editorial control over what journalists are writing. They're kind of like a boss, a manager. That's what he thinks is going on here. That is the hilarious part of this story.
So then Asmon explains, two guys, links them, and then they basically run the entire YouTube account, lol. So basically any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they can just get a cut of the ad rev. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. And then there's a community note there, which says what should be obvious to anyone with a functioning frontal lobe. Elon Musk seems to think Asmongold is an employee with editors overseeing him. That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit, upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does. And then Elon Musk proceeds to take away Asmongold's checkmark on Twitter. You remember that thing Elon was like really adamant about, you know, how check marks were kind of like weaponized? Hey, Elon, you're doing that. So the free speech guy, you're taking away his check mark because he hurt your feelings, fundamentally shadow banning him, because without a check mark, his replies and his engagement go way down and you won't really see it anymore. You're shadow banning someone who hurt your feelings.
Mr. Free Speech, by the way, Mr. Free Speech, once again, Mr. Free Speech.
Elon is just that fucking sensitive. In fact, sensitive doesn't even really cover it. Like, my cock gets sensitive when it gets sucked for too long. I'm like, ooh. But, like, that's sensitive. Elon has reached a new level of sensitivity I did not think was even achievable by a human being. It is just fucking flabbergasted by how soft he is. He has all the money in the world, but is beyond insecure to the point that I can't believe he's a real person. This has to be some kind of, like, android protocol that's been sent from space, from, like, space Redditors, in order to see, like, the limits of cringe that can be pushed. Come on! He's talking about editors and then saying Asmon needs his editor's permission to post things. He lacks the fundamental understanding not only of Path of Exile 2, but of life. Like, of living as a sentient being. How can you even reach that conclusion? I mean, I know how he reached that conclusion because he is a turbo moron who can't, like, activate neurons and think. So he saw the word editor and made the assumption that it's like the editors that will oversee someone's work in the journalism sector. And he gets these dots, these breadcrumbs that he starts connecting from out of fucking nowhere about how, well, Asmon is actually just a pawn of his editors. That's not just wrong, that is just blatant misinformation. He is actively engaging in misinformation, making it seem like Asmon has a puppet master above him, these editors, that he has to...
Yeah, if he knew anything about Asmongold, he would recognize that his puppet master is his Reddit, okay? People that post on his subreddit. Like, that's the real puppeteers of Asmongold to a certain degree. there are issues that he'll take a stance on against his community's best, against his community's opinion. But like the real puppet masters are not his editors, all right?
Answer to. And then he abuses his power to take away his checkmark. He is actively doing all of the things he says he is super against, and all of the people say that he hates and will never do. He does it. I'm
going to say it. Critical support to Asmon Gold in this trying time, okay?
I don't see how a single Elon Musk nipple-suckling leech could see this and conjure up some kind of excuse for it. There's no mental gymnastics that could possibly exist to justify this behavior. It's the epitome of everything people hate. It's cringe.
A lot of critical support here. Critical support for Quinn and critical support for Asmon Gold. I mean, you know.
It's sensitive.
In these trying times.
It's an abuse of power. His feelings got hurt, so he used his power.
Yeah, detente with Asmonation remains in effect. Exactly. Listen, sometimes you make allegiances in the most interesting places, okay?
As the fucking chief general of Twitter to take away his checkmark because he hurt his feelings. And then he goes on to leak DMs. How could you possibly look at that and be like, no, that makes sense. Elon was in the right here.
What? He has been sucking up trying to get back in Elon's good graces all day. Wait, really? That's disappointing. But Elon is such a petty bitch that I feel like he might not.
Like, let's say you just love Elon. You know what? I'm not your dad. You can like whoever you want, like whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. But why do you have to like something and then love everything they ever do? Why can't you be more receptive to like, I really like Elon, but this was a bad look. I didn't.
Earlier, Asmon was saying Elon was probably right and he probably deserved it and Elon did an oopsie, but it's fine. No. Still a W for Quinn. He worked hard on that video. Yeah, I love that Quinn is just bouldering Elon. He doesn't give a damn. By Elon's logic, your boss used to be the top of the hour ad break. It's true. My boss used to be the top of the hour ad break, but it no longer is because at the top of the hour, I no longer run ad breaks because I no longer have a contract. Okay. Having said that, however, you can still subscribe, not to avoid the ads at the top of the hour like you used to be able to, but instead to support the stream. If you would like to do so, it is $6 or free with a Twitch Prime. Ladies and gentlemen, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Subscriptions give you emotes, allow you to avoid the limitations that there sometimes exist on follow mode, and also allow you to send me links. Sect Haver, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour that I don't actually serve. Anyway, let's continue.
Didn't like what he did here. I think this was pretty embarrassing. That's called being normal. For some reason, people just can't be normal anymore. If you like something, you have to be obsessed with it. You have to fucking love it. You have to be like snorting that drug constantly and shut out and hate everyone who pokes holes in it. It's so weird. I don't know why people want to live their life this way. They just want like the black and white. Elon good. Anyone who said Elon not good, they're bad. Elon good. I don't.
Asmon Gold said it wasn't a big deal. Elon leaked his DMs. That's insane. That is insane. You're talking about the guy who runs this platform, man. He's basically like, he's basically pointing unnecessary attention towards your editors, dude. What the hell? That is how do you ride that dick after the dick has been spoiled, you know?
I don't know why people want that. No one likes to think anymore, and with the way the internet's gone, you don't have to think anymore. You can just wait for tweets to tell you what to think, or even ChatGPT to tell you what to think. I guess it's just easier to live your life on like drooling autopilot mode. But I would argue that you are doing yourself a huge disservice in life if you just live this way, where even if you really like Elon, whatever, why not just be receptive to the idea that he's not infallible? Maybe he does make mistakes. Maybe he is cringe sometimes. And you can acknowledge that, recognize that, and then at the end of the day, still like him if you want. It just doesn't compute with me. And of course, it's not exclusive to Elon. It's a very normal thing now all of a sudden where if you like something or like someone, anything that is brought up that's negative about it is like the end of the world to you, and then you spend hours a day arguing with bots on Twitter about it and defending the thing you like. I just don't get it. Elon Musk, I think, is just the best example of this phenomenon because his fan base does PR for him as if it's their actual job. Like,
yeah, it's like the worst of the worst in terms of like parasocial behavior because Elon Musk has the money to actually hire people. Like if there's one guy that could just like simply hire people to do PR for him, it's Elon. And he does PR, right? He has a PR team. So what's crazy to me is that like people in that situation still ride him into oblivion. They ride him into oblivion like a bunch of medieval peasants that think that this is their only opportunity at a shot at being a part of the aristocracy. Okay? Like they straight up, I totally understand how these like, my lord deserves the extra grain type peasants existed. Okay? Back in the day, during times of monarchy where the lordship and the God-ordained divine king was able to command such a large swath of the population because they thought that they could have a crumb. They thought that they could have a crumb of the gold that the king has in his dungeons, okay? That's straight up what it is. Please take my wife on prima nocta, my lord. I would be honored if you took my teenage wife's virginity, my lord. That's what they're doing. That's how they're operating. Like for a shot, for a crumb of like Elon Musk's attention, they just literally do free PR for him. It makes no sense. At least back then, the leaders appealed to divinity. Today, there is no logic other than money equals power equals intelligence. Yes, the thing that held that kind of structure under theocratic monarchies was obviously the fact that, you know, God made the king, right? And that's why he deserved it. Now it is a failed notion of meritocracy under capitalism. It's not God that put Elon in that position. It's actually this lie that society constantly reinforces that Elon actually worked harder and worked smarter than everybody else to get to that position. That's it. That's it. This is what I mean, I've said this many times over. It's just like we worship the throne of the almighty dollar, okay? Instead of previously assuming that someone in a position of power was God ordained. And for some people, it is actually still godliness. America is predisposed with this America is predisposed with the notion that with the notion of prosperity gospel, right? That like if you are poor, it's because of your own moral failures. If you're rich, it's because God has actually shined his graceful light upon you because you deserve to be rich. So there is that same mechanism of reinforcement even with American understandings of Christianity as well. So there is that too. Make no mistake. Have you mentioned that Elon is doubling down on being a God gamer? Yes, I'm going to get to it in a second. Hold on. We got more.
Like they are professional PR drones for Elon that he doesn't even have to pay. Because they are in the trenches every single minute of every single day, suckling on him, arguing on his behalf, shutting down any criticisms against him. It's just so embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as Elon himself. So yeah, anyway, I had to talk about this. Because what an incredible response from Elon to just take away Asmon's check mark and then leak his DMs where he completely misunderstands that editors aren't like his overseers. It's so, oh my god.
Anyway, So, but the story doesn't end there. So one of these like Elon Musk dick riders, basically, you know, American YouTuber, Twitch partner, gamer living in Seoul, comes out in defense of Elon Musk, making a full YouTube video. Elon Musk, of course, immediately responds to it because, again, he has so much time on his hands. Like, how did he find this guy? Like, how did he see this video? Like, anyway, it's got 1.3 thousand likes. I wonder how many it did before Elon even replied to it. But Elon replies and says, Asmon behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality, has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He's not his own man. Okay? And that's crazy because this reinforces the idea that we were talking about previously, his stupid understanding of what editors are, because he thinks that Asmongold's editors are his bosses. Okay? He thinks Asmongold's editors are editors in the same vein as like a New York Times editor, like a managerial staff position. Okay? And then he gets context noted. Asmongold does not have bosses. He employs content editors to package and redistribute content from his live to streams and on other platforms. Then he doubles down or triples down, quadruples down. Here's me doing a world record Diablo AOZ clear with Ace of Spades headquarters on stream. And then Ian Miles, Dick Rider Wrong responds, I'm a regular Quinn69 viewer. He's gone from being the biggest Elon meat rider to thinking Elon's a total clown as a result of this. Oh, amazing. I love that. I love that more people are recognizing how he is. All right. You shouldn't have to justify yourself to these people, but it's nice that you've got receipts to prove your gaming credentials. Elon responds to his biggest meat rider and it says, I'm on hundreds of streams on YouTube and Twitch playing live with the world's best players. No other way to say this, but while Asmon is good at caustic commentary, making fun of people, he is not good at video games. Once again, by the way, repeating that Elon Musk is an Asmongold fan for the record. Connor, of course, took advantage of the situation and said, can vouch for this. As one of the world's best gamers, it was electric having you on Fortnite Friday. Keep proving the doubters wrong. Back to Grok. Lamau, loving it on here. To which Asmongold also replied to not the Maverick tweet, but the other one. Oh, this is where it all began, obviously. Like, he posted this as proof. It's just like, I think people who are Elon reply guys are people who are Elon reply guys who just like try to defend him everywhere online are some of the lowest of the low. Like, I can't think of being in a lower, I can't imagine being in a lower position than that. Like, you are such a, like, you have no self-respect, no self-worth whatsoever. Like, you are just the bottom of the barrel in society, honestly. It's it's disgusting to me. I don't know. Maybe it's too much for me, but I genuinely find that to be so gross. I also don't understand it because it's like, I still, to this day, don't understand why Elon is so desperate for taking matters into his own hands in terms of like doing his own PR. I mean, I get it because he is truly stupid. He's not like the brilliant savant that he portrays himself to be. But it's just so stupid that he just won't delegate this one thing, right? Like, just hire a PR team and never be online. It's so dumb. The more you appear online, the more accessible you are, the more people are going to recognize that you're a pathetic little ego-driven narcissistic man-child. I don't get it. If I had his level of wealth, okay, I would have dropped this socialism shit a long ass time ago. Let's be real, right? I can't even get to that level of wealth and prosperity without obviously exploiting millions of people. But I would just never be online. Like I would never actually entertain access. There are a ton of other billionaires who don't do that on purpose. They don't do that because they understand that if you interact with the average person, they're inevitably going to realize that like there's no difference between you and them. And as a matter of fact, you might be dumber than the average person as a matter of fact. So like they're going to start entertaining the notion. They're going to start destroying the notion, dissolving the notion of meritocracy in real time. But because he's so narcissistic and demonstrates so much hubris that he thinks he can still overcome this. Okay? It's very, very sad. If I was a part of the billionaire consortium, if I was a part of like this like shadowy league of billionaires, I would try to do everything in my physical power to stop Elon from posting. He is messing up the bag for the rest of the billionaires. Okay? Straight up. Like if I'm Richard Branson, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? You're ruining the situation for us. We've had it so good. We currently have wealth inequality to the same level as the Gilded Age. Like, we're talking Great Depression era wealth inequality. Shut up and build a new wing for a museum. What's wrong with you? What is this constant, like, desperate, self-effacing, and sometimes self-aggrandizing way of trying to routinely get the sweatiest people to be on board with everything that you're doing, to have them admire you and think of you as this like brilliant guy. If you want that, get a news hit. You can pay for it. Like there is the reason why there is all of this like pre-existing Elon praise is quite literally because he used to do that. Do you understand? Because he got Time Magazine to write glazing articles about him. He got people used to consider him to be Tony Stark. And basically he is still running on the initial propping from mainstream media. He also lucked into a tremendous amount of wealth and was able to lie his way to the top over and over and over again. And once you get enough institutional investors on board who have a vested interest in you maintaining your credibility, okay, maintaining your credibility, then because you're the key man for all of these companies that have other people that are invested in it, then they're going to try to defend you to the best of their ability. And Elon regularly tries to ruin that. That's why you don't know much about German billionaires at all. They stay hidden as much as they can instead of trying to be a celebrity. Yeah. But the thing is, if you are a billionaire, here's the thing. If you are a billionaire, you can already you can purchase that level of admiration through the appropriate channels. Do you understand? You can buy that kind of fealty. The problem is he won't do it that way. He won't do it through the appropriate ways of buying that kind of fealty when there is a multi-billion-dollar marketing and PR sector cultivated specifically to be able to do that, right? Instead of going through the regular route of just, like I said, donating a bunch of your money to, museums or whatever and have your name slapped on the side of a museum, he tries to do it directly. Okay? And that is a failure. There is a reason why other wealthy people don't do this, don't do what Elon is doing, and do the other thing that they've done historically. Okay? And he's been doing this since he called that British diver in Thailand a pedophile, you know? The Resnicks here in LA are a great example. They're straight up evil but enjoy good PR thanks to their friendship with Colbert and museum donations. Yep. It's amazing how embarrassing it is, how much power, how much awesome power this man has over the lives of the Americans and maybe even the rest of the planet. And he's over here duking it out with Asmongold, man. And over what? Over what? Because Asmongold dared entertain the notion that he was phony in video games. Asmongold, every other day of the week, has slopped up Elon Musk. Every other day of the week. It's shocking that despite his endless admiration about Elon, the one time where he's like, yeah, man, it seems like you're fake about Path of Exile, something that virtually everyone else has recognized, he just goes, no, that's a bridge too far. Speaking of the Resnicks and Pistachio Wars, do you know if Yasha Levin has any beef with you? There was a tweet. I wasn't sure how to interpret during the Ethan drama. Wait, no, Yasha loves me. What are you talking about? He DM'd me directly after the firefighter, the firefighter coverage. No, I don't have any beef with him. Yeah, I saw. I like that the community notes are also talking about like, oh, they deleted it. No way. The community notes are talking about like Asmongold's accomplishments as a gamer. No, it's there. I just saw it. I mean, the website is so busted, so it's not an accident that like you can kind of see it but not see it as well. Warcraft logs is such a misinterpretation of WoW player skill, just so you know. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. What I do know is that Elon is a fake gamer and Asmongold is a more real gamer, even on the aesthetic side, okay? Let's be real. Asmongold is, even just on looks alone, okay? Judging, if you put a photo of Asmongold side by side with Elon and you were like, which one of these is a real gamer? 99.9% would say Asmongold, okay? Also, Asmongold doesn't claim to be the best gamer anyway. I don't think he has ever done that, as a matter of fact. He just, I mean, he is a degenerate gamer, and that much is true. I don't know, bro. If you ask me, it's hard. Both are nerdy. Come on, dog. Asmongold literally looks like the archetype of a person who has spent too much time in front of the computer. This doesn't mean that like Elon Musk doesn't look like a degenerate. He does, but in a different way. I do want to maintain the position that before we get to some less serious news, like the hostage deal that Benjamin Netanyahu was trying to cook once again in the same way that he tried to do, in the same exact way that he tried to do to Joe Brandon. We'll see how Trump responds to this. I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. He's halfway to that dumb predictive future gamer body archetype. Less serious. Yes. I don't know if you understand this, but I'm joking. Like, that was a joke. Like, obviously, this is significantly more serious than gamer drama. That's like not even, that's sarcasm 101, dude. That's crazy. Like, that's a crazy thing to assume. Bro thought jokes would fly. That's crazy. Yeah, they're going to be reporting on they're going to be voting on it tomorrow morning, I know. And yes, I'm familiar with the Zin FDA approval. Finally, we won. The Zinfidels won something. And also, don't worry, I will be covering David Lynch's passing as well. A very important figure for the arts.
Breaking news overnight, a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas is still in place, but there is, at the very least, a new delay this morning that everyone is trying to get a better handle on what it really means. Here's what we know at this hour. Israel's cabinet needs to vote to ratify the deal. That has not happened as it was expected to. Israel delayed it, citing last-minute issues. Again, what this now means exactly for the phased-in ceasefire and hostage deal, it's unclear. It's all supposed to begin on Sunday. Under the deal, Hamas has agreed to release 33 hostages in the first phase. Israel agreed to release 1,000+ Palestinian prisoners. All of that resulting in a 42-day ceasefire with hopes it leads to a permanent one. Let's get to CNN's Bianna Gold.
Wow. Maybe now the media will report on what's going on accurately. I wonder who the responsible party is for messing up the ceasefire negotiations once again. I wonder if it's Hamas or if it is, for the 15th month in a row, Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition. I wonder who is, after like the 8th time that they've actually signed off on an agreement, it seems strange to me. I wonder who is the responsible party.
Rodriguez, she's live in Tel Aviv with much more on this. Bianna, help us understand, what is the status here? What is the latest?
Kate, good morning to you. So all of these things remain rather fluid, but the latest, it does appear to be just a delay in the process of getting a security cabinet and ultimately a party cabinet vote in the government here. As you noted, Prime Minister Netanyahu blaming Hamas for what he says is reneging on parts of the deal. Hamas, for their part, are denying those allegations. Everyone I'm speaking with here still believes, though, that a ceasefire deal will go into place as had been agreed upon beginning Sunday night, where we would see the first hostages in phase 1 of those 33 released here to Israel. Hospitals have been on standby and ready to receive those hostages. In terms of the politics of it all, Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing a lot of headwinds, as we've been reporting now for months, from the far-right elements specifically of his government, of his coalition, who do not want to agree to a deal under these terms. What the latest we have is that Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich has said that his party would agree to stay with the coalition through phase 1 of the deal, that is the release of those 33 hostages and the pause in fighting, only if the fighting would be allowed to proceed again after phase 1. So there you just get a sense of how fluid and fragile this deal is right now. But Kate, when it comes to the hostages coming home in phase 1, as you noted, it would be the women, it would be children, it would be men over the age of 50 and those who are critically wounded. And among those women are 5 IDF spotters, are soldiers. Reminder that everyone in Israel is required.
Yeah, Israeli Israeli military members are still considered hostages, but Palestinian civilians, 10,000 of them, are considered prisoners, which is, again, doublespeak for the record. Like, just so you understand, it's a part of manufacturing that same exact consent that that the media routinely engages in, right? Like, we're talking women and children that have been falsely detained by the Israeli government. They're being considered as prisoners. The numbers are like 10,000 at this point.
Required to serve in the military. These 5 IDF spotters, all young, the ages of 19 to 21. I spoke.
Yeah, these children who also are generals, by the way. Yeah, look, you don't understand. These guys are all young. They're just spotters. They're just spotters. Like, no, they're a part of the military. They're a part of the military that's currently engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign. Like, that's crazy. They're not hostages in that regard. They would be prisoners of war.
Spoke with the cousin of one of them, that Agam Berger's cousin. She is 20 years old. I spoke with her cousin about what this moment may feel like for them when they are finally reunited and why there's a bittersweet sense in the country right now.
She's a beautiful young girl who's been 15.
Like, stories exactly like this one. For the record, I'm not discounting that these people have their own personal stories and their personal upbringing and their, you know, and the role they play in the lives of those who love them. Okay. But I also want you to understand that, like, each individual Palestinian has the exact same story as well. So remember what the media in the Western world especially pays attention to and how they treat Israeli occupying force soldiers that are held captive versus the thousands of women and children that have been falsely imprisoned in perpetuity by the Israeli government in the maintenance of an apartheid, and how they get presented. This framing is very important because it reinforces the humanity of each individual Israeli, and it actually reinforces the dehumanization of each individual Palestinian. Your hatred of Israel blinds you. What point do you feel like I am blinded? Like, what do you think? What do you mean by that? Because I already said that, of course, every single Israeli that's being held captive is a human being with lives and loved ones, okay, that miss them. Okay? I get that. I understand that. But do you think that each individual Palestinian that is in the same exact predicament, if not worse predicaments overall, in terms of like legal permissibility, in terms of international human rights, and Israel's routine violation of that at the behest of maintaining an apartheid state? Is your argument simply that I hate Israel and that's why I recognize Palestinians as humans? Perhaps I wish to run into you one day in the street and break both of your kneecaps. Hasan Piker, says Xander Macha. Good luck, brother. Good luck on that. Not all of us agree with our government. Wait, what? I never said that. What are you talking about? I've never said that all Israelis 100% agree with their government. You just made that up. Also, the person who said this, you will not be doing that. You won't be doing that at all, as a matter of fact. If anything, if you were to actually see me out in the wild, okay, you would probably behave like a fan and try to get a photo and say how much you actually appreciate my commentary. You wouldn't dare to try to behave in the way that you claim that you would. At most, you would be in a Discord server talking about how you were going to, quote unquote, troll me and how much you were pissing your pants in that moment. But yeah, once again, going back to this other chatter, not the one who wants to break my kneecaps or whatever. I don't maintain this position. I don't know why you think I've said this. Does it make you feel like it's a better argument that you can present? Is that what it is? You know, I'll wait for your response. But a lot of this conversation basically devolves into that. Like the notion that Palestinians are not human and only Israelis are the real humans in this equation. Palestinians are faceless, lifeless, hive-minded, parasitic forces that are constantly threatening the existence of the real humans in the region, the only people in the region. Okay? And many people's primary assumption is that, and they just operate off of that. You know what I mean? So much. If you were to potentially go back as an Israeli, completely support better future for the Palestinians, people and their families, they are people just like us. It's important you remember that many of us do. Yeah, except I do know that. Okay. I don't know if your perspective is commonly shared, because there is polling conducted inside of Israel regularly, where many Israelis agree with the consistent genocide, the offensive genocidal siege that Israel has implemented, the Israeli occupying forces implemented on the Gaza Strip. But having said that, if you were in here long enough, you'd recognize that I talk to my Israeli chatters with regular frequency, and I even talk to members of the Knesset, and even talk to conscientious objectors, and rely on Israeli sources of investigative reporting with regular frequency, once again. So, just so you understand, there are plenty of Israeli chatters in here right now in this community. I'm probably one of the only places where they have access to even watching the likes of Al Jazeera, for example, since your government banned it. Anyway. But yeah, having said that, this is not a, you're arguing against a thing that I don't believe. Let's continue.
Months in the hands of people that we know committed the worst atrocities against women in one day. We know what they did on October 7th. We also know from released hostages who came home what they did to hostages in captivity. That's the biggest fear. The physical aspect of it, and I don't need to go into detail, I think everyone who's watching understands what that fear means. But more importantly, the mental and emotional aspect of what kind of trauma something like that can do to a young girl who's 20 years old, who has her whole life ahead of hers.
All right, Bianca Golodriga for us in Tel Aviv. Bianca's going to be all over it. A lot of developments could be coming on this today.
David Sanger, let me start with you. You, of course, have been covering this deal closely. Is there anything to this last-minute hiccup with the Israeli?
I thought you'd ban the kneecap, dude. Nah. I mean, I'm not afraid of it. And I'm sure issuing a direct threat to the streamer is a site-wide ban anyway. So I suspect that regardless of whether or not I ban that person, they probably will get banned across the board from Twitch permanently. Yeah. See? Very stupid thing to do, honestly. We're going to talk about the reporter that was dragged away from the State Department briefing in a second.
Cabinet, how serious is that here?
It could be. We don't know yet. I do know that up to the last few hours before they announced the agreement yesterday, Casey, Hamas was coming up with sort of last-minute things they were putting on the table. It's a very usual technique on their part, and the question is, can that be put down?
This is just an alternative reality. They are existing in a totally different plane of existence. Okay? It's completely, simply put, this is just a lie. Okay? That's it. It's just a lie. You're in opposite world. It feels as though you are just lying and going along with what the State Department has said over and over again, in spite of what people can see with their own two eyes, right? It's such a weird thing to do over and over again when, it's the easiest thing to disprove. The notion that it's actually Hamas that's ruining these ceasefire negotiations and not Israel is ridiculous. It is completely made up. It is the exact opposite. I cannot stress this enough. And we have shown numerous examples, time and time again. The narrative being pushed today by Israel is that Hamas is reneging on the terms of the Gaza agreement, but as it has been from the start, it is actually Netanyahu. The Prime Minister's office announced on Thursday morning that the IDF would not withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor during the first phase of the hostage deal on Thursday morning. Contrary to misleading reports, Israel is not withdrawing from the Philadelphia corridor. Israel will remain in Phase A in the corridor for an entire 42-day period, the statement said. The scope of forces will remain at its current size, but will be deployed differently, encompassing outposts, patrols, observations, and control along the entire corridor. So they won't let the Rafah border open, okay? They won't let Gaza and Egypt take control over their own borders, which is a non-starter for understandable reasons. If you still control the humanitarian aid that's going into the Gaza Strip through the Rafah corridor, through the Philadelphia corridor, through the Rafah border, you're not withdrawing. You're not retreating at all. The scope of forces will remain at its current size, but will be deployed differently, encompassing outposts, patrols, observations, and control along the entire corridor. During Phase A, starting on the 16th day, negotiations will begin on ending the war. If Hamas does not agree to Israel's demands for ending the war, achieving war's objectives, Israel will remain in the Philadelphia corridor on the 42nd day and consequently beyond the 50th day. In practical terms, Israel will remain in the Philadelphia corridor until further notice, the statement concluded. Now, this right here is unacceptable for understandable reasons. This is not a cessation of hostilities. This is not a ceasefire. And I'll give you evidence to understand if you are still confused by this process. It's like Vladimir Putin saying, no, you don't understand. We are still going to maintain troop presence along virtually every part of Ukraine. Like, we're going to shut off Ukraine from Poland and many other bordering nations, and we are going to maintain troop presence to ensure that we completely encircle Ukraine. Now, of course, Ukraine is a much larger country, and it's not like a concentration camp that Israel has maintained for the past 76 years. So obviously it's virtually impossible militarily to even do such a thing. But like, it is ridiculous. If Vladimir Putin was like, no, you don't understand, like, we are going to literally do that, everyone would say, yeah, that's insane. That is not a cessation of hostilities at all. Okay? What's Trump's play? Just pretend Israel's acting in good faith and take the W? I mean, I don't think he can. I don't think he can get away with it, just like Biden couldn't get away with it. So who knows? We'll see. We'll see how Trump differs from Biden on this. At least he understands who he's supposed to be pressuring in this regard. You know what I mean? So far, with the way that the negotiations have actually moved, and I don't know if there's a carrot and a stick, where the carrot is basically you can go back to bombing Gaza or annexing the West Bank later down the line, but you know, and the stick being if you don't actually pull this ceasefire before my inauguration, I'm going to literally stop giving you weapons. But one thing remains clear. If you want to understand the truth of the matter, it is obvious that it's not Hamas that's ruining the ceasefire negotiations. They have said yes to this since July 2nd. Okay? It is the same. It is a version of Trump warns Israeli officials against restarting hostilities in Lebanon, reports the Jerusalem Post. Crisis between Israel and the U.S. Trump warns against collapse of Lebanon ceasefire exclusive. Sources close to the U.S. President-elect Donald Trump have reportedly conveyed a stern warning to Israeli officials. Israel since last night have increased their bombings and targeting of civilians according to on-the-ground press. They're telling civilians to be even more careful than usual. Yeah, no, I know. I know that. That could be two different things, though. That could be because Israel always increases hostilities before the last second of the ceasefire, which is gross, but that is expected. What? Are you jealous? Asmongold is getting a bunch of clout of Elon's weekly e-beef number 84. Why would I be jealous of that? I personally love that they're beefing. I covered it earlier. It was awesome. I don't care about the quote unquote clout that Asmongold gets out of it. I already covered it. It was great. I'm a fan. It's free viewers. I mean, okay. That's a very weird and cynical way to approach the subject matter from your perspective. In any case, yeah. More people recognize that Elon Musk is a fraudulent, narcissistic, thin-skinned man-child is good in my book. It's A-okay. Anyway. You cannot convert them, brother. Read the Shahada. So much swab. What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
But the bigger question is, who's right in this dispute between the two? And the answer is really both. So the deal is essentially what President Biden laid out in May. It also, you may notice, this is January. So, that deal did not happen. And I think the fact that they did link up so well, and that Steve Witkoff, who is President Trump's incoming Mideast advisor, was out there in lockstep with Brett McGurk, who was President Biden's equivalent for that and has worked for Republican presidents as well. I think that made the difference because they were able to go to Netanyahu, send Witkoff and say, this is the deal that Trump wants. And I think that sort of helped put it over the marker.
David, Tom Malinowski, who's a former Democratic congressman, he put out a very interesting thread on Twitter, the first of which says that this was Biden's deal, but as much as I hate to say it, he couldn't have done it without Trump. Not so much Trump's performative threats to Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Hamas is already under maximum pressure, okay? It's called, being genocided. There is no more pressure that you can put on Hamas than genocide, okay? You're genociding the Palestinian population in its entirety. There is no more pressure in that regard. That's the maximum thing that you can do. The difference here is Trump actually went to the responsible party and applied pressure to the responsible party. Also, why would you want to pressure? How would you pressure Hamas on a deal that they have presented since May? A deal that they signed off on since July. It makes no sense. Trump didn't do shit. Everyone's gullible suddenly. Hello? Wait, what? No, you have to understand. You have to understand. Trump did do things. Most likely very bad things. Okay? But in the interim, something that had to be done, which was to apply pressure to Benjamin Netanyahu's side. And that's the only reason why Israel was like, all right, we're going to vote for this. We're going to pass the ceasefire. But now Benjamin Netanyahu's going back on it. The situation right now, if Jay Post is right, Trump told Bibi he'd let Israel violate the ceasefire, keep sending arms, and lift sanctions on extremist/settlers. Despite these guarantees, Bibi still refused to sign the ceasefire, publicly says he wants to effectively nullify it by changing its terms to keep troops in Gaza until Hamas surrenders, and lies about Hamas sabotaging it. The ball is in Trump's court now. Exactly. No, I don't disagree with this. I agree with this. I agree with this. It's entirely dependent on what Trump does from this point on until the inauguration. Will he actually hold Benjamin? It's also entirely dependent on the ceasefire, accepting whether or not Israel will accept the ceasefire. We'll find out tomorrow. Okay, or in a couple hours, like I guess like 12 hours or so. But what you have to understand here is that Trump's pressure that led to Benjamin Netanyahu saying he was going to sign off on this, that led to Joe Biden coming out and saying the deal is done, Israel actually signed off on it, is yet another instance where like some additional factor applied extra pressure for this conversation to move. Okay. Now, does that mean that weapons transfers were on the table? I don't know. But your phrasing makes it seem like Trump personally did something and cares. No, I've never said that Trump cares about Palestinians. I've always maintained the position that Donald Trump does not care about Palestinians and most likely cut a side deal, which, you know, I'm speculating that he most likely cut a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu, whether it be a permanent annexation of the West Bank or whether it be even in the interim period, a potential to throw the ceasefire negotiations aside. But the problem here is that outside of that side deal, there was definitely additional pressure applied. Now, we'll see if that pressure worked. Okay? If that pressure worked, we will see come tomorrow. But the only thing in this equation that was new was basically Donald Trump and Witkoff. Witkoff appearing as like the spokesperson for Donald Trump.
But his willingness to tell Bibi bluntly that the war had to end by January 20th. And he essentially goes on to say that while Biden did a great job working with European leaders, he did not bring the sort of thuggery to the table that is required in the Middle East. Do you think Malinowski's right about this?
I think he's absolutely right. And the reason that I would say that is, first of all, the relationship between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu is poisonous would be a polite phrase for the term, okay? And
no, this isn't Trump's deal. This isn't Biden's deal. This isn't Israel's deal. This is Hamas's deal that Hamas presented in the early stages of February and then openly presented in May. The deal that Biden put forth in July 2nd that seemingly everyone was in line with, that Biden presented as Israel's very own deal, is the exact same deal. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu throughout this process has added additional poison provisions into it in an effort to continue bombing Gaza, in an effort to refuse to negotiate. If you want to cut this deal, it requires one singular phone call. Not a phone call to Hamas envoys, a phone call to Benjamin Netanyahu. I've been saying this for months. The party that is ruining this deal and refusing to abide by it is not Hamas. It's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's Israel. And the reality of the matter is, it's not even an exact comparison to Ronald Reagan, because Reagan was dealing with foreign adversaries, not with Israel. Okay? You don't understand. That's what makes the situation so much worse for Joe Biden in terms of how he chose not to deal with the problem and only escalate it. Because Israel would not exist without our unlimited support, without our unlimited political cover, and without our unlimited weapons transfers. Israel would run out of bombs a week in, okay? Maybe a month maximum. I have repeated this true fact over and over again for the past 15 months, okay? But unfortunately, the way that the media covers this is so built on top of this falsehood that they are repeating from the State Department that there's numerous reporting to suggest is completely incorrect, okay? That people just simply cannot comprehend that it is Israel that is the spoiling party. So therefore, it is Israel that you have to apply pressure to. And in this case, you have endless amounts of power to apply pressure to Israel. Endless amounts of power. Because Israel is our colonial vestige. Israel is our weapon to wield in the region. That's it. That's what makes it so much worse for Biden. Especially because Biden tries to maintain, or Democrats try to maintain, this like aesthetic that they are peace lovers, but simply are held up and they can't get both sides to agree to this ceasefire negotiation, when in reality it's not both sides that aren't agreeing, it's Benjamin Netanyahu that's not agreeing.
Second, the fact that they were able to send Witkoff, not Brett McGurk, but Witkoff, on Saturday to see Netanyahu and say, President Trump wants this resolved before Inauguration Day, in part so that it's not on him to go, be the one who was squeezing the Israelis. I don't think the Israelis would have made the deal. I think they would have just said, well, let's just see what we get out of Trump.
Interesting. Mike Dubke?
Well, first, on a serious matter, what's amazing to me is America matters. I mean, that's at the end of the day, what other country, we can have this argument about Trump or Biden, but what other country can step into an international conflict and really have the level of influence that we did in this? So to David's point, I mean, America matters. On the more of a lighthearted side, I'm sick and tired of these two arguing about golf scores. I'm sick and tired of these two arguing about who mattered. The fact that these two gentlemen got together, told their people to get this done, that's what's important here. I wish they would just both take the victory and be happy that we have a ceasefire after all these months.
Yeah, Jaime, what do you make? I mean, obviously, President Biden, we have seen, clearly is not ready to exit, especially the world stage. It's a
I don't know. I mean, I can't see this as anything but just like people lying in the most Reddit. The Reddit phenomena that I talk about all the time, which is like, sometimes you'll see someone like basically comment something that is completely incorrect. And then there's like 11 subsequent comments replying to that, making jokes about that lie. But we've now established that lie as like the truth. And people are just circle jerking around this like abject lie. That's precisely what's happening on CNN this morning with Casey Hunt. Like, not a single person on this panel is going, hey guys, it kind of doesn't make sense that this deal looks identical to the deal that Hamas presented. It kind of doesn't make sense that, like, for the past, I guess, 15 months, or at least for the past 8 months, Biden has claimed that this is his deal, even though initially he said it was Israel's deal. And Israel itself never actually agreed to its own deal. Like, what are we supposed to make of this? It's like not that complex. It's not that complex at all. Many people can see the truth in this regard. So I don't know what purpose this serves in terms of just like still in this final hour, these guys are still operating on this false notion that it's actually the pressure that must be applied to Hamas because they're just not willing to agree to the terms of these, willing to agree to the ceasefire negotiation. It doesn't make any sense. All you're doing is trying to, I guess, use the crumb of credibility that you have still with like 90-year-olds into believing a false notion, into believing something that is patently untrue, that you can openly see. It's so strange. It's definitely strange, especially happening at a time when obviously like mainstream media has lost so much credibility.
Place that he has always really, he's valued his role as, even when he was in the Senate and he was on the Foreign Relations Committee, he clearly doesn't want to give all the credit to Donald Trump. But I will say the people that work for him have been willing to do it.
Yeah. Look, I agree with Mike. I think people across the country are sick of the back and forth. I think people want to see some bipartisanship. And so for the start of this new administration, I think this is a good sign that there could be some glimmers of hope for bipartisanship. But secondly, look, I think President Biden and Vice President Harris have been clear about their stance on this, and they've worked very hard to get here. And so, yes, I do think Donald Trump helped push this over, but I don't want to take the credit away from the president and the vice president. They were very clear about this deal. They were very dogged about it. They wish this would have happened in May, but it did not. But I think you're right. President Biden's having a hard time this week. He has a couple of days left in office. He's enjoyed being president. It was not his choice to not be president. Let's just be honest about that. But it's going to be tough for him as he watches Donald Trump take office again. You remember when he took office a couple years ago, he wanted to save this country's soul. He doesn't really feel like he's done that. So I do think there's some things that he's grappling with over the next couple of days that are going to be tough for him.
David, one thing that has hung over this deal is, of course, if assuming that this stays on track and we see these hostage releases on Sunday, is going to be the imagery and the parallels for an outgoing President Biden with an outgoing President Carter. Jimmy Carter reflected a little bit on this dynamic back in an interview he did in 2015. I want to watch that and then we'll talk about it.
I hadn't been to bed for 3 days and 3 nights. I had just been negotiating with the Iranians and with 12 other countries to get the release of our hostages who had been in prison for more than a year. And at 9 o'clock that morning, they were already in the airplane ready to take off from Tehran. But the Ayatollah Khomeini kept them there until after I was no longer president.
And your colleague Peter Baker in his analysis mentioned that this has been hanging over this is something the White House is very aware of. The president's aides have been very aware of. How does this kind of echo today?
Well, first of all, this could well spill into Monday. It could spill beyond. Hamas at various moments made the argument they weren't certain where all of the hostages were. The second reason that this may hang over is the great thing about the Jimmy Carter tape that you showed there is all the hostages walked off the plane.
Right.
And here we know that of the numbers that we're hearing, not everyone is alive. And some of those hostages are going to, come back as remains. And so this is going to be both joyous and soul-crushing at the same moment. And it's also going to make you wonder, had the deal been able to come together earlier, how many of those lives could have been saved?
The most necessary thing.
The Israelis claim Hamas reneged on parts of the ceasefire deal. Hamas officials say it isn't true. This comes amid the backdrop of internal political pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Here's Trey Yingst, who is the chief foreign correspondent for Fox News, reporting on the matter. I'm sorry, but the fact that Trey Yingst at Fox News is saying this from Tel Aviv, and he is outflanking CNN, is so unacceptable. Okay.
This is an important update. There is a crisis as it relates to the ceasefire agreement reached last night. The Prime Minister's office here in Israel just released a statement saying Hamas reneged on parts of the agreement reached with mediators and to Israel in an effort to extort last-minute concessions. The Prime Minister's office goes on to say there will be no cabinet vote until mediators inform Israel that Hamas has agreed to all parts of the deal. This is significant, and it comes amid the backdrop of increased domestic political pressure against the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, whose own finance minister Bezalel Smotrich threatened to leave the government if a deal was reached.
Never mind. He didn't actually say what I think he said in here.
Hamas reneged on parts of the agreement reached with mediators and to Israel in an effort to extort last-minute concessions. The Prime Minister's office goes...
He tweeted out something different. The Israelis claim Hamas reneged on parts of the ceasefire deal. Hamas officials say this isn't true. Why didn't he mention that in the... Did I... Yeah, he didn't mention that at all. He tweeted it. This part does not exist in the video. Interesting. Anyway. If Netanyahu's government is threatening to dissolve it, then who is that is reneging on it? It's so dumb. I know. That's what's so frustrating about it. It's like, it's so glaringly obvious. It is so obvious who the spoiling party is. I saw a tweet from 2012 on the timeline earlier. Someone had brought it up again, where this person was saying, like, hold on, let me see if I can find the tweet. I want to do it justice by just telling you exactly what the tweet was. Raphael Shimonov reposted this. Emily F. in 2012 says, Palestinians don't want peace, in air quotes, but Palestinians celebrate the ceasefire while 70% of Israelis are against the ceasefire. All the way back in 2012. Tell me who wants peace. Like, even on the population side. Anyway, here's the other story of the day. Shock moment. Blinken verbally accosted by anti-Israel heckler who gets removed from the press briefing.
Reporters in Gaza were on the receiving end of your bombs. Why did you keep the bombs flowing when we had a deal in May?
I'm happy to address
we
questions.
all knew we had a deal. Everyone in this room knows we had a deal, Tony, and you kept the bombs flowing.
I'm happy to address
Why did you
questions.
sacrifice the rules-based order on the mantle of your commitment to Zionism? Why did you allow my friends
The heckler is not a heckler. That's Max Blumenthal.
to be massacred? Why did you allow my friends' homes in Gaza to be destroyed when we had a deal in May? You helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating with fascism. You waved the white flag before.
He's a journalist.
Knows we had a deal, Tony, and you kept the bombs flowing. I'm happy to.
Which, once again, I will just say, on the issue of Israel, Max is great. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Don't bring me all of his other reporting. Don't come in here and start talking about Vladi-Poo or Syria or whatever. I don't... Listen, that's not what we're talking about right now. We're simply talking about Israel. Okay? He's locked in.
Why did you sacrifice the rules-based order on the mantle of your commitment to Zionism?
Yeah, people are happy to be like, oh, well, what about his reporting on COVID? Like, yeah, I know.
Why did you allow my friends to be massacred? Why did you allow my friends' homes in Gaza to be destroyed?
It's also additionally frustrating because one of his journalists was falsely apprehended and arrested by the Israeli state, an American citizen. Just, something to remember as well. All right? It's not just like, so for him, understandably, he's okay. The point of doubt on the annexation exchange speculation is that I'm not sure how Bibi plans to navigate this politically and come out on the other side. Smotrich says he'd leave if the war ends after phase 1. And Ben-Gvir says he'd leave if the deal is signed at all. Netanyahu's personal media channels divorced of any real ideology, but they've been committed to the absolute victory slogan for so long. He'd definitely have to get a security blanket from some political enemies. Yes. Jeremy Lafredo is the gray zone journalist that was arrested by the Israeli state.
When we had a deal in May, you helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating it with fascism. You waved the white flag before Netanyahu. You waved the white flag before Israeli fascism.
I look forward to taking questions when I get a chance to
Your father-in-law was an
finish my
Israel
statement.
lobbyist. Your grandfather was an Israel lobbyist. Are you compromised by Israel? Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? You too, Matt. You smirk through the whole thing every day. You smirk through a genocide.
CNN called this cringy.
Repeatedly interrupted by some cringeworthy heckling by activists.
By activists, not your contemporaries, not your peers, but cringeworthy activists. Chat. Nice reporting on that. By the way, the other person that they packed up in this process was not even someone who works for a gray zone, but Sam Husseini, who was violently and physically apprehended. I was seriously manhandled, but I'm back at home, he says. Thanks for all the support, folks. My intention was to ask tough questions at every opportunity during the news conference, which state personnel obviously cut short. Was the point of the May 31st announcement to block implementation of the May 24th ICJ order? Why do you refuse to recognize the Geneva Conventions as applying to Gaza? Everyone from Amnesty International to the ICC accuses Israel of extermination and genocide. Why are you not in The Hague? Why was your stepfather Pissar connected to both Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? Miller here pretends not to know about the Hannibal Directive. Do you know about the Hannibal Directive? Why do you not even acknowledge Israel's nuclear weapons?
I carry in my pocket the names of those who have been arbitrarily detained and unfairly held hostage, unjustly held hostage, and bringing them home, returning them to their families, returning them to their loved ones. Finally,
get your hands off me. 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 Answer a damn question. Do you know about the Hannibal Directive? Do you know about Israel's nuclear weapons? Everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me.
It's so funny that we constantly have this conversation about like Chinese free speech and whatever. And it's like the moment that the American state feels weak, like a little shred of weakness, a sense of weakness from the American state, and immediately we're like, oh no, like we're doing the same stuff that we accuse all of our foreign adversaries of doing. And some of our foreign adversaries do these things, right? This is something that I talked to Chelsea Manning about a long time ago, but it's something that I try to repeat to people. America gets the quote unquote have free speech, but even then there are obvious limitations to it when someone threatens the established order. That's why the likes of whistleblowers such as Chelsea Manning have been violently punished for their crimes of revealing certain war crimes that the American government has conducted. That's why Edward Snowden has to live in exile. That's why Julian Assange was punished for almost a decade. Just something to consider here. But even outside of that, the more America's power diminishes on the global stage, the more you will see how hard they crack down on free press and free speech in general. And we still have an awesome amount of power on the global stage, and yet we're already doing this stuff. Just so you understand. It's going to get worse, by the way.
You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I'm asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions, and so I'm asking
Please, sir,
questions.
respect the process.
Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders.
Please, sir, respect the process.
Like room full of journalists, room full of State Department journalists. Okay, these are NatSec reporters. Like some of these guys are I mean, these guys are like 20-year, 30-year veterans in the field. Okay? This is a Democratic administration doing this, by the way.
Oh, respect the process. Respect the process while everybody from Amnesty International, to the ICJ is saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination. You're telling me to respect the process. Criminal! Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague?
Finally, we've worked to modernize our diplomacy so that...
Yeah. Incredible, dude. Yeah, imagine if Anthony Blinken was Chinese, dude. How much media coverage? What do you think CNN would say if this was happening in communist China? And not to say that it like there is free press or free speech in communist China or whatever. I'm not even claiming that. Okay? But just think, how would CNN cover this instance? How would CNN cover it? Do you think this is what they would say?
as you heard, he was repeatedly interrupted by some cringeworthy heckling by activists. I mean, we were both sitting here pretty stunned, frankly. This is supposed to be a press conference with a room of journalists. Those were activists who were interrupting the Secretary of State when he initially was thanking the press and talking about the Israeli-Hamas deal.
Yeah, I think it's really surprising. A lot of our viewers will have seen protests on Capitol Hill, for example, during confirmation hearings, but it's very rare for something like that to happen at the State Department. I'm over there all the time.
Yeah, because Sam Husseini was apprehended violently, not because he was like doing a cringeworthy protest, but for simply asking questions that they were both journalists. Yes. Both Max Blumenthal of Gray Zone and Sam Husseini are both like credentialed journalists that are allowed to be in that room. They're NatSec reporters. You might not like all of their output. Okay. You might not like all of their coverage. You might not agree with them ideologically. Just imagine if Biden is doing a press conference and they do this to like to douchey, okay, the Fox News reporter. They just come in with, you know, cops and pick him up. What do you think Fox News would do in that situation? They would burn the building to the ground, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? And it wouldn't just be Fox News either. CNN would also be very upset. They would absolutely rip into the Biden administration. So CNN didn't even know they were journalists? No, they're just lying. That's the point. They know that they're journalists. But of course, it looks weird if they actively call them journalists, NatSec reporters. Then it calls into question why a mainstream media outlet, a legacy publisher, is on board with the State Department violently apprehending and kicking aside a credentialed reporter. So they can't say that. They have to simply say, "Oh, it's just a it's not a, you know, it's a cringe activist." Look at this. Look. Sam Husseini is routinely credentialed as a reporter to participate in State Department press briefings, and CNN Chiron says interrupted by man asking questions like it was some heckler who snuck into the room. CNN is going to complain day in, day out during Trump's administration about how they're mistreated, like they did during his first term, but they can't even call this out. Reporters shouldn't be dragged out of briefings and then detained and arrested.
You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I am asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asking questions. Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders. We still respect the process. Oh, respect the process. Respect the process. Well, everybody from Amnesty International. From Amnesty International to the ICJ saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination, and you're telling me to respect the process. Criminal! Why aren't you in the Hague? Why aren't you in the Hague? Why aren't you about Israel?
Wow.
So
I mean, you have no self-respect, dude. Like, straight up. Like, I get that these guys operate on a decent amount of Western chauvinism, a decent amount of like unexamined, resilient white supremacist attitudes. So of course, when Palestinian colleagues of theirs are getting shredded by American weapons in the hands of the apartheid state, they rarely ever cover it. They rarely ever talk about it, right? Because they're monsters, but it's far away. But there is at least in this profession a sense of respect and a sense of honestly self-preservation that journalists are supposed to have, where they go out to bat for their colleagues because they understand that if a State Department does that to someone that they might not agree with, they could very quickly do that to them as well. And I love that, like, at this stage, the defense of Israel is such a higher priority for these guys that they straight up are talking about a credentialed reporter who is allowed to be there as though he is just some random heckler, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy because it's going to happen to them as well. Wait till Trump does this to a CNN reporter. I will, as is the case always, defend them. Okay? I will not be defending the Trump administration for being like, oh, bad vibes overall from CNN reporters, so they deserve it. I would defend it if this happened to a Fox News reporter for asking questions. Trump did it to a CNN reporter back then, and Fox News was the first to call it out. Exactly. There's like solidarity amongst reporters, especially in like America, okay? If this were to happen to any other reporter, all hell would break loose in media. This is exactly the type of like self-interested media fancy that reporters love covering over and over again because they love considering themselves to be like brave warriors that are facing serious repercussions for reporting on or engaging in what they consider as like adversarial journalism. But when actually adversarial journalism is happening at the State Department press briefing by a credentialed reporter, they cast him aside as though he is just some random heckler.
Time in that briefing room, and you need to have a reason to be at the State Department. You need to have an appointment. You need to have press accreditation to come and go. So it's unclear who those people were. So I think there's a real security question there. Allow me to be cheesy for a moment. This is a testament to American democracy and the way that American administrations approach their press rooms. They give accreditation to a wide number.
Yeah, and also credit, really? This is a moment that is credit worthy. Let's praise them for giving credentials to reporters that don't deserve it. And sometimes they're just going to get their ass beat. That's crazy, man. You're a disgusting little monster. Shame on you. Shame on you. That's crazy. The American government arrests a credentialed reporter for asking questions in a State Department briefing from Anthony Blinken, and you choose to celebrate the fact that they even gave him a credential to begin with. What a ridiculous, like, I mean, does he have to say it in Korean for you to have some different opinions on it? Does he have to say it in Mandarin? Is that the only time where you'll go, wow, what a glaringly obvious display of having no intellectual honesty and no interest in preserving the sanctity of the fourth estate? Only our foreign adversaries engage in stuff like this. When we do it, it's not only just, but it's also a yet another indication of our virtue that we gave them credentials to begin with. Wow.
Number of journalists, and increasingly what I would call less mainstream journalists, more opinion journalists, who have the opportunity to go to the State Department, to go to the White House, and to ask questions of the representatives of that administration. So I'm always amazed by whenever I go to these different press rooms about who's actually sitting there. It's not just Americans, it's people from all over the world, from Turkey, from China.
Defamation case against CNN over Afghan evacuation report goes to a jury. Wait. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, I think this was like this might have been a hog thing though. Yeah, a Florida jury will decide. Oh God, my freaking thing doesn't work at all anymore. God damn it. A Florida jury will decide. What is happening? Bro, this doesn't work anymore. I swear to God. Oh God, ad block just simply does not work. It's so annoying. Yeah, it just simply does not work. Yeah, we'll just use archive. A Florida jury will decide whether CNN defamed a U.S. Navy veteran in a 2021 report on how Afghans are being charged thousands of dollars to be evacuated after the U.S. military withdrawal from their country. Yeah, I don't know if this this defamation suit holds for the record, because I think it was actually, unironically, I mean, I don't know the entire circumstances. I just remember reading about it a little bit a while back, but this was a guy who was handling extractions, and they went and they interviewed people. And they said this guy was like asking a ridiculous fee for these extractions. Young, who advertises evacuation service on LinkedIn, has said he only took on clients with corporate sponsors. He extracted 22 employees for Bloomberg and Audible from Afghanistan. There was Audible employees in Afghanistan? What the hell? He said he never took money directly from Afghans, who CNN said in the piece were being exploited as they feared retribution from the Taliban for aiding American forces. Young was seeking $14,500 for getting people out of the country at the time. His services were described in the CNN segment alongside interviews with Afghans who spoke about efforts by people to escape, but they had no connection to Young. His suit said his inclusion in the story, which uses the term black market in an on-screen banner, implied that his activity was criminal, even though Marquardt's segment made no such charge. Black market was also used in the introduction of the report when it first ran on The Lead with Jake Tapper. Other CNN programs and the network's website and social media accounts. The jury in the civil trial. Yeah, Young claims the story destroyed his reputation and ability to earn a living, driving his annual income from $350,000 to zero, and caused severe emotional and psychological distress.
China from South Korea who get to ask questions of people like Matt Miller at the State Department or Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House. And so there's a relatively open policy for now in these different press rooms.
Nice, man. Look how wonderful we are. That we're just letting reporters in.
You know about Israel's nuclear weapons. Everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled.
We've been listening to Secretary Blinken taking questions on Israel.
Not always the most enjoyable thing, but it is the most necessary thing.
A legend in that building from the Associated report that they have to come and go. So it's unclear who those people were. So I think.
Is it unclear? How is that unclear? You're a goddamn reporter. You know, you have a CNN reporter in the room. That's crazy. That's crazy. How is that unclear? That's a crazy way to. Oh my God. This can only be read as omission, okay? In an effort to serve not the truth but lies. That's it. That's it. You got a CNN reporter in there. You think you can't call up the CNN NatSec reporter to be like, hey, who were the people that were arrested? Who were the people that were forced out of the room? Were they credentialed reporters? I don't have access to the same degree that CNN has, but even I can figure out what happened there by just looking at the videos. You know? It's on Twitter. It's a room full of journalists. What a silly thing. This is a room filled to the brim with journalists. So the notion that you just couldn't simply check to see who got kicked out or whether they were credentialed or not is so stupid. And the reason why they're not doing that is not because they simply don't have the bandwidth to, okay? It's not because they don't have the bandwidth to. It's because they don't want to. They don't want to cover it. They know what the truth is. They just want to lie.
I think there's a real security question there, and in terms of like who gets to come into the building. I think it also speaks to the incredible anger at the Biden administration, both domestically and internationally, for the support that they have given to Israel. You heard someone there talking about allowing them to kill my friends. I think he's referring to journalists in Gaza. But I think the bigger picture was a good question there from Matt Lee. a legend in that building from the Associated Press talking about what's different between now and 16 years ago when Condoleezza Rice was leaving the State Department. They were also talking about Israel and Gaza and what's going to change. How can anything change? And as we ducked out there, Secretary Blinken was talking about the Abraham Accords. And I think this is going to be something we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming months. This is essentially going to be the guiding principle when it comes to the Middle East for the Trump administration. Trump, his biggest foreign policy victory, he would tell you, in the first term was the Abraham Accords, the normalization between several Arab countries and Israel. He wants to expand that to Saudi Arabia. And I think that is probably the best chance for things to change at this point, because Saudi Arabia is essentially saying that if we're going to normalize with Israel, then there needs to be a Palestinian.
Yeah. He's listen. He knows the other guy who's a legendary reporter, not the two guys that got kicked out, though. Those guys are activist hecklers.
State, and that is one thing that could end this war. So there are a lot of moving parts before we get there. But the one thing that really could change the paradigm of what we've been seeing in the...
It's little tweaks like this by man asking questions about U.S. policy in Gaza. Blinken news conference repeatedly interrupted by man asking questions about U.S. policy in Gaza. Not Blinken news conference repeatedly interrupted after, Capitol Police apprehend and detain journalists for asking questions about U.S. policy in Gaza. It's not for brevity, by the way. They could have just simply changed by man to by journalists asking questions, but they don't want to do that.
Middle East is the enlargement of those Abraham Accords.
And we have, I think, video of another angle of what happened there in the press room at the State Department. Let's watch.
About Israel's nuclear weapons, everybody from the ICJ. I was sitting here quietly, and now I'm being manhandled by 2 or 3 people. You pontificate about a free press. You pontificate about a free press. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. You are hurting me. I am asking questions after being told by Matt Miller that he will not answer my questions until I'm asking questions. Wasn't the point of the May 31st statement to block the ICJ orders? You blocked the ICJ orders.
Please, sir, respect the process.
Oh, respect the process. Respect the process. Well, everybody from Amnesty International. From Amnesty International to the ICJ saying that Israel's doing genocide and extermination, and you're telling me to respect the process. Criminal! Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you in The Hague? Why aren't you about Israel?
Wow.
So I can't speak to who that was. What I will say is that, over the past few years, whether it's the Pentagon, the State Department, the White House, we have seen, and allow me to be cheesy for a moment, this is a testament to American democracy and the way that American administrations approach their press rooms. They give accreditation to a wide number of journalists and increasingly what I would call less mainstream journalists, more opinion journalists, who have the opportunity to go to the State Department, to go to the White House, and to ask questions of the representatives of that administration. So I'm always amazed by whenever I go to these different press rooms about who's actually sitting there. It's not just Americans, it's people from all over the world, from Turkey, from China, from South Korea, who get to ask questions of people like Matt Miller at the State Department or Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House. And so there's a relatively open policy for now in these different press rooms. But what we're looking at is what was supposed to be the final press briefing by Secretary Blinken to a lot of the press who have been covering him for years. You can see a couple of them there in the front rows of the State Department. And he was interrupted in a very dramatic fashion, not just on this one occasion, but several times during this ongoing press conference.
Yeah, and I believe we need to check this, but there may have been more than one. It may have been beyond the person we see right here. And usually, as you pointed out, Alex, you see something like this on Capitol Hill. We saw it during the cabinet hearings this week with Pete Hegseth. It's unusual to see that in the press room at the State Department. But we also shouldn't lose sight of why everyone is gathered there today, to be able to ask questions of the Secretary of State, Blinken, which is happening right now.
But the right questions only.
Hamas deal. We heard Blinken say that it is imperative.
But the right questions only.
It's hiccups along the way.
Not questions we don't like. You know what I mean? Because if you ask questions we don't like, then yeah, it's totally fine and valid that you get kicked out. We love when you get kicked out. And we'll sit here and act like you're not a journalist, but simply an activist heckler. Aaron David Miller is a former State Department analyst. In 27 years at state, never seen a situation where a Secretary of State, a caring, compassionate man, is heckled in his own building by a heckler yelling, "Why aren't you in The Hague?" A new low for civility. It's not, Ryan responds, it's not his building, it is the people's building, and he deserves a fair trial, but quite obviously he should be charged just as Netanyahu was. Insane to me. Anyway, hundreds of Israelis are now protesting against the ceasefire, which they say is surrendering to Hamas.
Israel is divided over the news of a ceasefire deal. Outside the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem, hundreds gathered this morning to protest against it, believing that it represents a surrender to Hamas.
We don't want to do deals with the devil again. We had enough of that. We want to beat this war. We send our soldiers to war, to battle, to win this battle, to destroy Hamas when nothing remains from them.
The fact that we're only receiving in this current deal 33 hostages over the span of 47 days, it just shows that we haven't done enough and that we still have more work to do. Because if we'd really managed to beat Hamas, we might have killed 46,000 Hamas terrorists, but they managed to recruit the same amount and even more.
They have powerful support in the Israeli government. The far-right parties have threatened to leave the coalition if the ceasefire deal is approved.
Some of the protesters here are family members of Israeli soldiers killed fighting in Gaza over the last 15 and a half months. And they believe that the deal struck in Qatar amounts to an Israeli surrender.
The Israeli cabinet should have met today to approve the deal. But Benjamin Netanyahu accused Hamas of demanding last-minute changes. He's also facing a rebellion from some in his own coalition. The National Security Minister has threatened to resign.
With an abandoned agreement approved and implemented, we will deliver our letters of resignation to the Prime Minister, and the Otzma Yehudit will not be part of the government, and we are resigning from it.
The United States is confident the ceasefire will begin on Sunday.
I am confident, and I fully expect that implementation will begin, as we said, on Sunday. Look, it's not exactly surprising that in a process, in a negotiation that has been this challenging and this fraught, you may get a loose end. We're tying up that loose end as we speak. I've been on the phone in one way or another all morning with Brett McGurk, with our Qatari friends, and I'm very confident that this is moving forward.
In Tel Aviv tonight, hostage families and their supporters were again on the streets, as they have been every week for 15 and a half months. Yifat Calderon's cousin, Ofer, is one of the hostages. He is 52 years old and so expected to be released in the first phase.
I just get hope, but I don't have any faith in each side of not in our side and not in the others and Hamas. We got to finish this war. We got to bring them all back, because if we're going to wait more and more, we'll not have anybody, any hostages to bring home.
These are nervous days in Israel and Gaza. The ceasefire agreement has already proved itself to be fragile. Despite the mediator's optimism, few here think it will hold for long. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Israel.
Everyone, this is Bisan. I am still alive and talking to you from Gaza Strip, where more than 70% of the residential buildings were destroyed in a 1 year of ongoing genocide. But the question now is, Where can the people who used to live in these neighborhoods and survived the destruction?
Yeah, I wonder why Sky News didn't translate what Itamar Ben-Gvir's party is in English and just said, what is it, Ozma Yehudit? Interesting. Maybe because it translates to Jewish Power Party. You know, like white power. That's literally true. It's not like a meme or anything. It's not an exaggeration. That's just what like Itamar Ben-Gvir's party is literally the Jewish Power Party.
And the genocide live after all of this.
وين ساكن هالبيت انت؟ كيف وضع البيت؟
انا عملت مدخل زي ما انت شايفه اللي 4 ايام بشتغل فيه. تفضل اطلع فوق. الشقة رايحة بس ضايل الغرفة. بمشي حالي فيه. احسن من الكلام. انت الماسورة هذا الصبح برضه عشان قصة الحمام وبحط هنا احجار بصفط احجار 6 مدامية. بعدين بحط بطانية. وبقضي غرض يعني فلسه انا بشتغل اول يوم يعني اخش الشقه لسه انظف. اللي خلاني ارجع المرمطه. غرفه في داري احسن من قصر برا بالنسبه لي يعني.
Here behind me is a home. The first floor is destroyed and there is no entrance for the home. So people put a stair.
Someone tried to say that I was being Someone tried to say that I was being a little unfair for saying Ozma Yehudit translates to Jewish Power Party and that it actually means Jewish strength as well. Dog, it is a Kahanas party. What are you talking about? They are like openly, not a secret, openly Jewish supremacists. It's akin to saying, well, you know, these white nationalists are simply Christian nationalists, or these white nationalists are not white supremacists, when they actively say that they are. Nuance perverts, man, is so funny. No, you don't understand. White power simply means white strength. Like, they just want white people to be strong, dude.
Stairs here opened a door into the wall of the next floor and kept their plants alive.
مين صاحب فكرة الدرج هذا؟
أبوي دعمه.
طب شايف إنه صح الواحد يرجع حتى لو في دمار؟
هيك في الدار أحسن.
طب ما هي مدمرة.
دارنا أحسن من أي مكان.
As you can see here, people, because of the lack of the options, we don't have any places to go to. So people now are returning back to their homes and trying to rebuild anything, like any wall. Look there.
غصب عنهم هنعمرها مرة ومرتين و10. هنضل نعمر فيها اليوم للقيامة وقاعدين لهم هان قاعدين.
تعالوا وين ساكنين؟ شو صار في داركم؟
احنا هنا عشان احنا ضايلين عنصدع.
احكوا لي شو بتعملوا هنا شو؟
Are the mods sleeping? No. This person is joking. Going along with what I said. That's the reason why they didn't get banned. because they're basically repeating what I said, okay? Which is when I used an example of like a white supremacist being claiming that they're just simply saying white people must be powerful and not that they're superior or anything. Not every person that's trying to make a joke without slapping an S on the back of it is a, freak.
نتزحلق.
طب ما حدش حكى لكم انه خطر تتزحلقوا في مكان فيه ركام مثلا؟ خطر. طب ليه تتزحلقوا؟
عشان في شي مراجيح.
اطفال غزة بدون حل. بس منطقي بتقدرش ترد عليه، بيحكي لك فيش مراجيح فبتزحلق على ركام البيت.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Joined now by retired Admiral John Kirby, the White House National Security Communications Advisor. Admiral Kirby, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
As you know, Netanyahu's office just put out a statement a short time ago claiming that Hamas is already reneging on the agreement to extort some last-minute concessions. Hamas insisting that it's committed to the ceasefire. All of this while attacks continue in Gaza overnight. How confident are you, Admiral, that this is a plan that's actually going to hold?
We're going to get there, Craig. We're aware of these issues that the Prime Minister has raised today, this afternoon, their time, and we're working through that. Our team on the ground is actually working with him and his team to iron all this out and flatten it and get it moving forward. Obviously, this has got to get approved by the Israeli government, and Prime Minister Netanyahu knows that, and he's working through that process as well. But we're confident that we'll be able to solve these last-minute issues and get it moving, and that this ceasefire can take place starting on Sunday.
Meanwhile, the parents of deceased Israeli-American hostage Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, they put out a statement as well. I just want to read part of it to you. They welcome the deal. They also took issue with the timing of this deal, saying in part, our beloved son Hirsch and so many other innocent civilians should have been saved long ago by a deal like this one, especially since the framework for today's deal has been in place since May of 2024. What do you say to them and others who argue that this is a deal that could have been done months ago and not doing so cost lives?
We agree 100% with the Goldberg family and every other hostage family that feels the same way, because we feel exactly the same way. This is the deal that the president put on the table back in May, was endorsed by the international.
Wait for it. Hamas refused to go along with it, right? He's going to say it.
Community and time again, Hamas just kept throwing up obstacles and wasn't willing to negotiate in good faith.
If you ask that family, they've been pretty open about who they think is responsible for this deal being cast aside. They've openly recognized Benjamin Netanyahu as the responsible party, just so you know. So even the people that they actually recognize the humanity of, Israeli victims, okay, families of hostage members, they still openly will just cast aside. They'll be like, yeah, whatever. They don't know what they're saying. They're too emotional because their child died. You know, that type of shit. Interesting.
What changed was they're weaker now. They're more isolated now. They're in more trouble. And so they were willing to make a deal. But the families are right. This should have happened a long, long time ago. Frankly, the hostages shouldn't have been taken in the first place if Mr. Sinwar hadn't broken the ceasefire that actually did exist on the 6th of October.
There are some who maintain that there's something else that got this deal over the line. As you probably know, President-elect Donald Trump's Mideast envoy has been working on this for weeks in conjunction with your administration. There was this this tense meeting over the weekend, apparently between the president-elect's envoy and Prime Minister Netanyahu, and President-elect Trump last week saying, quote, all hell will break loose if this doesn't get done before his inauguration. Why did it take the president-elect's involvement to get this over the finish line?
What really got us to this point was the isolation and the weakening of Hamas. That's what really drove us to this point. But without question, the president-elect coming in after his election and saying he supported this deal certainly helped. There's no question about that. Look, I think we got to stop worrying about this whole credit business and who gets.
Dude, I don't know if I'm crazy or not, but like, I can't recall another time when the media lied and every single State Department official lied this relentlessly against like information that was readily available. Even with like the WMD lie, right? Even with like Iraq and the WMDs and stuff like that, they at least had like it wasn't something that you could directly confirm, right? Like, it's not something you could directly confirm. You had no way of just looking at Iraq and being like, well, do they have WMDs? Do they not have WMDs? Like, all these institutions are claiming that they do. In this situation, you don't need... In this situation, you just straight up don't need, like, any international organ to basically tell you or confirm or do additional investigations into whether or not they're lying. You could just look at the situation and be like, well, this doesn't make sense. Like, it's so glaringly obvious. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is one of the only instances where I can like look at a situation directly in front of me and go, what they are saying is so obviously wrong. The UN investigated and came up with no indication, though. No, you're missing the point. I'm not saying there weren't other like very obvious third-party organizations that actually directly contradicted America's false fabricated evidence. You don't need a third party in this circumstance. You could just look at the past 15 months ago. Israel is openly saying they're holding this deal up every single time. Do you not understand what I'm saying? It's not like they assassinated the guy who was doing the ceasefire deal on the Palestinian side. Like, none of that stuff is like secret. It's out in the open.
Gets credit for what? There's plenty of credit to go around. The hostages don't care about who's claiming credit. The people in Gaza don't care. They just want the war to end, and the hostages just want to come home, and that's what this deal will do. Now, the next team is going to have to implement it, Craig. We got it over the finish line with, of course, in coordination with them as one team, as the Americans expect us to do, American people expect us to do. But now the new team's going to have to implement it over coming weeks and months, and that's why it was so critical for them to be a part of this negotiation process.
By your administration's account, there are 3 American hostages that are still being held alive. When can we expect they will be returned home?
We do know that some of those Americans will be in this first tranche, Craig. The first tranche of hostages that will be released in this initial 6 weeks will be those that are elderly, sick, wounded, civilian women. And we know that there's a couple of Americans that qualify in that tranche, and so they'll be coming out. And we expect to get the rest of our Americans home in future tranches coming up.
Are we talking days? We talking weeks?
Well, we hope that if this implementation starts on Sunday as scheduled, that hostages will start coming out immediately. I couldn't give you a date certain for when the Americans will come out, but certainly there'll be some Americans in this first tranche.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com.
The soap opera part going behind the scenes, KJP and Admiral Kirby seem to be sparring. She has a huge problem with him. Obviously, she's very insecure. And anytime the war happened, Ukraine got invaded, you see things go crazy in the Middle East. You need somebody with international experience. And that's why he looked as an asset. But evidently, he couldn't call on his own reporters. She would always be there to introduce him. And then yesterday, when this happens, Kirby's there in person, and she's not. But according to Jackie Heinrich, KJP's decision to block Kirby from the briefing made reporters wait for a virtual background call to get news about the ceasefire. It did not go over well among the staff, who described it as ending on a note of ego. The administration source told Fox it's one thing to block Kirby from going to the briefing room, but it's another not to even do the homework to be able to answer the question on the most pressing issue news that had in months. Kirby had the answers, but she had to be there, even though she says.
Dude. It is so crazy that somehow we arrived at an administration that's filled to the brim with more self-serving sociopaths than the previous one. Like, I genuinely am, I'm actually shocked, because after the Trump administration's ridiculous failures over and over again, like having dudes like Anthony Scaramucci, or what's the other press secretary? Sean Spicer, and numerous other freaks and losers, I really did not think that the Democratic Party, which often tries to portray a basic level of competency, would be able to reach this new low. Genuinely, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, like, at least in the past, the sociopathic, bloodthirsty freaks within like the Bush administration that were war criminals and should be punished in hell permanently, at least they were at least they demonstrated some level of basic competency. Like, it's actually shocking. Not to say that that's better overall. I'm just genuinely confused how we arrived at Karine Jean-Pierre and the losers that we arrived at. Zero news made in KJP's final briefing. She had no details on the ceasefire hostage deal that will end 400 days of fighting. A defining element of Biden's presidency is that it directing reporters to an NSC background call. Sources familiar with the situation tell me KJP blocked John Kirby from briefing the press on the ceasefire, wanted to keep the spotlight on herself. Maybe it's because, like, despite Trump's weakness, I think Trump's weakness was his narcissism. So that was a major opening for people who could basically, you know, tell him the right things and be obviously incompetent for the job, like unqualified for the position. Trump would elevate you to that position that you're unqualified for just because you hyped him up, right? With Joe Biden, it's even worse because Joe Biden is a husk. Like, it's so obvious that Joe Biden was a husk. So anyone that lucked into any position whatsoever was immediately like, I'm holding on to this for dear life. This is my moment in the spotlight. No one can actually stop me because the president is not all there. So it ended up bringing out even worse self-interested careerists. that simply didn't do a good job at all and didn't even care to do a good job at all because my man was just a cadaver.
And knows nothing.
Well, she didn't know Matt Miller. What State Department guy?
Even when I disagree with Kirby, you can't deny he's an effective communicator. He has the goods on what's happening.
He knows what's going on.
And this has been reported on throughout the administration that many people thought that he should have got the job. He was more competent for the job, but they gave it to her. And you see that, as you say, rightly, Brian, the insecurity there.
Okay, so
that's how she's going out, not knowing. See, my problem is not her message. Is this she doesn't get briefed. She doesn't do the reading. Jen Psaki did the reading. When she talked, I almost thought she was setting policy.
Right.
And it was almost like reversal, like Joe Biden, listen to Jen Psaki, that's where you're heading, or that's what you should be saying. With KJP, it's not a matter of preferences.
It's hard to follow.
But you got to help with the story. You got to move it.
On the one hand, it's obvious that they're chomping at the bit to shit on a gay black woman. On the other hand, Karine Jean-Pierre is uniquely bad at her position. It is pretty shocking. Like, she was, oh God. She was so bad. She was like Sean Spicer. Just truly oblivious to the matters that she needs to speak on. So incompetent. I don't even know how she like retained the job. Most likely because, once again, the administrative state is run by a cadaver. Just awful.
The story forward.
I think the answers are in the big book of answers, but she just simply doesn't read it.
So much on that.
The President of the United States was, as Peter was talking about, he did a farewell speech. Usually, it's one of those things where, oh, look at all the stuff we got accomplished, all the money, you're living a better life. Good luck with the next guy, essentially. But one thing that really caught everybody's eyes was for decades, the Democrats could count on certain constituencies. And over the last, 2-3 election cycles, they've been able to count on Silicon Valley to help them out. Well, now, as you know, as we've detailed, Elon Musk is unofficial part of Donald Trump's cabinet. Mark Zuckerberg.
Unofficial.
Tim Apple, as he was referred to, is going to be at the inauguration along with Sam Altman. Silicon Valley is lining up now behind, or at least cozying up to Donald Trump. And that is driving Joe Biden, who used to count on them, crazy. He referred to them, not by name, he referred to them as the tech industrial complex.
Not to yell DEI, but the State Department does love to have black faces present their war crimes. I mean, yeah. Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, Linda, the UN lady, the UN ambassador. Yeah. 100%. It's not necessarily DEI. It's the opposite. Like, them being black in that situation is more beneficial in the eyes of those who hire them, because Linda Thomas Greenfield, it undermines like because they have no comprehensive assessment of Western chauvinism or white supremacy or colonialism. They think that, like, as long as you slap a black face onto it, that, like, it will basically soften the message intentionally. Like, immediately it'll soften the message, which basically is the same principle behind hiring Candace Owens. You know what I mean? That's conservatives and liberals in that situation are basically handshaking over white supremacy. On their minds, they're like, well, if a black person is saying it, it just kind of softens the message a little bit. You can't say it's white supremacist.
From the Resolute desk last night. Watch.
You know, his farewell address, President Eisenhower spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power. I'm equally concerned about the potential rise of a tech-industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country as well. Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation. Social media is giving up on fact-checking. The truth is smothered by lies told for power and for profit.
Yeah. Mr. I saw 40 beheaded babies.
Must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our families, and our very democracy from the abuse of power.
I mean,
he's right. I know. That's the saddest part. My expectation is that the Democrats are supposed to be the conveyors of the truth, present themselves not only on the aesthetic front as a counter mechanism, a counterbalance, a counterweight against growing fascism, but actually be that counterweight. Every step of the way, they have failed to do so and have shown that they have no interest in playing that role anyway. They would much rather fundraise off of their ineptitude when the Republicans inevitably win power and make Americans' lives worse. That's why, to me, it rings hollow when I hear the likes of Joseph Robinette Brandon say, the truth is being undermined by lies masquerading as the truth. It's like, well, you did that so much. Your red line, your genocide denial, your undermining of the health ministry, the Palestinian health ministry's casualty numbers that dramatically changed media coverage around the world, okay? Lies like how you were working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, or how much Netanyahu frustrated you. But it was actually Hamas that was undermining the ceasefire negotiations.
So I just think this is a stupid move. Big Tech, who has been in the pockets of the Democratic Party for years, they sit out one election cycle because things are going so bad with the country. And now you want to make them an enemy? They helped you out the last time. Yeah. What about apologizing to the American people when you said that the laptop was disinformation? You knew your son was an addict. You knew he was posting.
Yeah, that's what he should have done on his last speech. Bro, you're medically brain dead. Like, actually. You literally are functionally a vegetable if this is your commentary. Like, oh man, why didn't Joe Biden talk about how Hunter Biden was smoking crack and also stealing money and then giving it to me, Joe Biden, from China? And that's why I love China. And I apologize to the American population for loving China too much. Why didn't he say that? Still talking about this goddamn laptop, man. Oh my God. Oh. Once again, another glaringly obvious example that it is purely the Democratic Party's incompetence that allows these monsters to win. And they're not winning because they're brilliant, okay? They're still talking about this goddamn laptop, dude.
Things you knew about it, and they covered for you.
I agree with you, but can you say that in a non-ableist way? No. Unless you give me a good alternative, I'll use it. Like, what's a good alternative to, like, someone who is brain dead? Someone who's stupid. Because I don't want to just say stupid. I use that too much. Stop yelling at the chatter. Maybe Daisy has a good take here. Maybe Maybe she has something better than, you know, incompetent. You think incompetent was a creative way to say stupid? This is what happens when you're so hyper obsessed with like being woke that I assume that you also think stupid is ableist too. I thought you were going to give me a good ass, you know, I thought you were going to give me a good like alternative. Instead, you said, instead of saying stupid or medically brain dead, you could say incompetent. Like, that's so boring.
What about the apology to the American people on that? But they cover for you and you still bash these people?
I feel like there's so much bitterness.
Yes.
I agree with you, Steve, that when you go...
Yeah, donkey brain is good. Can't put his own clothes, can't put his clothes on without medical assistance. Car crash victim. Lobotomy patient. Something like that.
Usually a president would talk about his accomplishments, not a warning of their fears.
Watch your back.
Exactly. He talked about warning of extreme wealth and power and influence. He's angry at those tech individuals for not supporting him anymore because they were doing what he told them to do.
Exactly. Yelling at them, according to Zuckerberg.
And telling them to take the post down, censor certain things, and they did what he told them to do. And then it came out later when Mark Zuckerberg spoke to Congress and said he was telling us to do this. And we were following along.
You have George Soros putting DAs in to allow crime to run rampant in the city streets, as opposed to these tech executives working for nothing who want to come in and make sure we stay ahead of China in the purest form in AI and cryptocurrency. They wanted no part of cryptocurrency, but they brought David Sachs came in and said, look, I'll be the czar. Had a bunch of people to interview on crypto and on AI. I know what's going on. And I also saw the extreme repression and how hands-on and how the Biden people were picking winners and losers when it came to this business. And they said to themselves, I got the handcuffs on, this can't happen. And there is a fear. If Donald Trump did everything Elon Musk wanted him to, that's a worry, sure. But he's already showing you he's not. They're not going to be electric car subsidy for Tesla. I don't know if you know this, but Sam Altman and Elon Musk are in a, they're suing each other. Yeah. Guess who's sitting together at the inaugural? And guess who went to Mar-a-Lago? Zuckerberg was going to get in the octagon with Elon Musk. He was invited to Mar-a-Lago and has since outly spoken. He's hosting a cocktail party at the inaugural. So he's not giving in. He's ignoring.
Wow. Who would have thought that all of these billionaires that seemingly hate one another can be united on class boundaries at the end of the day? Wow. A shocking display of class solidarity. I am so confused. How could this have happened? Who could have foreseen this? What's next? You're going to tell me that Elon Musk drops the white nationalist state building interest that he has when it comes down to his bottom line? Oh my God. It almost feels like you are telling me that these guys only care about one thing, and that is maintaining the same profit rates or improving the margins of profit year in and year out. Wow, what a shocking revelation. It almost feels like billionaires demonstrate class solidarity with regular frequency. They also, unlike the average working class individual that is constantly worried about what their neighbor is doing and hate others who have the exact same class interest, Billionaires, on the other hand, are very class conscious and totally aware of where they're at in society. I am shocked to find out. Wow. How stupid of this guy to not realize he's proving Biden's point right now. Yeah, Biden is the worst person to make that point, though, considering all of the things that he did and considering, you know, Biden was never supposed to be the president to begin with. Supposed to be Bernie.
Acknowledging their power while saying, he's 78 years old. He does not know the latest on crypto, and he does not know where we're heading with AI. But he knows he doesn't know, and he can put people in charge that do, and we make sure that they're hopefully ethically grounded, because we need to, and patriotic in doing this. You don't have to make the rich the enemy, the successful bad, make them feel bad that they're not given enough.
Especially think about how many people they employ. How many companies do they have? I mean, think about Amazon. Think about Tesla. All of these big companies and corporations that we rely on.
But it has nothing. It has nothing to do with the viewpoint of these guys. The only reason why Biden is upset is because they're not on his team anymore.
He's out.
They were They were totally fine when all these people, as you noted, Brian, were cutting checks to not just the president, but all to the Democratic candidates. But suddenly they start reevaluating things and just having a conversation. There's been no promises made. No promises made.
I love that Brian Kilmeade literally said, hopefully we can now stop hating the wealthy. Yeah, man, definitely. That's what I say all the time. That's one of my hopes too. I'm always thinking to myself, man, when will we stop hating the wealthy? They're jobs providers. They're the most productive members in society. It's really messed up how people just hate the wealthy, dude.
Yeah, they gave to an inaugural committee, but all the companies and all the people do that. That's just respect of the presidency. They do one donation and they have conversations with the president-elect, and suddenly now we need to reevaluate these people.
Well, Donald Trump is smart because he realizes those people in big tech represent the future.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump is all in on making the future for the country better. Get those guys on his side. They don't all have to get along, but he can hear what they say, and then he's the decider.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Turn out of the confirmation hearings for President-elect Trump's
Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi clashes on path being confirmed. She's going to get confirmed. It doesn't matter.
cabinet picks. Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi was grilled by Democrats, but appears to be on her way to confirmation.
Elon Musk lost a spaceship over a SpaceX spaceship over Turks and Caicos.
Personal.
Do we have a video of it? Does anyone have a video? I want to see it. Maybe if he spent less time. Maybe if he spent less time criticizing Asmongold, he could have made sure that there was necessary protections. Who am I kidding? Of course, Elon has no say in what happens on any of this stuff. Actually, he does have a say, but only in a negative way.
What are those? Look up, everybody! Look up! Look up! Are those shooting stars? What is it? What are those? Look up, everybody! Look up! Look up!
Debris spot over the Dominican Republic as SpaceX Starship falls apart during test flight. How? I mean, I don't like this because SpaceX lost contact with the Starship during the test flight right now, managed to catch the booster at least. But I don't understand because it's like, wait, was this actually commandeered by someone? Are they dead? What's going on? Or it was in an unmanned flight. The robot is dead. It was unmanned. It was a
and be
failure.
able
They have
to
launch streams you can check
attribute them,
out.
but as you mentioned, Stephen, just the covering the form on the going on.
The payload deployment that we're seeing now here on SpaceX's stream of the Pez dispenser, as they've nicknamed it, popping out those satellites one after the other. I'm curious to see how quickly are they really going to fly out of the payload bay that quickly when they deploy, or are they going to be spaced out at a slower?
Wait, are these Starlink satellites that they're posting up there, or no? It was unmanned. That it was a failure. They have launch streams. What is the payload, chat? Space junk. Yeah, no, that's yeah, it's just popping out junk.
Speed. Eager to see all of that, and it's one of the things that is entirely new about this flight, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they have any cameras that are on these simulators. Love to see some views.
It was a dummy payload. Wait, really? Go to 38 minus 38 to see the launch start?
All right, we're more than 30 seconds into flight. Telemetry showing 33 out of 33 engines as it's pitching downrange.
Now more than a minute into flight. Vehicle passing through max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure. Coming upon a few events in fairly rapid succession here. We'll see booster, most engines cut off for Miko. T plus 2 minutes 32 seconds. That'll be followed by a hot staging, and the super heavy booster boost back burn will start at T plus 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Call for max Q.
I'm right on to explain. I mean, I know what he would say, which is that getting mad at Elon Musk for something like this is very stupid. That SpaceX does a ton more testing and launches and has been able to greatly improve scientific capabilities of doing these kinds of space travel, like making it easily accessible and more sustainable. And it's not even Glaze. He's not wrong. It's also not Elon Musk doing it. With the exception of like Elon Musk, I don't know, refusing to change certain things that allow for a lot of debris to like fly over and actually end up harming the actual launch. Elon rarely has like serious input in what this kind of stuff and what happens. It's just NASA, but private. Basically, as far as I understand, I mean, the fact that you can have these boosters, like reusable boosters that you catch with these chopsticks or whatever, is massive. It's true. Elon has nothing to do with it. He's just the guy who gets to take credit in the aftermath. But they have they're constantly testing. They're constantly testing. So, how does it help advance society? Genuine question. It just looks like show off. Space travel? a lot of stuff that you have as commonly used household appliances came from NASA. Because of all the technological improvements we made for space travel, including but not limited to fire retardant gear that firefighters wear, like it's not even a question. I love the final frontier. I love space travel. I just wish it was done in government hands, and that it was never actually there was no fear of scaling it back, basically. But unfortunately, because NASA was never able to maintain adequate funding, we now have this weird public-private partnership. Space travel is not going to happen. That's pure sci-fi. You're wrong. You're so wrong. First of all, it's already happening. So it's ridiculous. Like, I mean, think about it this way, man. There's a literal International Space Station up there. Okay? And people go to it routinely. Like, astronauts fly up to it. Sometimes they get stuck at it if they're flying up with a Boeing vessel. But, like, that's a thing, you know? Think about how insane that is. That is a thing that exists right now. Yeah. We've gone to Mars at this point numerous times with different unmanned vessels. We've landed on the moon. What are you talking about? Space travel will be never a real thing. Unless you think all of that is fake news, I don't know. I think it's very important. And I think it's good that people are working on it. All right. Space travel currently is not possible. It's all sci-fi shit at the moment. I don't know what you guys are talking about. If you're talking about traveling to like anything outside of this galaxy, or even traveling to Mars, yes, you're right. I don't think that we are anytime soon going to be able to travel to Mars. Not going to happen anytime soon. But in terms of like space travel in general, it already has happened, and it will continue to happen. And I think it will even become commercialized as well for extremely wealthy people, like what is it, Blue Origin or whatever Jeff Bezos loves doing. Even though technically, my brother told me that it's a technicality and it doesn't actually go to space, but it's like the furthest point in the atmosphere. So they're kind of cheating it. That's just lower Earth orbit. So lame. Interstellar space is an absurdity. Traveling around our system is possible. I agree with scientists when they say any terraforming you can do to Mars should happen on Earth first. Yeah, no, I also agree with that. I do find that really stupid when people are like, oh, we're going to go to Mars and we're going to terraform it. It's like, how about you terraform your backyard, dumbass? What are you talking about? The world is literally becoming increasingly uninhabitable if we don't fix it. And you have no interest in doing that. Instead, you want to go to freaking Mars. What the hell's wrong with you? Like, that part I do agree with. But also simultaneously, I think that who knows what kind of like raw materials we can find, like minerals and stuff we can find that could greatly accelerate technological improvement. Maybe more efficient sources of fuel or something. You know what I mean? Anyway. China's going back to the moon. They have their own space station that is better. The human race is going to space, but they're planting a red flag.
China's Heavenly Palace, the Tiangong, is the most advanced space station ever deployed by the human race. And
wait, what? So they just said, like, we don't trust the Americans. We're going to make our own. Like, we can't, Americans cannot be trusted with the maintenance of the ISS. We're just going to go up there on our own. That's what they did.
And that's a big deal, but it's not really something that the people in the Western world really understand very well or even know that much about. The Chinese have reinvented the space station for the 21st century.
No, they tried to join the ISS, but we wouldn't let them. Dude, what? Dude, Russia's a part of it. That makes no sense. God, we're such salty little assholes, bro. Russia is a part of the ISS. And actually, in recent years, that's been a major problem because we used to apparently use Russian rockets to go up there. And now we can't do that because of obvious reasons.
Century, and this is how they've done it. This is the space race. The thing is, we've been putting space stations into orbit since the early 1970s, but the Tiangong is the first one to stand out as something that looks more like science fiction than the status quo, which is essentially just a submarine in space. Did you know that the first space station ever deployed was a single module Soviet design from 1971 called the Salyut? And then 2 years later, in 1973, NASA topped that with their own station named Skylab, which was built inside a hollowed-out upper stage of the gigantic Saturn V moon rocket. But it was in 1986 that the world saw the deployment of the first-ever modular space station, which the Soviets named Mir. It would take a decade to assemble the 7-module Mir station, and even with the collapse of the Soviet Union coming right in the middle of the project, the Russians would cement themselves as the leaders in space station development. So when we finally arrive at the International Space Station that we all know so well today, we can see that it shares a lot of resemblance with Russia's Mir. In fact, given that the Russians had decades of experience with multiple space stations, and NASA had virtually zero practical knowledge, I don't think it's unfounded to look at the ISS more like a Mir version 2.0, because it's pretty.
In the field of scientific discovery, the refusal of international cooperation is perhaps one of the dumbest self-goals of all time. It's just so incredibly stupid. You're just cucking mankind for perhaps the dumbest reason. Incredibly frustrating predicament.
Clear where this design approach came from. If we look back from Salyut to Skylab to Mir to ISS, we're not exactly seeing a massive amount of progress or evolution to the design. If anything, the Skylab really sticks out as being the nicest space station of the bunch, and that was literally 50 years ago. The Soviet design aesthetic that carried over all the way to ISS has a lot more in common with a submarine than the Starship Enterprise. It's cramped, it's cluttered, there are pipes and wires, and God knows what else sticking out from all angles. Now we flip forward to China's Tiangong, and the difference is night and day. There are only about 20 years between the ISS and Tiangong, but it looks like a century worth of progress. The Tiangong now consists of 3 modules forming a T-shaped space station 55 meters long and 39 meters wide that orbits around 400 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The Tianhe is the core command module, first launched in April 2021. The Wentian experiment module serves as a combination of crew quarters, research lab, and airlock, which was added in July 2022. The Mengtian module is a twin to the Wentian and functions purely as a research and experiment space, and joined the station in November 2022. As far as space stations go, this is an incredibly rapid pace of construction. It took Russia and NASA 2 years just to get the ISS to a state where it was habitable, and it was a 10-year international endeavor for ISS to reach a state of completion. And while it might seem like this station came out of nowhere, this is actually phase 3 of a plan that China started all the way back in the 90s that they called Project 921. This is kind of like China's blueprint to conquer space. Phase 1 of the plan was the development and launch of a crew-capable rocket and spacecraft. These would be the Long March 2F and the Shenzhou, which both launched for the first time in 1999. The Long March series of rockets take their name from Mao Zedong's history as a war hero and leader of the People's Red Army. The name Shenzhou means divine vessel. By 2003, this system had put the first Chinese taikonaut into low Earth orbit on the Shenzhou 5 mission. This began phase 2 of the plan, which was essentially a practice phase. By Shenzhou 7, the Chinese had performed their first spacewalk using their own extravehicular suits. Following that, the country began to deploy test modules that were like miniature space stations. Chinese crews would make their first extended stays in space and practice docking maneuvers between the test modules and the Shenzhou. This time also marked the development of China's Tianzhou spacecraft, or Heavenly Ship, which is a cargo transport vehicle with a carrying capacity of 6,500 kilograms. This spacecraft was designed to fly on the new Long March 7 rocket, a modern replacement for the 2F that was first launched in 2016. Phase 3.
Many people that are in this chat live in the Western world. Don't you ever think about what is to come next? Especially Americans. We currently live in the heart of empire. We currently live in the heart of empire. Seeing stuff like this has to make you recognize that we've lost, right? Like, we've lost. It's kind of over, I think.
Of the plan is where we are at right now, the development and assembly of a new space station, the Tiangong, or Heavenly Palace. So why does China feel so strongly about creating their very own space station? Well, for one, because it's really cool. Who wouldn't want their own personal hangout in space? But for two, also it probably has to do with the Chinese being banned from the International Space Station, which is obviously...
If you ask Americans, in this day and age, they'll still act like China is a peasant society. Straight up. Like, the average American still thinks that, like, Chinese people live in, like, straw huts or ghost cities. And that it is this, like, very strange place that's backwards and scary. And they have a social credit system. Which is ironic because they don't. But we do. Like, we do have a literal credit system. And it's so funny because, like, you could just figure it out on your own. It's not like China is inaccessible. U.S. wants cooperation but needs to correct divided mindset as NASA chief asks for moon sample from China. Bill Nelson, head of U.S. Space Agency NASA, has revealed that in order to join world scientists in analyzing rockets retrieved by China from the moon, he has engaged with American lawmakers to dismiss national security concerns and believes that talks on the issue with China will end positively. Nelson's gesture epitomizes the U.S. divided mindset in engaging with China. It remains entrenched in Cold War thinking. Yet another glaring indication that nationalism is backwards thinking. This is barbarism. This is barbarism. This is barbarism. I repeat over and over again. Getting in the way of scientific discovery due to some weird underlying, completely made up concern of national security. We're cavemen, dude. We're regressing as a society.
Counterintuitive to the literal name of the station, but in 2011, the United States decided that China was prohibited from visiting the station. The Chinese ban was specifically rolled out through a Department of Defense Act passed in the US Congress, which stipulated that NASA may not use their funding to collaborate in any way with China. The reasons given focused around human rights issues and national security. But more than anything, the US was afraid that China would steal their ideas or spy on them or something to that effect, which is a reasonable concern given that both the US and China have been heavily involved in a ton of shady spy stuff for the better part of a century, and that's created a lot of paranoia. Anyway, the Chinese decided to hell with them, we'll build our own, and here we are. The first thing that you'll notice about the interior of the Tiangong is that it looks spacious and wide open, especially compared to the ISS. Tiangong has a very minimalist modern design. What's interesting is that the outer diameter of the Tiangong modules are nearly the exact same as the diameter of the ISS modules, about 4.2 meters or 14 feet across. So the difference is in the volume of internal space available. There are a few reasons for that. For one, the ISS modules are typically much shorter with more connection points in between that create bottlenecks in the structure. For example, the Destiny Lab on the ISS, which is the primary operating facility for US astronauts, is 8.4 meters or 28 feet long, while the Wenxian and Mengtian modules are both 18 meters or 59 feet in length. And for two, the technology on Tiangong is just much more modern and therefore smaller and able to fit into a smaller space. For example, many of the systems on Tiangong will connect wirelessly instead of having to run a labyrinth of cables around like what we see on the ISS. Also, much of the technology on the Tiangong is hidden behind these plain white panels when not in use. I don't know if that's more functional or just aesthetic, or if they straight up...
I don't think Murad is even allowed to watch this video. Chatters. He works in space travel for, you know, technically for the American Department of Defense. I feel like if he even watched this video and got got in his feelings somehow, I feel like it would raise a red flag in in additional security clearance lie detector tests or whatever. They'd be like, hey, have you ever watched a Chinese, have you ever watched a YouTube video about Chinese space travel that made you feel like they were awesome? Beep, 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 beep.
don't want anyone else to be able to see what they're working on, but it does make the station look very clean and modern. I love strategy games and history, which brings us to today's sponsor and a game that has genuinely impressed me, Conflict of Nations. Picture this, it's the late 20th and...
How have you being his brother never harmed him? He doesn't tell me shit, brother. What do you mean? Because he's a smart and diligent worker who doesn't fuck around. Like, he loves his job in spite of the many difficulties, and he doesn't tell me nothing.
Early 21st century, a time of modern warfare, where strategy isn't just about commanding units on the battlefield, but managing resources, alliances, and cutting-edge technology. This is where Conflict of Nations steps in. It's a free online PvP strategy game where you take control of a real country and engage in World War III scenarios. What drew me to it? Realism. Not only do you lead a nation in real-time combat against up to 128 other players, but the game rounds can take weeks to conclude. It's all about deep strategic planning and on-the-spot tactical decisions. Diverse units, from nuclear ballistic submarines, stealth strike fighters, to airborne infantry units, the game boasts over 100 beautifully modeled modern weapon systems. Tech and strategy. An extensive military research tree offers over 250 items for you to explore and enhance your nation's capabilities. Collaborations. As with modern warfare, alliances play a key role. The game allows you to form cooperative clans and team up for collective objectives. Accessibility. And the best part, whether you're on PC or mobile, you can dive into this game seamlessly with
The clearance questions are mostly about financials, contact with foreign governments, and crimes. Mostly see if you can be blackmailed. No, I know. But my point is, this would be blackmail for him. They'd be like, have you ever seen... How is it... Has a documentary about Chinese space travel ever made you feel love for the glorious Xi Jinping regime? Yes or no? You know what I mean? That's going to be a question on the security clearance. Virtually impossible for him to say no to that if he watched this, you know?
module of Tiangong successfully reached orbit in April of 2021. This core structure is called the Tianhe, which means harmony of the heavens. The Tianhe is a 20-ton structure with a maximum diameter of 4.2 meters and contains everything necessary for a functional space station that can support a crew of 3.
Chinese astronauts? China has created a special thread so the red flag never fades like ours on the moon. All of U.S. flags on the moon are either white or have been destroyed. Bro, Central Committee, aka Michael from Pennsylvania, is so much more of a China glazer than me. It's crazy. Even he eats Xi Jinping's dick so much sometimes. Even I'm like, come on, bro, just dial it back a little bit. Like, you're gonna get us arrested. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mike from Pennsylvania, more like Mike from Beijing. Beijing. Mike from Chongqing. Dude, we started this because Elon's spaceship exploded, by the way.
It has solar panels, propulsion systems, life support, a robotic arm, and a sophisticated docking node and airlock. There are 3 main sections to the core module. Starting at the smaller end, there is a spherical multi-docking node. This has 4 ports, with one obviously being permanently attached to the Tianhe. The port opposite to the core module is the main docking port for the station. This is where the Shenzhou crew vehicle can dock. The 2 side ports on the multi-docking node are berthing ports for the twin research labs to the core module. The bottom port on the node is a second crew docking port. This is for use during crew handovers when 2 groups of 3 taikonauts are occupying the station simultaneously. And the top port is actually not...
What the hell is a taikonaut? What? Is that different than an astronaut? Wait, the Chinese got a different name for it? Oh, because Russians have cosmonaut, Americans have astronaut, and then the Chinese have taikonaut. Is that what it is? Everybody's got a different name. Is that what it is? It's a type of devil fruit. Okay, what about the European astronauts? What are they called? Like, what about an Australian astronaut? French? Spationaut? No, you're lying. Stop. I gotta look this up now. God, get the frick out of here, dude. Stop. What are French astronauts called? Oh my God, you were right. You weren't lying. It's called spationauts. What are Italian astronauts called? Lame. Nothing. What are Malaysian astronauts? Wait, the Angkasa program was initiated by the Malaysian government to send a Malaysian to the International Space Station on board Soyuz. The program was named after the Malay word for astronaut, Angkasa. Wait, what are Polish astronauts called? Probably still cosmonaut, I suspect. Yeah, they're still called cosmonauts. Japanese astronauts are called astronauts. Yeah, that's a big mistake. They should have called them polka knots. What about Indian? Viomanauts? Okay, that's kind of cool. India doing too much, dude. Viomanauts sounds like an alien. Like, that just sounds like you belong up there. You know what I mean?
Not a docking port at all, it's a hatchway. This is for the crew to exit the station and perform spacewalks. Moving up.
Pound for pound, India has done way more for NASA than most space programs, actually. No, I know Indians are going crazy on the space stuff, too.
To the narrow cylindrical section of Tianhe, this is the crew quarters. There are individual bunks for 3 crew members and all of the necessary facilities like the space toilet. And then at the wider end of the core module is a working area with 3 experimental racks. This is also where the propulsion section for the station is located. This maintains orbital control. And lastly, there is another docking port at the end of the module that is specifically for the Tianzhou cargo craft. This is also a future docking port for the Chinese Space Telescope. The Tianhe is also the module that supports the station's main robotic arm, which is 10 meters in length. It's a little shorter than the Canadarm2 that is currently in operation at the ISS, which is 17 meters long, but the Chinese arm does have a similar capability and the
Bro, it's not the size, okay? It's not the size of the wave that matters, it's the motion of the ocean. Chill.
Possibility for expansion. More on that in a bit. On July 24th, 2022, China launched their Wenxian Research Laboratory module for the Tiangong. The name Wenxian translates as Heavenly Quest. This is another 20-ton structure that was deployed on the Long March 5B rocket. This is China's first heavy-lift space launcher and is responsible for getting the 3 modules of the Tiangong into their 400-kilometer high orbit. The Long March 5B configuration is a really interesting rocket design. It uses a hydrogen fuel-burning core stage and is strapped with 4 liquid-fueled side boosters that burn RP-1 kerosene. This combination makes the Long March 5B the 3rd most powerful rocket currently in service around the world, behind the Falcon Heavy at number.
Can I do a I told you so? Joe Biden now says they won't enforce the TikTok ban on January 19th. They're leaving it up to Donald Trump to figure it out. Our position on this has been clear. TikTok should continue to operate under American ownership. It will be up to the next administration to implement. The law states that the president can grant a one-time extension delaying the ban for up to 90 days under 3 specific conditions. TikTok must show it's on a path of executing a divestiture from its Chinese owner ByteDance. There must be evidence of significant progress towards a sale, must be sealed with relevant legal binding agreements. Meanwhile, the Justice Department can impose fines up to $5,000 per user on companies like Google and Apple if they continue hosting the app after the ban takes effect. Have you seen the cultural exchanges happening on Red Note? Thoughts? I'm sorry. I'm too much of a foreigner, I think. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, the way that Twitter and well-intentioned people treat Chinese people like they're a fucking alien species is like kind of weirded me out as someone from Turkey. It's just me. I'm alone on this. I'm happy. I'm happy that Americans are finally realizing that Chinese people are also human beings. It's crazy because there's so many fucking Chinese people in America. But like, I think I'm too much of a first generation immigrant to cherish the fun that Americans are having, to celebrate it in the same way. It just kind of makes me feel weird with the way that like everyone's being normal and it's great, but it just like shocks me that this needed to happen for so many people. Holy shit. You're so cringe, Hasan. I mean, yeah, I'm woke of the day. It's wild how brain broken Americans are that they had to like literally see Chinese people where they're at to be like, oh wow, they're humans.
Number 1 and the Delta IV Heavy. The process that this particular rocket uses to put these 20-ton payloads into their orbital path is pretty unique and very controversial. So, once the rocket clears Earth's atmosphere, which happens at about 100 kilometers in altitude, those 4 side boosters will drop off, but the core booster engine will continue to burn. A typical rocket will have a full stage separation at this point, where the entire lower section of the rocket will detach and fall back down to Earth, where it usually splashes into the ocean. And again, on a typical rocket, a second stage engine will then fire up to propel what's left of the rocket and the payload into the orbital insertion. The Long March 5B doesn't do that. After the 4 side boosters drop off, the rocket stays whole and the core booster engines propel the module all the way to its orbital insertion point before finally separating. That means the majority of the rocket structure is now in orbit, so it won't just fall straight back down into the ocean. But it's not in a stable orbit either, so it won't stay up there for too long.
Are you sure that post is trustworthy? Yeah. They delivered they talked about it earlier today. I don't know where it is. I'm sure we have it in our coverage. I know I clicked on a link somewhere around here. I thought I had it. Yeah, the way the Chinese people don't believe that America is, and they're asking if it's propaganda. Someone on Red Note asked if it's true that minimum wage hasn't been increased in 16 years, or if it was just their government's propaganda. Someone, I don't know if these are real, by the way. Someone in the comments of Red Note asked me if we were really had to pay for an ambulance in America, if it was just their government's propaganda. I don't. Maybe. American student talked to a Chinese student and started crying.
In China, and their law schools are $798 per year, which just makes me feel so angry because I have like $450,000 in debt just to go to law school, and I'm explaining this extremely fucking bonkers system that we have, and I'm like, this is a slave contract because I'll never be able to pay back these loans.
I mean, yeah, that's the whole point. I'm glad. I'm glad that people are recognizing this reality. I think it's hard for you guys to comprehend where I'm coming from with this if you've grown up in America your whole lives, okay? Or if you're an American originally and did not grow up in a different country. Because it's a reminder that, like, no matter how woke someone is, no matter how open-minded someone is, they still, like, literally think you're kind of an alien if you're not raised on U.S. soil, you know? With that real American education. But yeah, I mean, this is like what I actively try to communicate to people that will listen here on a daily basis, which is that, yeah, these people are just like normal people. And also, they don't live in this like insane, insane censorious shithole or something.
It's going to circle the Earth for a few days as it slowly loses altitude and gets pulled back into the atmosphere. Now, these are just too big to vaporize like a regular satellite. It doesn't stay whole, but chunks are going to make it all the way down to the surface of the Earth. And that's why this particular Long March 5B booster stage broke up over the Indian Ocean and rained down scrap metal over the islands of Indonesia. Anyway,
the Red Note discourse has done a lot to teach people that China isn't this underdeveloped third world country. I mean, even if a country was an underdeveloped third world country, the people in it are still the same as you and I, you know? Found out where Joe Rogan gets his news from?
Setting fires, and he had a UN debit card.
What?
And he had a bunch. I'll send it to Jamie. The guy that got arrested for. I'll tell you which fire it was. But he got arrested. He had a UN card. I'll tell you exactly.
This kind of tragedy brings out the best in people and the worst in people.
Why is this guy on Joe Rogan still? Like, even, oh my God. Oh my God.
The one thing it does is in these communities, it brings all these people together. Mm-hmm. You know, my buddy started to cry because I was on the phone with him. He lost everything, right? And they're going to come stay with us. And he said, when I was on the phone, these people dropped by and dropped off clothes for them. And he's got a lot of money. And he started to cry, man. He was like, I can't tell you how many people have reached out.
He had 5 cell phones and a United Nations prepaid debit card.
What is a United Nations prepaid debit card, man?
I'm a Gen Z stan.
What is a United Nations prepaid debit card?
I'm skeptical. Is this, of course you are, conspiracy?
You're always skeptical.
Is this
conspiracy?
conspiracy? I just don't want to be played.
No, I think the New York Post did a thing about it.
You know what I mean, though? I don't want to be played. I don't know what's true
Maybe
anymore.
the New York Post didn't post that he had the debit card.
Yeah, I don't know what's true.
Brian Callen, the cynical rapist. The skeptical rapist.
Getting us from the Texas Patriot Twitter account.
You see, I told you. I'm already like, I don't know.
They said that the New York Post has edited the info out of their article.
Thank you.
Why? Because it's not true.
Spreading rumors,
The
Joe
Texas
Rogan.
Patriot account said that.
Oh, so then.
Look at the comments below.
You got played.
Maybe not. Maybe the New York Post.
Oh my God, Joe, give it up, dude.
It's a bunch of pussies and a bunch of libtards.
The New York Post is very conservative.
They are kinda, yeah.
Rocking the Muhammad Ali shirt with the American flag too. That's what makes it even funnier. UN refugee debit card. So it was a Syrian refugee. There was a quote that has to change with the times where it goes, teach the poorest white man he's better than the richest black man and he won't notice if you pick his pockets. That was Lyndon B. Johnson who said that. Hell, he'll open up his pockets for them. Racist MAGA guy meets Chinese Uyghur.
My man knows some Chinese.
马是
马是 Doesn't make sense.
horseshit.
Oh, 马是 It's horseshit in English, but we don't say 马是
Nobody says it, but I say it. And by the way,
Yeah.
we're talking
I doubt. Is this a real MAGA guy?
about the second coming of Christ. You're a white boy,
I'm not a white
so
boy.
you're white.
I'm not. I'm Chinese. Don't you know that China has never been a homogenous country? We have a lot of different ethnic groups.
Bro, I want you to go to the bathroom right now. I want you to take a look at the mirror. I want you to say, I'm not a white boy.
I'm not a white boy. I'm not.
For fucking real.
Yeah, for fucking real. I belong to the ethnic group called Uyghur. You probably heard of that.
Yeah. Wow. Wait, why is chat not correcting him for saying Uyghur like they do every time I say it? There's always a motherfucker in the chat being like, Hasan, I'll have you know it's called Uyghurs, not Uyghurs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he has a Kerry Lake plate behind him. He is a MAGA guy. Never mind.
Oh, Xinjiang?
Yeah, Xinjiang.
It's funny because I heard about Xinjiang and the Uyghur concentration camps, but then I talked to a recent Chinese and they were like from Xinjiang.
Yeah.
And that Chinese person told me, no, that's bullshit.
Because that is bullshit. I'm telling you that too.
That's crazy.
That is all fucking propaganda.
I'm almost believing that, bro.
You should believe it.
From the north of Chinese and you're from South China,
Yeah.
they fucking racist against each other.
It just few people does that shit. Because you know, everywhere has some bad people. Mostly people are good. People are kind to each other. It's not as many racism as the America does.
We have more minority. Well, we got every fucking ethnicity. We are the least racist.
Least?
Oh.
Country on the planet.
You believe that?
I believe that 100%. You could be fucking Jew. The Jews, by the way. Sorry. You could be Chinese. You could be black, white, gay, straight, trans, whatever, dude. Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Low key, we kind of are the least racist. Bro, what are you saying? How delusional can one be to say America's the least racist country on the planet? Like, that is insane. Our one like existing manufacturing industry is literally dealing weapons of war. Where do you think those weapons of war are used? Like, I'm not even talking about chattel slavery and the continuation of the practice. And then basically legalizing a form of chattel slavery by utilizing the criminal justice system. I'm talking like also in terms of foreign policy. It's just crazy. It's crazy to think America's low key the least racist.
I was fucking married to a Chinese. Ding chong the ping pong bing bong.
Fuck, stop saying that, man. Stop
Sing
saying that.
song. Sing song? No, don't sing song. Play song.
Stop that shit.
It's a joke, bro.
I'm getting offense right now. That is
You're
fucking.
a fucking white piece of
That is
shit, bro.
Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm Chinese, 100%. Getting.
Fucking white as fuck, bro.
Come on, you know nothing about China, man.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Can I play you some Chinese music?
Holy shit, cello?
That was unexpected. I'm not gonna lie. That was unexpected. That's crazy. Oh my God, that's crazy. Dude, what is going on, man? We got cultured racists now? What's happening? Is this a bit? Like, what the hell?
You can even do that shit? I didn't expect that at all.
Oh, I know. That's why I always leave it towards like the end because people be like, "Oh my God, he's a racist. He got a fucking MAGA hat. Oh my God, he fucking must be anti-Chinese." Nah, dude. I fucking love Chinese culture. Most of my people.
Yeah.
My people, white people.
Yeah.
You fucking niggas. Because you're fucking Chinese, right?
Yeah, I'm Chinese.
Most of my people.
Bro, we need to do lobotomies. Like we actually need to do lobotomies like ASAP. No, he just straight up racist as hell. But also, weirdly enough, can whip up the cello. Like, you said fund the arts and look what happened. I didn't think it was going to be like that, dude.
We fucking agree, bro. Like, it's not the Chinese people that we're against, bro.
What the hell is going on, man? It's an upright bass, not a cello. Double bass, not a cello. My bad, man. This doesn't seem like a bit, no.
I think I gotta say it. I love Gen Z right now. They're just feisty. They're very feisty right now. And to see the way they are reacting to people trying to censor their speech, this is incredible. This is amazing. And you're going to have to park aside your feelings about China. Obviously, I agree with the fact that China is a threat, but I also kind of think America and our deep state and the CIA is the bigger threat. The homeland threat seems a little bit bigger, the domestic threat, than the foreign threat at this moment. Okay, so what am I speaking about? So there is, let me just show you this headline.
Dude, Candace Owens is such a farmer, dude. It's crazy. She's such a goddamn farmer, dude. Are we right wing now? Wait, what? No, she just knows what's popular. This is her whole shtick. She'll sometimes take like not the old out of touch conservative position on issues that pertain to like pop culture to consistently elevate her status. And then obviously when push comes to shove, she'll do a documentary about how George Floyd deserved to be murdered and wasn't murdered at all, actually killed himself. I hate these people.
On NBC, Chinese TikTok alternative Red Note tops app charts ahead of potential TikTok ban. Okay, so just to be clear, the #1 most downloaded app right now in the App Store is Red Note. Red Note. It's in Mandarin. They can't even read it, and they're all downloading it. So I'm going to give you the backstory of the TikTok ban. Initially, when Trump got into office, he essentially was very tough on China. And in 2020, he said, we've got to do something about China. They're stealing all of our data. You know, he was doing the America first. We're also going to be tough on tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. And in August of 2020, he tried to ban TikTok via executive order. And it didn't work. There was tons of resistance, people saying that it would be a violation of free speech. This can't happen, blah, 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 blah. Then, of course, October 7th happened, and TikTok was incredible.
Nobody knows who she is in chat? Wait, really? People in this community are not familiar with Candace Owens? Clandis Owens? The Clandis Owens? You must know. She's fallen off? No, she hasn't fallen off. She's fallen on, chat. Are you kidding me? Even after she left the Daily Wire, she's been popping off. You're wrong.
Incredibly pro-Palestine, okay? To the point that they began censoring the word Palestine, and the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which is really just the Anti-Free Speech League, and the Smear and the Slander League, decided that they needed to now step in. Forget you thinking your president has power. We, the ADL, our lobby, AIPAC, we're going to get this done now because we don't like that Gen Z is anti-Israel.
That's the anti-Semite of the year, Clandis Owens, who unironically is anti-Semitic. Like, she actually is anti-Semitic.
And then the kids got smart and started using
anti-Israel too, but she's also
because
anti-Semitic.
they couldn't say Palestine or get any views, and things were getting banned. Started using watermelon signs. Okay. But then very quickly, Congress passed an act. Like I said, forget the president in 2020. They were like, oh, yes, no, TikTok must immediately be banned. Now we got to get rid of this or it must sell. And that date is now coming up. And so the TikTokers are going, we are not with this. You are not going to censor our speech. We are not okay with you selling it to somebody that's going to censor our speech. And so what they have started doing.
Is Clandis pro-Palestine? Yes. I mean, she's more anti-Israel than she is, I would say, pro-Palestine. She's anti-Israel.
Is downloading Red Note. And basically, this is just China's TikTok. And it's really funny to just look through what they are saying here, because there is something, and speaking to this generational divide, the younger kids don't really care when you tell them that their data is being stolen, because basically they assume that their data is being stolen one way or the other. Is it from the CIA? It's from this person. They don't have trust in our government, because our government has done really crappy things as well. And they also can't afford groceries. So yeah, whether or not China is stealing their data isn't a priority in their lives. This is one person. It says, TikTok, me arriving to China.
Hello? Hello?
Hello guys, this is your Chinese spy speaking. I want to post this video before it's too late. I guess we are not going to see each other again in the future. That's why I have...
Good take for once. Nah, she... Just as long as you don't listen to all the stuff that she says, I mean, it's the Dan Bilzerian phenomenon where it's like you hear Dan Bilzerian in 30-second increments and you're like, damn, this guy's based. And then you hear him on the 32nd second and you go, oh my God, he is in the most anti-Semitic man to ever existed. It's the same with like Clandis Owens. This is a person who is literally, this is a person who straight up said Hitler was just trying to make make Germany great. Candace Owens famously said Hitler is just trying to make Germany great. Okay? And that it was actually Hitler's globalist policies that was a problem when he started to, invade other countries. That was the issue. Like, that's her criticism of Hitler.
Something to say. It is a great honor to spy on you for the last few years. I wish you all have a great life in the future. Now,
what I will never forgive nor forget is also the fact that after she said Hitler just wanted to make Germany great, it was the globalism of Hitler that she has an issue with. The Daily Wire hired her, and only fired her because not only was she anti-Semitic, which they knew when they hired her, but she was also anti-Israel. And that was a bridge too far. So make no mistake, whenever Ben Shapiro talks about Candace Owens, always remember that he knew that Candace Owens was a racist anti-Semite. He just didn't like that Candace Owens was a racist anti-Semite who happened to be anti-Israel.
is something personal. Laura from California, you shouldn't drink that much Coca-Cola. It is bad for your health. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
It's just, people are just mocking this. Like, oh, I guess we're not going to inspire you here. I'm very sorry. Come on. Gen Z is funny, and it's true. They're going to be playing whack-a-mole for a very long time because this is America, okay?
You are wrong. She's nowhere near Damblesand. Are you insane? You are wrong. Watch her content before you make assumptions, lol. I've been familiar with Candace Owens' game since before you were in your father's ballsack, chatter. The fuck are you talking about? You are wrong. Trying to educate me on Candace Owens. Like, this is my forte. This is the one thing that I am absolutely the most knowledgeable on. I've been in the trenches. Go do a little bit of research and come back to me. You're going to feel a little embarrassed, I think. I can't believe Candace got some glazers in the chat. It makes sense, though. She is just as wrong as you are. Wait, what? Who is wrong? Now we got an anti-Candace, anti-Hasan chatter. Yeah. Candace Owens, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine.
And said it would have been okay if Adolf Hitler wanted to keep his activities to Germany while speaking.
Candace Owens started off as a pro-Obama blogger and was deeply anti-Trump. Candace Owens in high school actually won a lawsuit against the Connecticut Board of Education because she was victim to anti-black racist hate crimes that caused her to develop an eating disorder. Candace Owens then, under the Trump administration, realized there was a lot more money to be made grifting to Trump rather than against Donald Trump. And she very quickly pivoted and basically put a black face on white supremacy. For the most part, her job was to say some of the most unhinged, anti-black things you've ever heard, while also being a black woman. Throughout that process, she also started grifting in like multiple different directions, sometimes portraying herself as a black separatist, not dissimilar to Clarence Thomas, okay? While in other instances, still maintaining a healthy dose of white supremacist sentiment, okay? I mean, she was a Daily Wire employee. She spent most of her time at Daily Wire shitting on George Floyd, shitting on Black Lives Matter, shitting on all black issues. She also was one of the most formative, one of the most influential people that brainwashed Kanye West, by the way. Not to say that Kanye West is a child or anything, but it's obvious that he was incredibly mentally vulnerable. And Candace Owens played a formative role in Kanye West becoming an anti-Semitic psycho. Yeah, much like Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, Candace Owens is a massive Thomas Sowell fan and, spends most of her time still defending some of the craziest right-wing conspiracies. Why is she anti-Semitic? I don't know, man. Why is she anti-Semitic? Look at the freaking article headline. Like, look, it's in front of you, man. Words on screen. What do they mean? Here is
Thank you.
Candace Owens being asked by Representative Ted Lieu, playing a recording of Candace Owens saying these words.
Mr. Chair, in congressional hearings, the minority party gets to select its own witnesses. And of all the people that Republicans could have selected, they picked Candace Owens. I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not going to characterize her. I'm going to let her own words do the talking. So I'm going to play for you the first 30 seconds of a statement she made about Adolf Hitler.
I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German.
All right, so my first question is to Ms. Hirschenoff. Ms. Owens said, quote, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine.
Chatter about to be like, well, actually, was Hitler anti-Semitic? Like, what's next, Hasan? First you say Candace Owens is anti-Semitic. Now you're saying Hitler's anti-Semitic? Oh, okay. Like, what do you think making Germany great means? What in that situation? She was literally condemning Hitler in that quote. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, okay. How about if someone were to say, honestly, everything that Hitler did was fine, except for the fact that he was vegetarian. Would you consider that to be a sufficient condemnation of Adolf Hitler? Or do you think that that is actually a very silly way to approach the subject matter? Do you not think that right-wingers exist? All conservatives are just Russian trolls and all conservative personalities are just grifters? No, I do believe that right-wingers exist. Matt Walsh is a right-winger. Ben Shapiro is a real right-winger. Okay? Candace Owens, on the other hand, is someone who was trying to make money. I'm sure she's become more of a real right-winger in this process, in this time frame. Listen to what she said at the end. She said that if he wanted to force everyone to be German and speak German, etc. Dude, you're saying it's okay that Hitler was interested in mutilating and massacring German Jews. Just don't touch the Polish Jews. Do you understand? That argument is fucking idiotic. What a stupid argument, dude. Nah, it's all right if Hitler was just going to do mass deportation of German Jews. After all, they deserve it. But the Polish Jews didn't? Is that what the argument is? What's going on right now? What are you talking about? What do you think Hitler making Germany great again was? Nah, that's not what I or anyone else is saying. Lol, don't start. Okay, you're oblivious to this reality, but that is what you're defending. And also, I gave you the examples as to why I think Candace Owens is a grifter, because she was an aggressive anti-Trump, pro-Obama blogger, okay? And she made that pivot almost overnight. So explain to me why you think it's okay for Hitler to do Hitler Nazi policies as long as he kept it into Nazi Germany, as long as he just like maintained the Hitler policies inside of Nazi Germany. Candace is a teenager, was involved with the NAACP. I know, I talked about it already. She successfully sued the Connecticut Board of Education for money because she was victim to a hate crime that caused her to develop an eating disorder. She literally said that DC Jews were a rot in the community. Yeah, I mean, she said many different things since then. She said many different things since then about Jews in particular. Okay? Like, I'm willing to entertain the ignorance that people have because there's so much anti-Semitic propaganda out there, especially given like how much power Israel seemingly has over America when it's not the case. So like, if someone comes in here, I'm not going to immediately assume that they're like a malicious anti-Semite. I'm going to my starting point is always going to be that it's probably rooted within ignorance. Okay? Because my job is to try and, move people away from having these anti-Semitic positions. But when you come in here and you defend a person who very clearly, very deliberately, and very maliciously is trying to get people to become anti-Semitic by constantly saying it's actually Jews and Israel that controls the United States of America and not America that controls Israel, and that it doesn't matter and it has nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever and everything to do with America's material interest in the region, then yeah, I'm gonna have a more strong opinion on that. Okay? There's no reason to be charitable to Candace Owens. It's crazy how one person spamming out Elon's rocket exploding led to a 20-minute video on the Chinese space station, which then led to a chatter talking about Red Note, which then led to a Candace Owens TikTok about Red Note, which then led to Hitler. I mean, welcome to the Hasanabi broadcast. The most charitable interpretation of what Candace Owens is saying in this situation is that she's too stupid to understand what she's saying. Okay? But ultimately, that doesn't change the reality that what she was trying to do in that regard was to defend nationalism on principle. Nationalism on principle is indefensible, but it's especially indefensible when you're trying to defend Hitler's nationalism. Okay? Maybe she was too stupid to recognize what she was saying in that moment. Maybe she wasn't trying to say like, oh, Hitler's concentration camps or death camps for Jews inside of Germany is okay, but, not in Poland. Maybe that's not what she was trying to say, if I'm going to be super charitable for no reason, because like she has since said many anti-Semitic things over and over again. Okay? But the reality of the matter is, that's still a statement that she made in defense of nationalism in Germany, historic nationalism in Germany, Nazi nationalism, in an effort to justify nationalism in America. She's also the defending 2024 anti-Semite champion. Okay, stop. That doesn't really mean anything. Stop anti-Semitism is a ridiculous institution, and I will not give it credibility, even if they accidentally arrive at a anti-Semitic person for once.
We do not like speech censorship, okay?
Why did Biden lie about the ceasefire, Avi? Gaza ceasefire deal reportedly formally signed. Gaza hostage deal and ceasefire officially signed in Doha, sources tell me.
You're not going to justify it or try to pretend it's about anything else. We heard.
You're salty you lost, Lamau. Come on, guys. Considering that there's like actual people here that don't think Candace Owens is anti-Semitic or incredibly right-wing, it's kind of shocking to me that we're still making jokes about this. Like, please stop. Don't even fuck around, dude. There are obviously, Candace Owens has developed a massive audience, both off of TikTok and off of her incredibly successful podcast. Okay? You understand that, right? which means there are a shit ton of people who are completely oblivious to what Candace Owens' actual politics look like, possibly because her and Brett Cooper, and she's worse than Brett Cooper, if we're being real, routinely talk about culture issues like this, okay? Meghan Markle's show postponed. Shout out to Beyonce. Jimmy Carter's funeral. Mark Zuckerberg for free speech. Justin Bieber versus Hollywood. It's always stuff like this, right? What is this? Debating destiny on Epstein? Oh, God. Did she do a video on you? I'm sure she has in the past. I think it's proof she fell off if people don't know her shit. No, dude. She fell on. Wake up. She fell on. She didn't fall off. She has a significantly larger audience than someone like myself. What are you talking about, dude? She has like the number 3 most subscribed to podcast. What the fuck are you guys talking about, dude? Wake up. Some of y'all are in such a vicious hug box that you are just oblivious to the reality. She has 3.4 million subscribers on YouTube. And since she left the Daily Wire because she got fired for anti-Semitism and, more importantly than anti-Semitism, anti-Israeli sentiment, because her anti-Semitism wasn't an issue for the Daily Wire, let's be real. Since then, she literally has launched or I think she still had a podcast at that point, an incredibly successful podcast. She quite literally is almost single-handedly responsible for Kanye West's like breakdown. Just because you don't care less and you say I could care less for that lady doesn't change the reality that she's putting up insane numbers out here. Okay? That USS Liberty video popped off with 5.5 million views. Where is it? Where? Second row? USS Liberty survivor speaks out.
All right, you guys, I'll get right into this. Hit. He went.
As a Navy vet, I've never heard of this story. 5.4 million views and no one in mainstream media or independent media is talking about this. I'm Indonesian watching this and reading. I'm 56, but my family members served in the Navy. Americans are drowning in medical debt. Candace, my dad is a retired Navy guy and Vietnam vet. Stalin was Jewish. Kabbalists are pedophiles. Candace Owens is anti-Semitic conspiracies. Tristan Tate, who features on... You know what's ironic? These same outlets will write articles about me being fucking anti-Semitic. That's what's so stupid about the way that pro-Israeli people operate, okay? They're so fucking stupid. Pro-Israeli accounts and pro-Israeli media is so goddamn dumb where they will just like literally weaponize... They will just straight up weaponize like any kind of anti-Israeli sentiment and conflate it with anti-Semitism, not recognizing that because everybody fucking hates Israel, that people are just going to go, okay, I'm anti-Semitic then. They don't get it. It's so fucking stupid. Good job, guys. Of course, everybody fucking hates Israel. Everybody that doesn't have a weapons contract or isn't like someone who is tasked with defending the State Department's propaganda unconditionally is going to be like, yeah, this shit sucks, dude. No, I don't like the fucking baby murder machine. Good job conflating the baby murder with Judaism in an effort to seemingly defend it. American conservative commentator Candace Owens made a number of controversial and conspiratorial claims on Wednesday episode of her show, including Stalin was a Jew, Freud was a Kabbalistic pedophile, and the Germans were ethnically cleansed by the Jews after World War II. Acknowledging that idiots are hoodwinked into hating Jews via hating Israel is not a tacit agreement with said idiots. That's what people don't understand. Exactly. No, 100%. But it's also additionally frustrating that, you know, this is like such a classic and such a cynical fucking shield that people who are pro-Israel deploy so frequently that it ends up making people go, okay, well, I can see right from wrong. And if you keep telling me this is for Judaism and you keep calling out everybody who's against it anti-Semitic, then I guess I'm anti-Semitic. There's already a lot of there's already a lot of underlying anti-Semitic tendency that people have. So all you're doing is like solidifying their position and saying like, no, they're actually righteous for being this way and feeling this way. The episode featured the American British influencer Tishran Tate to discuss several topics. Stalinists, according to the Owens, were part of the Jewish cabal. Dude, she's literally, this is like a Nazi line, by the way. Okay? Stalinists are a part of the Jewish cabal alongside, initially the Jewish cabal was the socialists, right? Judeo-Bolshevism. The term cabal is often used as an anti-Semitic dog whistle according to the American Jewish Committee and numerous other Jewish organizations. Jews have long been accused of being part of a secret group that controls the economic and political order. All right, whatever. This part is from the AJC. For a very long time, the media tried to convince us that Stalin and Vladimir Lenin were anti-Semitic. And then I learned Stalin was married to a Jew. Wait. Yeah, they weren't anti-Semitic. Well, especially Lenin. She also claimed Stalin was Jewish, citing a friend who understands Georgian. No, Stalin wasn't Jewish. What? Wait, this doesn't make sense. She's like, for a very long time, the media tried to convince us that Stalin and Vladimir Lenin were anti-Semitic. And I liked them for that reason. Is that what she's saying? It's like when the media kept telling me Stalin and Lenin were anti-Semitic, I developed a liking to them. She also was, Stalin was educated in an Orthodox Christian seminary, according to Simon Sebag Montefiore's biography on Stalin. Neither Stalin's two wives have any recorded Jewish ancestry. Stalin's daughter married a Jewish man. Svetlana, daughter of Stalin, said the fact that Kapler was a Jew was what bothered her father most of all. Svetlana went on to marry another Jewish man, and her father did not attend the wedding. Stalin's son Yakov also married a Jewish woman named Yulia. In his memoirs, Nikita Khrushchev said Stalin had a hostile attitude towards the Jewish nation. I hate this article. Germans. Owens, alongside Tate, also claims that the Germans were ethnically cleansed following World War II, and that so many of the people who executed those crimes against Germans were then protected by the state of Israel. She referenced the Polish NKVD concentration camp commander Solomon Morel, who Israel refused to extradite despite requests from Poland. Owens claimed all her German friends were privately thanking her. Not only were their ancestors slaughtered, murdered, or ethnically cleansed and pushed out. Yeah, you know who really suffered after World War II? The Nazis. Israel and Jews. Candace Owens also argued that Jews defending Israel when they're killing children is tantamount to black people defending George Floyd because they're black. Oh my God. This is the guy, for the record, this is the lady that some of you were like, I don't understand. What's wrong with her attitude? You're not required to defend stuff that Theodore Herzl and Netanyahu were up to simply because you're Jewish. Many Jewish people that I grew up with have fallen victim to the same trap of BLM in Black America, where they teach you traumas about your history in the classroom. And then you have this like fear like that slavery is going to come back, she said, seemingly suggesting that the fear of slavery or the fear of anti-Semitism is without basis. Tristan Tate interjected to say that every time he questioned Israel, people start to say, oh, the Holocaust is going to come back. No, I have no interest in the Holocaust coming back, he continued. However, I think the state of Israel are war criminals, and I've said this a million times. Tate, however, added that he personally doesn't dislike people from Israel, just their government. There's no evidence to suggest that Freud studied the Kabbalah. What? Do you think it's worse if she actually believes the vile pedals are just doing it for money. It doesn't matter. The output is still the same, so I don't care. And she's still bad. Bro's cooked, morphing into his chair. I know. Anyway, fucking, if there is a decent article that is going to address Candace Owens' like anti-Semitic tendencies or anti-Semitic statements, it's probably not going to be the fucking J Post, okay? And that Jerusalem Post article kind of covers that. That proves that what I'm saying in a perfect way. Are we under a bad star or something? What is with all these clandestine cultists? You don't understand. She popped off so big with like the anti-Israel stuff. So, of course, a lot of people only know her as like the anti-Israel person that got fired from the Daily Wire. Okay? That's it. So they don't actually know, like, they don't actually... Interviewing my husband?
What is the most difficult part about being married to Candace Owens?
How long have we got? Well, I like to joke with you, and you know that I tell you this joke. So really, this is just for the audience, but I like to joke that there are many different women I'm married to because I'm never quite sure who I'm going to get in one day. So it's like someday I'm going to get one personality, and the next day it's this personality, and then you've got your investigative journalist hat on, and then you've got your mother's hat on, and then you've got your Catholic hat on. So there's a few hats that you're wearing at any one point in time. So it's always fun. I wouldn't say that's...
Yeah, that guy's gay, bro.
That's difficult. It's really just a joy of who you are as a person.
You're being kind. It's also been a tremendous challenge. And I think personally to you, because you're so different from the environment that you're now stuck into, which is to say,
yeah, that's true.
You are an Englishman. You like to retreat, sort of read your texts, a quiet place with a cigar.
Yep, this is all correct.
This is all correct.
All British
and then you
things.
marry this sort of loud American. You don't like taking pictures. You don't like being seen or photographed. And then you marry this loud American. And so you've really had to adjust, I think would be the correct word.
Yeah, it is the meeting of the two cultures is perfected in our marriage, I would say. Yeah, the bombastic Americanism versus the retired English persona has definitely been like fine-tuned.
What is the...
Someone in the chat says Stalin provided arms to the perpetrators who did the Nakba. I was about to say, Jerusalem Post being anti-Stalin is kind of fucked up because at least in its inception, Stalin was, as far as I understand, somewhat pro-Israel. Now, that opinion might have changed over time, but in the inception, so it's kind of weird, kind of fucked up. He didn't have internet. True. Yeah, lots of people were like, oh, the socialist kibbutz, that sounds like a great idea. Anyway, Bernie Sanders as Trump's EPA chief nominee. Elon Musk just leaked our DMs. Drake sues music label of defamation.
Now we turn to rapper Drake suing his own music label, Universal Music, over the label's promotion of a Kendrick Lamar track, which he says includes false, defamatory, and dangerous accusations. Dan Abrams is standing by for us, but first, Morgan Norwood is here with more on this story. Good morning, Morgan.
Hey, good morning to you, Michael. Kendrick Lamar and Drake's rap beef ruled summer 2024, right? But now it's more than just fiery diss tracks. It's a full-on federal lawsuit. Drake dropped his petition against Spotify, but now he's suing his own label over Kendrick's Grammy-nominated diss track, Not Like Us. And with Kendrick hitting the Super Bowl halftime stage in just weeks, fans are now wondering, will he drop the mic or the bars that started it all?
They not like us. They not like us.
It's the scathing diss track turned Grammy-nominated hit.
Years all eyes on me and I'ma send it up to Pac.
Just weeks before he takes the main stage at the Super Bowl, Kendrick Lamar's 2020.
Wait, there's a 2-bike crime situation? There's a double bike police chase right now as we are sitting here and no one informed me on this. What are we doing, man?
Ahead.
This community is dropped off the map. I swear to God, we're done.
We're working very closely. We got multiple officers in the area trying to get this completely closed down and see if we can bring this to an end pretty soon here.
All right, we're in Linwood, west on the 105. What charges would these two motorcycle riders be facing at this point?
So they're facing reckless felony evading. They're using the entire roadway. The reasons for the stop, which was they were recklessly driving, they were racing in the streets of East LA City. So there's multiple charges at this moment, and we're hoping they just completely give up. There's nowhere to go really, and our officers and our airship is staying right behind them.
Wait, you can see their faces.
Give up, they run out of gas, or hopefully.
Why are you even chasing them? You know what their faces look like.
Newsroom, you know, some of the shaking they've been doing could be them trying to determine how much gas they have left. Again, on average, they could average maybe 50 to 80.
Bro, there's wildfire recovery that's happening currently in this goddamn state, in this goddamn city, and they're using helicopters to give chase to 2 dudes on dirt bikes for nothing but, like, I guess, evading the authorities. That's it. Like, that is so nuts, man. They ain't doing this for the guys. They're doing this for the love of the game.
Registered like normal motorcycles, given that they're dirt bikes?
No, these motorcycles do not belong in the highways. And
that's not true.
So that's another charge on top of there.
That's not true.
Wearing the
they can be dual sport.
Helmet. So there's multiple things that they're violating here. Officers are trying to.
I mean, I don't know if these the small one might not be.
We don't know exactly what they're going to do, and we're hoping for a good outcome.
Well, look at this. It looks like that one driver was motioning to them a little bit. So I don't know if that's part of it or he just, whoever it is, sees them and is, but there was definitely some.
They don't even have helmets on. They're so dumb.
That was one of our ideas, officer, is that they might try to get a car or get some help from someone. Because
I guess they don't have a plate, so yeah, maybe they're not.
That could be a
they might not be street legal. They could be, though.
It seems like they're panicking at this time and they're just trying to get away. They don't really have a good plan, or they don't have anything could happen at this moment. Our officers are going to stay behind them. There's nowhere to go, and you could tell they're starting to feel that pressure. Our helicopters overhead, and at this point, there's nowhere to really go.
All right, Officer Quintero, thank you so much for your time. We want to go back up right now to our Eliana Moreno overhead in News Chopper 4. Eliana, we did get some new information from Officer Luis Quintero at CHP mentioning that their initial want was reckless driving.
Hey there, Jonathan. Yeah, and as Officer Quintero was talking, the 2 riders made the transition to the westbound 105.
Oh,
yeah.
shit!
And look at this. My pilot, James Pollard, was just pointing these guys out to me. He says it's a group of bikers that is...
Bro, they got a quad? How much speed can you hit with the quad?
Cross our fingers that this isn't some sort of coordinated
what is going on?
effort here by our 2 guys in the pursuit to try to blend in with a group of riders. But it just so happened to be, I guess, that there was a group of riders in the general area. We're just off of Imperial Highway, which runs parallel to the 105 freeway. We're near the Wilmington Avenue exit. I'll widen out the shot so we can see how many guys are out here. There's a few guys doing wheelies. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
This is interesting. I can't say that that this is a circumstance that they just happen to fall into a group of other riders. We do know that one.
I mean, the one guy's on his phone, so probably not.
On his phone for an awful long time. So I don't know if he got his friends to come out here with him. If he did, and if they were dumb enough to come out here and join the pursuit, then they're all going to be detained when this pursuit comes to an end. But to make something that was already
He's still hitting the wheelie!
even more dangerous by adding more riders is beyond me.
All right, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. If
No
these
pixel
other
analysis? Oh
riders
my God, that's the
stick with
longest
them
wheelie,
and
dude.
are
He's
with
got a
them,
GoPro
or if
strapped
they're
to his
just trying
head.
to convince them to pull over, but right now they are sticking with them, and it is a bunch. This is the strangest thing. I tell you what, but it looks like maybe they're not going to stick with them. So maybe they were just trying to
See the efforts that the CHP and the LA
Yeah, they're the clean boys, dude.
gone through in the last hour or so to try to detain these guys, and I could almost see the light at the end of the tunnel because I was thinking they're probably going to run out of gas here and this is going to be over. The danger that they're posing to everyone on the roadway will have passed. But now that they've got full tanks and now they've got an army behind them, it really makes it more difficult for law enforcement.
Well, they also have a debit card information at that gas station at a timestamp and when who paid for that and how much they paid. But, you know, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I have no doubt that eventually they'll catch these people. I'm just wondering how they're going to do it. But Eliana, this just ramps it up for the CHP. They're just going to want to stop them more than ever. So while they were simply following two motorcycle riders, now they're going to be more determined to bring this group to a halt here because it's so dangerous for the other drivers.
Yeah, and I just got a note actually from one of my coworkers, and he made an excellent point. We saw the friend pay for the gas. Well, if he used his own personal card, now they have his name. So the officers are going to be able to go
Dude,
back
media are such snitches, dude. Let the teenagers have fun.
at least paid for the gas. So even if if these guys are able to somehow avoid the authorities.
They still have to pay rent and stuff, dude. It's difficult out here. Let them have a little bit of fun.
And get the credit card information for the person who paid.
Of course, we're talking about people who clearly aren't thinking this through. They're just out for this joyride, having fun, thinking this is hilarious, and they're causing a great danger to the people out there in the community.
They're
It's so
showing off.
reckless.
They're showing off, and I really
They're
believe
showing
they know
off.
they're going to get caught eventually, and they're just having
don't
fun.
care.
Yeah, I just really think that, or he wouldn't be doing this. They'd be trying to get away. They know.
Get away from
know,
what?
it's
The
just
cops
really
aren't even
dangerous for
chasing
other
them.
people.
And it's so frustrating, Eliana, using resources, using the officers to try to chase them, the airships overhead, our resources. It's just a waste of time. And I think
Okay, you don't have to. Dog, why is the media acting like they have to follow these guys with the helicopter? You don't. You're just doing it because, you know, it's entertaining and it's interesting. Like, you could just as easily, if you probably stopped filming them, they probably would, you know, go home, most likely. Even the cops are not giving chase.
This entire time, which means they don't get to go home to their families. They have to stay on shift for very long shifts, and when they do get to go home, it's very short periods of rest before they're back out on the front lines of the fires. So it's really upsetting.
That's kind of dumb
to know
to just
that,
be like, I
people
can't
would
believe.
Just waste valuable resources like that, and
Dude,
waste
they've
their
gotten
time
more. Their
knowing
numbers have
everything
grown.
that our community is going
They're
through.
rolling
But
deep.
again, until somebody falls off a bike and gets hurt, I don't think these guys are going to stop. I think they're just going to keep going for as long as they can. And now that the two guys that kicked this off have full tanks, who knows how long we might be following.
All right, we're going to let you get some information. Stay with your picture right here. Incredible, but now it's all coming clear for me. I understand why they tried to pit a CHP officer, because there's just no logical thought to this. This is insane.
There is no thought as we approach here. They're on Imperial Highway. This is around the 110 and 105.
The reason why cops usually don't chase these guys is twofold. One, because it's really difficult to actually catch motorcycles. Like, you need a bike. In most circumstances, you need another bike unit. CHP does have bike units specifically for this, but more importantly, it's incredibly dangerous. Like, it's way more dangerous when you don't let them go and you start chasing them, because they'll just die. Like, if any number of these guys actually end up, trying to evade the police and make like a wrong move, their brain is going to be splattered across this intersection.
It's dangerous because they could very easily fall, and a fall even at these speeds is still going to be very painful. And I have a feeling that if one of their buddies were to fall, then hopefully that would bring things to an end and they try to render aid to their friend. But for now, they're still good to go.
I think the craziest part of this is that some of them don't even have helmets on. Like, the two original parties didn't have helmets on, and that's insane to me. Not even to like hide your identity or whatever, but just like straight up how unimaginably dangerous it is to ride a motorcycle, ride a dirt bike without a helmet. I guess if you die, I guess if you fall, you're just dead. You're like, it's fine.
Sometimes they have too many planes landing or taking off, and it's just simply impossible. So that is a time when it might be possible for them to get out of the sight of the law enforcement airship and get away. We've seen a number of pursuits as of late where people will go to LAX, perhaps knowing that the airship can't
is he
follow
joining
them,
them?
And then they go into a parking
This
structure.
guy's joining
Now,
him too.
There's a lot of cameras in those parking structures, and eventually they could figure out where the person went.
Wait,
but at least immediately,
this car has been with them the entire time.
Well, we asked what the plan is, and it looks like they're stopped here, and it looks like they were talking. They might be trying to come up with a plan of which direction to go. Who knows?
And you mentioned something earlier.
More people are
Kathy, just
joining.
about, they're just out having fun. Some of them were recording this. They got out off their bikes to record with their cell phones. Obviously, they're going to post this somewhere, and then now they're back out. We want to remind our viewers, you're watching the NBC4 News at 5 o'clock. We're following this chase, and it initially involved 2 dirt bikes wanted for reckless driving that started in the East LA area just before 4 p.m. We've been on the chase since about 4:15, and within the last 20 minutes, we saw those 2 riders join up with about 16 other.
Are these looters? No, man, they're not.
Some
They're,
ATVs out there.
this is another part of big city life where, you know, people that have bikes get together and fuck around like this.
And then sure enough, they drove into a gas station and filled up. We actually saw one of the new riders that joined them slide a card and get them gas. So they're off again. They're doing wheelies. They are circling in and out of traffic. So far, staying together. And Ileana, the problem is now you can't pit them, you can't spike strip them.
That's the problem? You can't pit them?
They're not on a freeway to shut down a freeway.
Yeah, you can't murder these teenagers. A real problem here is that you just can't end up sniping them with a sniper rifle.
Out that there was a police unit in the area where we just were a second ago, but again, there's very little that these ground units can do. They can't pit them.
The real problem here is the bloodshed. Unnecessarily, we just can't execute these criminal teenagers.
They're obviously not going to run out of gas now. So really all they can do is continue to follow them. And of course, the helicopter overhead can make announcements to them so they could hear them. They could tell them to pull over. But are they going to listen? No. I mean, they've had plenty of opportunities to pull over this entire time. We've been on this for like just a little under an hour. And when you guys first tossed to me, I was saying, hey, it's incredible. We've got 2 motorcycles. Who would have thought it would have ended up being 18 motorcycles on this pursuit? But the 2 original guys, they're right there next to each other.
You got to go across the flight zone.
Nah, this is not real.
Western at Imperial.
It's interesting. I was just about to ask you, where were the initial 2?
Oh my God, Chatter's found the guy. They're live streaming it. Oh my God, they are literally live streaming it. Oh my God, bro. Add Black Boy Max. What the fuck? Yo!
Hold on.
Let Dante join. That's crazy. This guy's their stuntman, Chatters.
Left on Crenshaw.
They're stuntmen, for the record. The people that are doing this. I mean, it kind of makes sense.
The center of the screen was on the phone.
Texting and calling the entire time, yes.
Yeah, he was on the phone for a long time while he was on the freeway, and of course, it's impossible for us to know who he was in communication with, but somehow he was able to coordinate this response from his so-called friends to come out here to the South LA area with their off-road vehicles. As you said, none of them street legal, and as far as I can tell, most of them aren't wearing helmets. Some of them are, thank goodness, and so if they were to fall, it might help a little bit, but even with a helmet, a fall at these speeds would still seriously injure someone, if not kill someone, depending on the circumstances. But the 2 original guys, they're still there, buddies, right next to each other. Probably can't believe that they were able to get.
That's the guy. That's the guy we were just watching.
In such numbers, and now
that's literally the guy.
To be seen because again, they're not trailing them.
That's crazy. Him on the green bike is this dude.
Yeah, and it's really just a spectacle at this point. We wanted to let our viewers know about it because it does pose a danger. They're being reckless, and other drivers are out on the road. But at this point, they're just showing off, and the CHP and we'll continue to follow them. So there will be an outcome here. We will let you know. But we have other important stories that we need to cover today.
All right, our other top story here.
Oh, boo! Boo! They stopped covering it. What are they saying?
Go somewhere else. I see him.
What?
They want to go to LAX, so fuck it. All right.
I'm at LAX. I'm the last one I see y'all ride around here. Y'all get trapped, stupid.
Wait, what? Don't tell them where you're going, man. What the hell? There's zero OPSEC here.
They want to go to LAX or fuck it. Fuck, that's on them. Did you end up going down, Crenshaw? They want to go to LAX, so they can't want to go straight. Fuck it. Fuck it. Where your crutches at? I don't got them. I'm thugging. I don't got them.
All right. No more of this. We don't want to know where they want to go. They want to go somewhere else, probably.
So we'll see what they decide to do at that point.
Yo, give me a different, account. This is restreaming like KTLA or whatever. This is lower quality. Give me the OG one. Fox 11. What is the original version of this? This is just like someone restreaming it. I guess they want to go. They probably want to go to LAX because this is a VOD live stream. A VOD. I can't even talk. No, this ended, man. This ended. You're sending me not a live chase. This, on the other hand, is a live chase, isn't it?
And try to do something. There we go.
Oh my God! Every fucking dumb. Bro, every dumb chatter is sending me the same freaking link. Every chatter. Like, oh, click this. No one live right now? That's not true. LAX, no helo.
Let's see. It looks like CHP unit here.
That's in pursuit right now.
Let's see. It looks like CHP unit here.
Oh shit. Yeah. Uh-oh, they're coming up.
The motors, I'm not sure if there's, it looks like,
LAPD?
Yeah, they're CHP.
They're CHP as well. Okay, so CHP.
No, they're all CHP.
All CHP. We have the CHP chopper tracking them. That's been going on for some time now. Again, this started at 4:20 here and started with 2 motorcyclists, which has now grown to some almost 20.
Right turn.
We're looking at. And they're on Imperial Highway and now getting off of Imperial Highway. Is that correct? In the Inglewood area, but on surface streets nonetheless. And this is a big gang, guys. This is, wrong side of the road. They were up on the sidewalk and doing whatever they can to kind of keep their group together. But, the CHP
Bro,
is
it's just
behind
getting
them,
larger and
with
larger.
5 of their motor units as well as a black and white. So, they can pop wheelies all they want to, but they're on to them.
Yeah, in such a frenzy. I can't imagine what it's like to be out on the road and see this coming at you, especially on the wrong side of the road. I would think it's a good idea if you know someone whose commute takes them through this area, they might want to just pull over for a while. This is really unpredictable, really dangerous, especially for people
Fun fact, standing on the seat of an unmodified bike with both feet while wheeling it means you're not able to use the rear brake, which is crucial to use while in a wheelie to get the front wheel to come back down, especially when the wheelies are that long. It means the rider is incredibly skilled. Yeah, no, they're stunt people, I think.
That they're going to probably try to split up, and it would make it even harder for those motor officers to bring them all into custody. And as they get really close to pedestrians.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I mean, those poor people walking across the street didn't know what was coming. They turned north on Prairie. Unfortunately, we cannot go into that area because that's in the direct path of the planes coming into LAX.
Oh,
so we're going to have to watch
no, unfortunately.
The 2 that I have on the screen here, let's see, the one that just put on the hoodie, I believe, is the second one that joined in the pursuit. This is the first suspect that was initially wanted for the assault on the officer. He's kind of leading the pack now, but they are pulling away from us, and unfortunately we have to stay over the 105 freeway out of that air traffic. But let me come out to a wider shot. We'll go away from the lead guys, and there are the CHP 6.
Oh shit, cops.
At least 1 unit there.
Okay, motorized units are on. Okay, they've deployed the motor.
See what they're doing.
They've deployed the motorcycle police, which means it's cooked. It's over.
Boulevard here, and they're going to continue. Officers are going to follow in the same pattern, but they're going to continue, and we'll see what they go. Maybe they'll go east or west here on one of those east-west streets, but for now they're still staying on Prairie.
I can't remember seeing something like this, a pursuit of, some almost 20 motorbikes with CHP motorbikes, and I just can't even imagine how this is going to end. How does this,
Are the cops
how
doing
do they
wheelies?
apprehend them? They can't use spike strips.
I don't think so.
I mean, we can't do a pit maneuver. I mean, this is so unusual. What are the tactics that the motorbikes will use at this point to try and stop this, group and get the suspect that they want?
It's mostly intimidation, knowing that those cops behind us, they can stay up with us no matter where we go. If we make a U-turn, they can make a U-turn. If we go on a sidewalk, they can go on a sidewalk. If they go, if we go in an alleyway, they can go in an alleyway. If we decide to go cut through a park, they can cut through the park. So that's the intimidation factor that these units, these motor officers can say, basically, we're going to go wherever you go until you run out of gas, and then we'll make the arrest. Unfortunately, the two that initially were in the pursuit stopped. They had time to stop for fuel. Now they're all fueled up. So
I think you rarely ever see this kind of stuff, but it's like very commonplace in Philadelphia, in New York, in Chicago. But the only reason why it's like a big deal here is because in LA, they actually film it. That's the only difference. That's why a lot of people are like shocked by what you're experiencing, what you're watching. But this kind of stuff happens in a lot of big cities. Like a bunch of bikers getting together and like doing wheelies and like messing around is fairly commonplace. Yeah, motorcycle cops are not actually giving chase to them. Oh God, they're literally mobbing around the car. That's crazy. Dude, oh no, the quad. He's gonna get him. The quad is cooked.
Officers on their motorcycles can keep up with us. We're in trouble because we're eventually going to need fuel, and we're going to have to jump off and run to get away from these guys.
Gosh, I've been looking at some of the top 10 motorcycles and with the longest range, and if any of these guys have one of these bikes, whether it's a Kawasaki or whatever it might be, it can go on a full tank 275 miles. So this can go on and on and on. But that's not the case. We don't know what kind of bikes they're on. So I'm just giving you what the top 10 motorcycles longest range looks like. So you would think that at one point or another that they're going to have to do a little bit more than just intimidation and get these guys into custody, or whoever it is that they are really focused on, which I would think is the one who is, who was able to strike a motor officer and is now wanted for assault.
Go back the other way.
Yeah, so we are going into the LAX airspace right now, and so we are zooming into this CHP pursuit of multiple motorbikes. And,
they're cooked. They can't actually film from here on out.
Again, we are restricted from this airspace at LAX, and so that is where Sky 5 is right now, is outside of that airspace and trying to keep an eye on those motorbikes. Some 16, 17 of them, did we count?
Yes, it started out with 2, right? And then all of a sudden we saw them on the phone. We don't know if they were calling their buddies, live streaming, texting people to come join in, but pretty soon we saw them pull into a gas station, and one by one, now a crowd of 16 or 17, kind of hard for us to keep track as well, have joined in this pursuit or following. I guess it's a pursuit now.
Bro, you got cops on your ass. What do you mean you think you lost?
Let's go! Let's go! Where they at? Where they at? We lost them! I think we lost them! I think we just lost them, y'all!
They're just talking about the heli, but like, there's still cops.
I think we lost them. Look, where's the helicopters at? Where the helicopters at, yo? Where the bike at? I think we lost them.
In the live gang. Y'all on Telemundo 52 right now?
Hold on.
Turn it off. On scanner, they're only going for the first 2.
Let's go. Yeah, we lost them. We got here, y'all. We lost them. Let's go. I called Lester, man. I have to make sure everybody good. I have to call Lester to make sure everybody good. Hey,
And the stream, the government watching this.
They can't fuck with us, man. Hey, if y'all missed it, y'all missed it. They can't. Whoa! Whoa! To the line! Whoa! Look at the left.
They got your live on TV ended.
Let's go.
Wait, live video ended? Oh, he ended it.
I'm about to right now. Hey, I'm getting off live now, though, Joey. So they can't find us.
That's crazy. That's kind of sick. I mean, that's not really that many bikes. Yeah, no, they're all those guys I think are stuntmen, by the way. Like they were all obviously very skilled. Is this some kind of weird PR thing for some movie? No. No, they're just having fun. Dude, people do this stuff all the time. Have you checked where Murad is? Is his bike gone? Yeah, no, it's outside. I looked. But yeah, I feel like this is a very commonplace thing that happens in big cities all the time. But it's like they're doing it in a crowded area. They're doing it in a crowded area, and they're also doing it. What is this? They're doing it in a crowded area. Here's a doc shot about it on film on Chicago. Yeah, there's like New York Times done a documentary on it too, no? Yeah. They do like way bigger groups too. Yeah, New York Times made a doc about city dirt bikers like this. From 11 years ago, riding with the 12 o'clock boys. Back when crime was legal.
I want to know what we're doing about these little scumbags on these dirt bikes in our downtown. I want to know. If anyone out there has seen this, please call. I mean, these kids are just little bastards. These aren't like nice kids. And the problem is, I'm going to throw it out there, because they're African American. Nobody wants to say it because no one wants to take action, because you got young black kids on these. They're misbehaving. You gotta do something. You gotta do something. I don't care if they get hurt. Frankly, I don't care if one of them dies.
Growing up in a city, you will see it all. You will learn the right way to do all the wrong in Baltimore City. Have a PhD in it. If you walk outside on a corner, you see hustling, shooting, selling drugs, killing. One of the first things you see that you actually want to do is ride a dirt bike.
We took the dirt bike thing from just looking at it as a bike.
Wait, Wheelie Wayne, veteran member of the 12 o'clock boys. Wait, is it still going, chat?
We took it to a whole nother level.
We had bikes and we were just filming ourselves, playing with the camera. And then one day, I just jumped up and was like, we're gonna make us a group, we're gonna make a tape.
No, this is the old one, dude.
I've run up since I was about 6.
Wait, isn't this the old one? Is it the same guy? No, this is the old video that they're replaying, I think. Well, I mean, he didn't have a balaclava on, so maybe it isn't old. I don't know. Oh, KTLA is showing is back with the bikers.
Is there a police helicopter now, Anton? So, are you in communication with the airship, You are? Okay, I'll give you the exact locator here for you to tell them.
What? Tell them what?
It's Crenshaw. Hang on. Martin Luther King. Just south of Martin Luther King now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th or 6th back. Okay.
He's right. Here, I got another song for you.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the web. This is Gil Davis up at Sky 5 along with my pilot, Anton Himmler. We're over a pretty strange pursuit. It started with this blue motorcycle that's in the direct center of the screen. Here he goes, taking off right there, joined by the white motorcycle with the pink spokes. And we'll go around and let's see. Looks like they're back on the move. There he is. Okay. Northbound.
Gen Z's gonna cancel you for playing this song? Wait, why? My friend is in it.
Pursuit started with the blue motorcycle here in the very center of your screen. That rider, they tried to pull him over for a, I believe it was reckless driving, they said. And fled from the officers. At one point, this rider tried to strike a motor officer that was pursuing him. That motor officer had to drop out for a little bit of the chase, got back into it. And then
If Jank saw this, he would lose his mind, dude.
Then that rider was joined by the one that's right next to him on the white motorcycle with spokes. They're the
Uncle
ones,
Jank,
they're the two.
Uncle Shaky Gurga is about to blow a gasket.
Near the near downtown LA off the 10 freeway. They went eastbound 10 freeway to the eastbound 60 freeway. Eventually going down the 710 freeway to the 105
He'd be
freeway
shaking
west,
in his Gurgas.
and exited at Imperial Highway.
True.
That's when they were joined by several other motorcycles and a quad. And now we have as many as 17 motorcycles here involved in this. Now, since then,
Weren't the cops behind them? Yeah, they
brought in
gave
motor
up
officers, 6 in
on the
total,
chase, I think.
that tried to get behind the vehicles or behind the motorcyclists to try to get them to pull over. They refused. And since the CHP has pulled off altogether on the ground, leaving the airship overhead to keep track of especially the two here involved, but all the rest as well. Ironically enough, the two that are involved here in the pursuit were able to stop and get gas at a gas station on Imperial Highway, just north of the 105 freeway, and had time to get back in onto the road. Here they go, eastbound turn. This is on Venice.
It's political.
So they have the fuel now to continue this for quite a while. We'll see what law enforcement decides to do other than just track it from the air and wait for them to finally give up, pull over, and maybe then they'll bring in units to make the arrest. But it is considered assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer, the weapon being a motorcycle. The officer that was this guy attempted to strike. We don't know if there was contact made.
Call me Gurga the way I'm shaking it.
Or disabled that officer's bike for a while. And we don't know the status of that officer's condition, if he was injured or not.
Are they doing anything besides reckless driving? No. I think originally it was the fact that the first two people like escaped the cops.
The rider, I should say, on the white and pink bike here has been on a cell phone the entire time. And we believe he might be streaming online. So we have the two there in the center. We have, looks like, a long line of motorcycles that have joined in on this. We've seen some close calls at intersections. They sneak out into the intersection in front of oncoming cars that have to stop.
Originally, it was just a failure to yield. Wait, really? This isn't a new meta.
Venice Boulevard and Arlington is the locator. Further back. Yeah.
You probably thought the buddy was a real slanger, huh? Truth be told, that bitch a fag. He's a bitch ass nigga with a Glock, put dildos in his ass. Oh, he scared of the pussy. He rather lay up with a trans.
It's not. No, okay. No.
Two in the pursuit.
No.
The blue one was the one that was first in pursuit.
No. No. Yeah. Austin over here is mad at me because he's like, "Oh, I'm going to go to Tokyo with a cold." That's what he said. Instead of saying, "Oh man, you have like a serious sinus infection going on. I feel bad for you." He said, "Oh, you're going to make me sick." That's the first thing he said. He walked in and that's the first thing he said. That's crazy. No HEPA filters at home? No, I don't have any of that. What?
I mean, look. In my defense, it's not like he's gonna die. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Like,
The strangest
you know what I mean?
pursuit
Like,
is a motorcycle pursuit of.
what if I was,
guy on
you
a
know,
on a dirt bike here? The guy with the black jacket and the blue stripes.
Like you got a sinus infection, you know? It's not like, you know.
Is the one that was initially being chased by the sheriff's department. They made a right turn here. They're going to be going south on Hoover.
Mr. The gay bar's open during the fire. I know. That's get his ass, dude. Get his ass. Fox 11 went live again. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're watching it already. We're watching it live right now.
I can tell you're sick because you're living in your own filth over here. What's going on?
What do you mean?
There's trash here?
That's normal. That's, I just had
food.
I just had lunch. Yeah.
Nice. Austin is toxic? Yeah, motherfucker. Catch up.
Continued on, and then
bitch.
Joined by the one with the next up there.
You mean chorus?
But during the pursuit, they both went wrong direction on the 710 freeway. They went southbound.
Wait, is this a police chase? Is he in a 4-wheeler? Is this live?
Waymo! Yeah, it's live.
This is live?
Dude, there's like 20 bikers.
God damn. What did they do? Is this a traffic violation or?
Originally it was like failure to yield or something, and then they just like brought in like 20 of their buddies, and they've just been escaping the cops now. Like, cops have been on and off. Like California Highway Patrol has like given chase a little bit with motorized units, and then they've like dropped the chase and come back to it.
I don't understand what's the point. Like, is this they failed to yield? Just let them go.
That's what I'm saying. But like now they're just having fun with it. They were. One of the dudes was actually filming himself.
Oh, they were live streaming it? Oh,
yeah, on his Instagram. It's sick. They're like, I mean, they're...
Keep an eye on it and look with the camera.
They're stunt people. They're stuntmen.
I am so excited to go to Japan.
I haven't seen them come out.
They've also refilled twice.
Oh.
The 10 freeway.
I'm excited to go to Japan too. Yeah.
Just orbit it in if you can. Yeah, orbit it, because if they pop out the other side, they could
so excited.
Go along the side of it.
What is this? Oh, we're gonna do this, don't worry. We're gonna do this.
Wait, is this like, we're gonna do a TikTok?
Yeah, we have to.
Well, we can't if TikTok exists.
It's not gonna be banned.
You don't think so?
No.
Really? Wait, okay, you got the inside track. Wait, that makes me feel good. Tell me why. Tell me why.
It's just too much money that American institutional investors are making off of TikTok for them to actually.
Okay, so what's gonna happen?
Like, bro, there's still ad campaigns. Like there are.
Hey, Myth, what's up? Fellow Lebanese. Yeah, type shit. That's right.
Yeah, Biden administration officially said that they would not enforce a TikTok ban, and that they're extending it for 90 days.
Yeah, but
they're
isn't
leaving it up to the next.
Oh, they are
administration.
extending it 90 days.
Yes.
So it's not
and
getting
punted
banned.
to Trump. Yeah. Well, shocking. Well, not me, but many others.
Mm-hmm. So nothing's going to.
Bro, they saw people running to Xiaohongshu and learning Mandarin, and we're like, never mind, bro. TikTok is actually at least.
I fired my whole staff because they didn't speak Chinese.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I said, I'm sorry. I'm outsourcing.
Damn.
All this work is getting outsourced to.
All the work I make my editors do is nothing in comparison to me just being in bed and doing this. It's crazy.
Getting banned. People are moving to the red note or the red book or Xiaohongshu. It's fine, whatever you want to call it. How the fuck did you guys learn how to speak Mandarin so goddamn fluent and so goddamn fast? I'm so fucking jealous. Stop it. Ever since people start.
This has 500,000 views already. I posted this last night.
Wait,
like
where
did
did you post it on the new platform?
No, I posted on TikTok. I'm saying that like.
All right, that's it. All right, I need to pop off about this platform on the podcast tonight. I was trying to get somebody to teach me Mandarin yesterday so I could be prepared for today, but nobody. It just didn't work out.
Red Note posting is popping off.
Hi guys, it's Hui from China. I'm sure you're interested in how
my entire feed is just like
my
entire
real?
feed is people speaking Mandarin straight up.
Remember how I used to say that you used to push like propaganda for China?
TikTok. Yeah.
I kind of get it now. I've been like doing some research and watching some documentaries.
Did you just see like a bunch of hot Chinese twinks? Is that what happened?
Come on, no.
You saw a couple Chinese twinks and were like, oh my god, I've seen the light. Oh no, I've seen the light.
Come on, no, that has nothing to do with it. Everybody, you can find beautiful people anywhere in the world, right?
Yeah.
No, I just watched some videos and the infrastructure is really cool. And the trains. I don't know how they feel about gay people, but regardless,
dude, they're gay as fuck out there.
I read that you got to keep a low profile, but I don't know,
bro. I feel like if you're gay,
infrastructure. What y'all are talking shit about China now?
If you're gay in a big city,
you're saying that it was because
show us in the space station. He probably didn't know existed. Yeah, China has a fucking space castle.
In space?
In space? No, not in space. Yeah, in space. They have an ISS.
I don't know. It could be somewhere else.
Go to Sichuan. It's a gay city in China. Yeah, don't they have like specifically like lesbian cities or whatever? I forget. I remember hearing about some shit like that. All right,
TikTok is getting banned from the US, so I'm sure you understand why I have to do this.
我不会撒谎。老实说，我非常高兴美国政府禁止 TikTok。我讨厌这个应用上大多数人，但我知道你们中的很多人都喜欢我，所以请不要忘记在 Instagram 上关注我，用户名是 Peach Jars。现在你也可以在红色笔记上关注我，和我其他的中国朋友们一起，用户名是 Peach Jars。没错，无论如何我都不在乎，谢谢你。我根本不在乎，无论如何。
This is AI, right?
Yeah, it's AI. Sear does it too with like multiple different languages with Spanish and like he does. Yeah, it's brilliant.
I need that.
Maybe we could AI our. I'll be honest. I think we need to put all our fear and clips in Mandarin and put them on this
and then
app.
put them on Xiaohongshu.
I'm serious. I'm not even kidding.
Oh my god!
I'm not even kidding. I may need to hire people that are exclusively bilingual. Maybe a job requirement.
Check out the Chinese muscle man.
Welcome to Right Now. We Chinese muscle men are very friendly and welcoming. And this is my...
The world has borders, but muscle man do not. You can't talk about politics on. It's more lifestyle content. That's why we're putting the
fear and stuff.
The fear and stuff. Okay. I just need to learn. How do I learn Mandarin?
Just use AI. You're never going to be able to do it.
No, dude. No.
You're never going to be able to do it. Just give up.
I only know Red Sun in the Sky.
You're 30. How old are you? 33? You're 33 years old. I'm 31. Our brains are not, they're past the point of learning new things.
I only know Tian Shang Taiyang Hong Ya Hong Tong Tong E. You just sound
racist. You just sound like a racist white
guy. That's all I know. That's all I know. How do I say Hak Tua in Mandarin? Americans are gross, man. Hey, Jake said not bad.
Oh yeah, Jake speaks Mandarin. Jake, have you been on that platform before already? I don't want to butcher the name. Xiangshu
says the monolingual can already speak two. Yeah, I'm fluent in two languages, but I don't know anything about I can't speak Mandarin.
What is Jake saying? I can't see because all your chats are 3 minutes behind.
How to learn Chinese faster and smarter.
Picture this. You've just spent hours and hours learning hundreds of new Chinese words. And now you're sitting down to chat in Chinese with a native.
I've seen some of these TikToks, by the way. Like, I know Chinese is a logical language. Like, the word for man and woman is in, like, literally you just add additional stuff to say, like, a man child or a woman child. Like, I know I've learned some of this. I'm already making moves. Big dog. I'm already making moves. I'm trying to learn. The word for giraffe is long neck deer. Yeah, see, that's what I mean.
I just got a text from my gay friend
speaker.
saying,
In the
I'm going to
space of
steal
about
your
30
idea
seconds,
of interviewing in
all of the new
bathtub.
vocab you thought you had just
Nice.
burned into your memory
is that?
seems to evaporate from your brain, and you're left tongue-tied and struggling to say anything beyond even a basic ni hao ma. If you've ever had a
Ni
similar
hao ma.
experience of struggling to memorize and then actually use new Chinese words, and you're looking for a complete system to supercharge your
Like happy means open heart. See, I know that. So if you want to say I'm happy, you say I have an open heart, right? Shishu.
vocab learning,
Shishi.
then this video was made for you. Today, I'll go over the best system I found so far for effectively prioritizing, memorizing, and then actually mobilizing new Chinese vocabulary that you've learned. This will be from a combination of my own personal experience self-studying Mandarin alongside my medical degree at Cambridge, tips from
Some guy from Red Note was also like welcoming people from TikTok, and he's like, I'm the largest English speaking content creator and I interview black people because blacks are really cool. And I was like, oh my God,
Wait, who?
bro. Some dude, I like saw another like Red Note account, and it was, yeah, he's like, I speak English. I'm the largest English speaking content creator on Red Note. And, you know, here, I'm going to teach you hood Chinese. That's what he said.
Oh no.
And he was talking about how like, it's a crazy TikTok. Hold on. You have to see it.
I taught you guys how to say raw.
Okay, no, not this. Someone must have seen that Red
I
Note.
love that comment. That's my favorite comment on
Next
TikTok.
question in Chinese
I
in the
love
previous
that
video. And in
comment.
this
It's
video,
my
I would
favorite
like to
comment.
teach you more Chinese way
My
of
favorite
saying
meme comment.
raw next question. It's not like a direct translation,
love
but
it.
more like in this context, what Chinese people would actually comment. Number 1, 老公操我, which literally translates to husband. Number
What the fuck? Ah! 老公叫我.
Here,
操我.
No.
操我.
操我.
老公
Wait, there's a different sound. Go back.
老公操我.
Number 1, 老公操我, which literally translates to
Lo-
husband.
老公操我.
Bro, what the fuck was the first thing you said? You went la rong.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Go to
La
the
rong.
go to the. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Go
would
back. Go
actually
back. Go back.
comment. Number 1, 老公操我, which
老公
操我.
I'm getting the better one. 操我.
No, 老公操我.
操我.
Am I not saying it right, chat? I'm saying it right.
Laurent.
Yeah, you went la rong. Laurent, ça va? 老公操我.
老公操我.
La rong.
I'll be honest. If we had like if we had a Mandarin if we had a Mandarin competition, I bet I beat you. If like
You're
for
out of your
pronunciation.
First of all, bro, you literally have so much more free time than I do, and I would still cook
Excuse
you.
you.
I would still cook
Excuse
you.
you.
Mandarin competition would be
First
sick.
of all,
I would cook you so hard,
you
dude.
are
You
are
forget
fully.
You would forget English, dog. That's
You
how
are-
badly I destroy you.
I forget you are bilingual already.
Yeah.
I forget.
I'm already native. I'm a native speaker in 2 different languages.
First of all, I'd be a lot more efficient with my time if I could schedule with you. It's like you're all over the place.
Okay,
5
don't get me
o'clock,
started, like,
7 o'clock.
天上太阳红阳咚咚哎，西雄的太阳西马所东哎，它领导我们的兴奋哎，人民发现当小小小小人。That's the only thing I know.
I got called out today.
呀西哟哎呀西哟啊，人民发现当小小小小人。
I got called out today. I went to a breakfast and the person that worked there was like, "Hey, Austin, show." It's like somebody that worked there, and they're like, "I'm Lebanese too, but more than you."
Yeah, you deserve it.
But they were just kidding. They were just fucking with me.
30 minutes mandatory learning Chinese. Yeah. I can't wait till the Chinese TikTok absolutely rips you a new one, Hasanabi. Wait, why?
Wait, there's Chinese Trump? What do you mean?
Yeah, there is a Chinese Trump. do a Mandarin learning stream tomorrow.
Husband.
When is Firan going to China?
Number 2, 可爱想日. So
可爱想日.
cute.
I want to Number
Bro, you literally. Why are you physically incapable of saying these sounds? Hold on, let's run it again. Hold on.
可爱想日.
可爱 No, 可爱想日.
So cute.
想日.
爱想日.
Nah,
Number
it's
2,
xiang.
可爱想日.
可爱想日.
In my defense, I have never taken a Mandarin course, and I don't have anybody around me that speaks Mandarin. Okay, typically. In my defense. All right? And I've never been to China, and I believe me, I think it's a beautiful language.
Also is tonal, right? Yeah. Someone in the chat said that too. Like,
I think it's a gorgeous language. I just don't.
Mandarin is also tonal, right? Like, so the same sound, if you say it with a different tone, it means a different thing, right?
Believe me, I love China. I think the language is great. I just personally don't know it, and I don't want to be offensive.
Everybody knows you don't know it. You didn't have to. Hold on.
Experts who've written books and games, and secondly, memorization. A few different techniques. Thirdly, mobilization. In each of these sections, how all 3 language is learning random bits of vocab. So, for example, in English, used several times in the making of this video. This is the same across all languages, Chinese included. So, what we really want to do is, in order to be able to speak quickly and to actually be able to communicate with people, we want to focus on that core center of words that are really frequently used in everyday life. So to be strategic and smart with choosing what vocab to learn, we can use something called vocab frequency lists. So vocabulary frequency lists are just an incredible tool that's actually really hard to use in that frequency
Bro,
list
give us some
related.
words. Come on, man.
Talking about myself, vocab frequency related to you. For example, for me personally, I really frequently use the words 医生、医学、剑桥、瑜伽.
Oh my God.
We
She's
get
like,
it.
I usually use the words doctor,
And
Cambridge. Rolls Royce.
Yeah, we get it.
First
we get it.
class.
We get it. You have a doctorate
Luxurious
in
lounge.
March, leave her alone. March, why the fuck are you in the chat? We're supposed to be filming in 6 minutes.
Use words like Rolex and wealthy,
big
and
penis,
yacht.
and I have. Oh, here, this is the guy. Yeah.
This is Alan, one of the biggest English content creators in China. Like literally, like my ego barely fits in this frame, right? As you can see. I usually make videos of me having friendly cultural conversations with foreigners, especially the African American folks, because they're the coolest and
Alan, come on, big dog. You don't need to do it like that. Alan, oh no. He don't got internet. Nah. Guys, don't get mad at Alan. He means well.
And yeah, let's be honest, borrowing the coolness kind of makes me look cooler. So yeah, I'm like the cool kid in China. All of my videos are in English, so congrats, you're in for a treat because you can actually understand them. But hey, since you're now stranded on Chinese social media, I'm gonna teach you some hood Chinese, alright? Like the authentic Chinese expressions that will make you blend in seamlessly, or at the very least, confuse the heck out of everybody. Alright, let's dive in. If you wanna say hello, forget the boring 你好, instead hit them with the 来了老弟, 来了老弟.
来了老弟.
Laila Laudia.
Laila Laudia.
No. I lost them immediately.
It means, what's good, bro? What's up?
Laila Laudia. He's spin right now. Those is like Zoomer talk in China. Was that good though? Did I do it right? Laila Laudia.
I think you just called me the F slur. Wait, what is that in Chinese?
But with the swag of someone walking into a place where everyone knows his name. This is like the hood Chinese you didn't know you needed. If something's awesome, you could yell out 真香,真香. It literally means
真香.
this shit smells so good. But in this context, it's like saying that's lit, or like this hits different. It's perfect for hyping up food, hyping up a song, or your friend's terrible cooking. If you got a oh my god moment, you could always shout out 我勒个去,我勒个去.
Whoa, look at sure.
This is like saying
Austin, do it. Come on. I can't be on the one.
Or your friend's terrible cooking. If you got a oh my god moment, you could always shout out 我勒个去我勒个去
我勒个去
我勒个去
shout out 我勒个去
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 我勒个去 I
Ooh, look
I
at
feel
you.
like
This is like
I'm gonna fuck something up. I'm gonna say something that I shouldn't say.
oh snap.
And they're
Like,
gonna
what the fuck?
clip it
But
out
with
of
the actual
context.
dramatic flair. Perfect when
And I'm
you
gonna
do
end
those
up
fall
on
off
the
your
red
chopsticks. Pro tip. The more dramatic your tone, the more legit you sound. So like 我勒个去
我勒个去 When Wawa gets here, we can have a Mandarin class stream for you. Yeah, I'm down.
我勒个去我勒个去
我勒个去
Now everybody 我勒个去 It's better than yours. Come on. 我勒个去 Are you kidding me? This guy with this Trump accent is going to kind of criticize my Mandarin Chinese.
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me? 我勒个去
I'm Chinese. This bro is cringe as fuck. Please find some other vids. Nah, dude, we're
if you
learning
made a
hood Chinese.
mistake, you should bow slightly and say 罪过 which
I
means
just feel like this is inappropriate. Like,
水果水果
so good.
水果
and say 罪过
水果
which means my bad. We say this after accidentally spilling boba on someone's friendly Jordans. But
I'm
yeah,
much
try
better
not to
at
do that.
Japanese.
If you want to make friends, you could always hit them with the 搞基吗
Arigato gozaimasu.
搞基吗
Arigato
搞
gozaimasu.
基吗
Much better at Japanese.
搞基吗 There's also dialects too.
搞基吗
搞基吗
Why are we learning Mandarin? We got to go to Japan in like 3 days.
Nah, we gotta learn Mandarin, dude.
How
That's the wave. That's
I can
the
only
wave.
take one language at a time.
搞基吗
基吗 That's like saying trying to vibe or like you want to be my homies. If they say yes,
Yeah, don't mention you like we're learning Mandarin. We don't like Japan anymore. Come on. Don't say that. Do you know what
shit.
they did? Do you know what they did?
Yes, I know. Well, look, you know what we did? Shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean,
No,
come
but
on.
what they did specifically.
Okay,
to
yeah,
China.
I know they did. Yeah.
What we did was bad because we didn't punish them for what they did.
Okay.
Bro sounds like the second gen Mexican trying to teach American slang to me when I came fresh from Mexico.
congrats, you unlocked the Chinese soulmate. But if they look confused, wrong. If you love something, you could say 太酷啦 太酷啦 That's like
太酷啦太酷啦 Have you seen the American flag made of emojis with like war crimes text and written over the comments yet? No, I haven't seen that.
Oh.
Ew, please, I'm cringing really hard. Oh my god, Gen Z Chinese can only be used online. If you use it IRL, people will cringe for real. Yeah, I'm not gonna learn any of this stuff. Don't worry. Don't you worry about a thing, baby girl. Looked up Gao Jima, and it literally translates to "Are you gay?"
How do you say yes in Japanese?
Hi.
Hi.
But we're not learning Japanese, bro.
We're going to Japan, dude.
And also, you can say no, it's ie, but you never have to say it. In Japanese, people don't say no.
Hi.
But no one says it. That's what we learn.
How do you say no politely?
It's contextual.
You
just never say no, but you just like contextually speak around why it's not possible. Even a hot girl saying baby girl gives me the ick. Okay, well. Just act shy and say chotto, chotto mate, chotto mate, chotto, chotto. Hasan not knowing thing about Japan. Stop lying. Japanese say no. Wait, what? Nah, you're wrong, dude. They don't say no. I thought you don't directly say no. Like, it's like considered rude. Obviously, there's a word for it. I live in Japan and I speak Japan. Be my Pookie. I live in Japan and I speak Japan.
Bro, typo. Yeah, come on, Pookie. Give Pookie a chance. Pookie, I believe you.
I believe Pookie too.
I'm not. Yes, I know. We know. I'm sorry for my friend Hasan. He's very inconsiderate.
And
sorry for my friend here.
Will this tweet be addressed on the pod? What is this? Will Neff check, Cutie Cinderella check, Hasanabi.
Oh, thank you for the free promo. Yeah, I'm doing In the Tub with Cutie tomorrow.
That's crazy.
That's great promo. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, right after Hasan streams.
Okay.
It's a paid chatter. I didn't promote it. I didn't know about that. That's crazy though.
Staying at home, drinking tea, and enjoying the scenery. Welcome, foreign friends. Upon waking up, many cute foreigners have arrived. I'm in an ordinary small city in China. Life here is warm. Remember when everybody was like, whenever we'd watch like rural life in China, everyone was like, this is actually literally a government psyop. I mean, it was like paid for by the government to basically promote like, you know, the rural countryside or whatever. But it was funny that everyone was like, this is the most insidious version of propaganda back in the day. What was it? Li Zuchi? Li Zuchi. Chinese kids comparing their lunch to USA lunches is so sad. Yeah, they would. She came back. Oh my God, my goat. Li Zuchi is back. She was scammed by her agency. Hasan mad. Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. No, I don't care. I love that. I also want to make sure. I don't care. I just don't want people to be hateful and bigoted. That's it. I want people to treat China and Chinese people like normal people and not fucking aliens, dude. You know what I mean? That's what I get angry about. When people talk about China or Chinese people like they're from a different planet. Like they're aliens that need to be studied and dissected or some shit. That's what's incredibly annoying to me.
So, question about TikTok. I heard that in the law, the government could fine TikTok $5,000 per user.
Yeah. No, for Apple and Google if they maintain it on their App Store.
In the App Store. So, due to that liability, don't you think they'll take it off the App Store?
If no one prosecutes it.
Yeah, but how do they know that that's not going to happen?
Because the government has given assurances that they're not going to do that.
By doing what?
By saying that they're pushing back the sale or they're pushing back the ban of TikTok.
I didn't know about that.
And also Trump saying that he wants to find an alternative. Trump, my goat, okay? The JD Pandan is going to save TikTok. JD Pandan is going to save Palestine. He's going to save TikTok. My man is coming, okay? Call it Trump talk.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will
Joe already said Joe Mama and that he won't enforce the ban, but they also they're not. There's too much money, man. There's too much money for like American investors.
How much living cost do I need one day, right? So today I'm going to show you. First, I'll take Didi to work. So that's the first cost today.
Tasget Noah, why the fuck are you clipping my VODs to be like Hasan lied about me? By the way, call out post time. Tasket Noah, why the fuck are you clipping the VODs over and over again? Be like, Hasan lied about me, part 1. Hasan lied about me, part 2. Who the fuck are you showing these clips? Who are these clips for? Huh? Get Austin the review. No, bitch ass. Explain yourself right now.
Receipts of what?
He just thinks that I'm like lying about him because I said he always used to send like the most random ass videos that are annoying, demanding I watch them. Lies. No, yeah, all of your videos are bangers, dog. I know.
For at risk of this person being a complete psycho, I'm on their side.
No, they're not a psycho. They're just they're just funny.
Okay.
Hasan lied about me. Part 5 clip incoming. Austin, we talked before.
What?
Okay, maybe he is a little weird. I mean, come on. He's been following us since 2019. 25-month subscriber.
Did I shout you out in the chat? Did you come on my show?
I don't know. I am more jank viewer, Raj. Yes. Okay, we're moving
no,
on.
first cause is my makeup.
We're moving on. We're moving on.
Coffee, either homemade or takeout. Then we come to lunchtime.
DD, Chinese Uber, but 1/10 the price. Yeah, China is so funny because they have so many like Ameribu ass shit. Yeah, Hasan lies about viewers part 6. Lies. Oh my God, he clipped it. Oh no, you clipped it. This time, Hasan lies about viewer part 6. You fucking idiot.
Oh my God.
Yeah, China has like hella Ameribu ass approaches in many ways. There's a lot of like American culture.
Oh my God.
Sorry, but I just can't understand why you're struggling with Mandarin. It's actually very easy if you try.
He's already
That's right. I simply haven't tried. Hey, Will, would it shock you to find out that Cutie Cinderella's late? They wanted to do it at 7. I wanted to do it at 6 so that you can stream. All right. Anyway, that'll be all for us today, chat. Sorry for not watching the Union Doc again because we have guests and I have to do the podcast. So, but fear not, banger episode incoming. Also, this weekend I'm gonna probably do a firefighter relief stream as well. So get excited for that. Okay, that's another thing that I will be working on. Most likely we're gonna try to set that up, and yeah, we'll get some other cool guests. Not Austin. All right, peace everybody, love you all, bye bye.
Sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son and streaming.